Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls watching from India and all across the globe, we are live with Quarterfinals day number 2 here in BGIS 2026. And my name is Salty. I'm going to be your host and caster for the day. And joining alongside for the discussions, it is going to be my Necro man back on the panel. Necro, Quarterfinals day number 1 was done and dusted. Group C, they started off on a fantastic note, to be honest, especially with the way we see the top 4 teams. Nobody expected them to be there.
I know, right? Especially names like Evox coming through, Quarter Finals Esports as well. They're on the block. And I'm pretty sure a lot of the surprising names are still awaiting even in the upcoming groups, right? That's why I call quarterfinals a major mystery. No names are struggling. Look at God's Reign. 3 games, only 3 points, all the way at the last position.
Absolutely. That has to be a major talking point, to be honest. God's Reign struggling inside of the first 3 matches that they've played. I think we've seen that in the past, but Destro sometimes finds a way to make a comeback. And today, since they are going to be playing those matches of Rondo and 2 Erangels, I feel like the first map becomes extremely important, because if you miss out on that Rondo opportunity, you're potentially playing in for the for the wildcards.
Yeah, but the crazy part is now God's Reign needs 15 points per game.
Yeah.
And if you talk about it, that's too much to ask for. Yes, God's Reign still stands a chance to move on towards wildcard, but let's be honest, inside of wildcards, only the top 8 moving forward towards the semifinals. It's such a major cut, and you would not want to be part of the wildcards at all.
Absolutely. And once again, just reminding our viewers once again, from the quarterfinals, the top 16 proceed to the semifinals directly, and of course from the 17th to the 40th position are going to be the teams who move on to the wild cards. And of course the bottom 24 Necro gets eliminated, and I feel like, in my opinion, the major concern for all of these teams out there is to not be in that elimination bracket. But of course, before we talk about the format and the rest of the things, we're going to look at the schedule for today. It is going to be pretty simple. Group C playing the first 3 maps, Rondo and 2 Erangels, and then of course Group A following up, Erangel, Miramar and Miramar. But first, of course, we are going to be talking about Group C, and looking at the highlights, yesterday it seems like a show for Evox, Quarter Finals Esports and Vicista as well, Necro.
Yeah, for Vicista Esports, focusing a lot more on the placement points itself, and even for Evox, a great balance between the elimination points and the placement points as well. For OG, they started off pretty slow. They were not looking too good in the overall standings, and for a moment we thought that OG's just running out of the gas, but then slowly and steadily we saw that comeback through from the side of OG, but still getting ran through teams like Evox was never a good sight. Even a few names like Rapid Chaos Esports all the way on the latter half of the board, they stand a chance to make the comeback. Learn from past as well was a major surprise. The performance is still lacking.
You're talking about surprises. I feel like last at Esports, their performance yesterday was certainly a surprise. Now, these are the bits from the first Erangel that they had played with Vicista Esports. It was a fantastic outing for them. Staying at the center, not really going in for finishes, but then keeping themselves alive till the very end. Then, of course, the matches of Miramar were very surprising, where we did get to see a couple of those under-god names, Crescent Wolf Esports. This was a moment, Necro.
Yeah, and even Oops was there, just constantly taking those fights. This is one of those moments that Joker really popped off. One of those clutches, it's pretty hard to replicate as well. The man did not even have a lot of HP with the M249. This man was just on a different level. It's like his sixth sense was activated, and he was just constantly hammering down the opponents over and over again. Crescent Wolf Esports, still on the struggling side of the spectrum. It's not looking too good for them in the overall standings, on the 14th spot. So one thing is for sure, there's that heavy climb left to do.
Heavy climb will have to be on the map of Rondo, to be honest, but I'm actually concerned for Crescent Wolf. But for now, we are going to be talking about the top 4 teams out there. Evox, in terms of points, they have maintained their standard graph. Look at that linear graph coming in from them. Otherwise, Quarter Finals Esports, Vicista, as well as last start, they've got those tides and dips coming through as well. Look at those in terms of finish numbers. Evox was just so spectacular.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Sol too, 15 elimination points that they've got. They were extremely frag heavy as well. You cannot take that away from them. For Vicista Esports, since they've had so many good games, Vicista Esports is not a team that likes to completely focus on the elimination points itself. They also like to focus on the placement points, and that's why you see, even though they got 2 chicken dinners, they've only got 16 finish points acquired. On the opposite side of the spectrum, you will see a team like Evox heavily focusing on the elimination points, getting 30 finishes in total.
That has been fantastic, to be honest, in terms of damages as well. One surprising aspect is that Vicista Esports aren't even there in that damage graph. In terms of that, I feel like Orangutan have done a much better job on the 4th spot in terms of total damages. 3,785 from Orangutan, and you see that upward curve as well. What does concern me, Necro, is going to be the fact that can Team Soul and Orangutan make a bounce back from where they are, because it seems like from position 5th to potentially the 12th are going to be the teams moving on to the wildcards, and I'm pretty sure Rangitan and Seoul, they want to qualify for the semi-finals directly.
Yeah, so to break it down in a simpler way, the top 4 stands a chance to move on towards the semis, the mid-pack stands a chance to head on towards the wildcard, and of course you would not want to be a part of the entirety of the wildcard, because we know it's going to be a massive cutthroat of a competition. Yeah. Looking at Evox though, that's the only team currently in the top 3 with no chicken dinners, sitting on the first spot, focusing a lot more on the finish points. Look at their placement points. They don't even have a lot.
Absolutely. The same can be said for Troy the Million. It's just that they had that one chicken in the show off, but what remains to be seen is, can teams like AX, Kalinga, Esports, Oops Official, I think, has been one of those undergone names that we have been talking about, especially since the round 4 stages. They are yet to make an impact, but talking about impact, ladies and gentlemen, the top 5 players in this one. Spy sitting up there along with Shadow, 9 eliminations shared between the 2 lads. And then, of course, you've got Lens from Troy the Million, Aiden, and then, of course, Scarlett. One thing is for certain, Necro, it is just a couple of names who are hitting hard inside of the lobby. The rest are just chasing.
Especially from the side of Evox, right? Just look at that.
Yeah.
You've got Spy, Shadow, Colin as well inside of the top 5 players in the Group C. And then you've got Lens coming through from Troy the Million Esports, and even Aiden taking that spot over. It's just the top 2 teams currently dominating when it comes to the elimination side of the spectrum. And when it comes to placement, of course it's going to be with Sister Esports. They've got more placement points than the elimination points. And I think for the first time I'm seeing that happen in front of my eyes in this new point structure.
Absolutely. No points of concern, to be honest. I think Vasista can certainly amp up the aggression at any moment in time. But one thing was certain, we had asserted that yesterday, if you want to book that semi-final slot, you've got to start early. And looking at early start, it seems like a couple of our lovely names from the grind. I'm talking about Learn From Past. I'm talking about God's Reign. These are going to be the teams who are on a struggling foot right now.
Without a doubt, Kalinga Esports as well is going to be part of it, right? Not too safe in the overall standings. Yes, comparatively closer. But God's Reign is going to be the biggest concern, without a doubt. 1 point per game. I mean, is that really what you expect from a banner like God's Reign? You expect nuclear performances back-to-back, especially the way they played inside of the grind. They were on a different league, and now look at them. God's Reign is struggling to convert even a single fight.
Absolutely, and majority of their problems have been in their 4v4s. We've talked a lot about this. I think this has been a lineup that has stuck together for a while now. I think Destro has been with Justin and Delta ever since his BGIS 2023 glory days, of course, and the lineup never changed. They've got an additional player and amazing experience in the form of Aquanox, but they're not really bringing that into the picture. But talking about the caster predictions, ladies and gentlemen, interesting stuff. You've gone ahead with Learn From Past. I don't know about that. Johnny went ahead with OG, Icy Baby with Team Soul, and then, of course, I went ahead with Oops Official. But Necro, coming back to Learn From Past, too much dependence on Termi?
Maybe, but looking at the entirety of Learn From Past as well, looking at the past itself from Learn From Past, if you remember all the way back in 2025, it's a whole different spectrum that they were not able to make it to the late stages. But still, the way they were dominating the early rounds, it really gave us a massive hope for this team. Now as well, if you look at their past inside of this 2026, the start's been spectacular.
Yeah.
Learn From Past was doing really good. For some reason, the transition towards the quarterfinals, it's not looking that smooth, but I do believe that now in the upcoming 3 games, they would definitely wake up.
They have to wake up. They've got no choice as well. And I think we had the Hindicaster predictions in front of us as well for a while. AnkiBot is actually rooting for a comeback coming in from GDR. I'm not really sure that's going to be practically possible, but knowing Destro, knowing these lads, I feel like they can amp up the aggression at any moment in time.
They can avoid the elimination and move on towards the wildcard. So technically, that is a comeback.
That certainly has to be a comeback. But knowing the wildcard qualification stages, like you've said already, 8 out of 34 only are going to be moving into the semi-final. It's going to be too much, to be honest, as well. But the rest of the casters, they went ahead with names like Troy the Million Esports. Maisie went ahead with Troy the Million Esports, and it seems like this is one of those teams who have been under the radar. They've been around for a while. They've stuck together for so long, but they've never really got the limelight. Finally, it's their time to shine, Nick.
I know, right? Troy the Million Esports is now getting the limelight on top of themselves. They're also getting the recognition they deserve. The same thing can also be said for Evox, in the past known as Los Hermanos. The way they were playing, one thing is for sure, they made a name for themselves, especially Colin. This man was the person to constantly put on that show on the stage as well. He was doing really good, and of course, he looks pretty good as well. And that was another fact that was really putting the man on the main limelight. Now moving on forward towards Troy the Million Esports and their pass towards grind. If you remember at the start, for Troy the Million Esports, it was not looking too good. They were constantly struggling on the overall standings on the latter half of the board, pretty much amongst the bottom pack. And then that one game came through where they had that massive chicken dinner, and right there, things started to flip. Detroit Esports were amongst the top dogs, constantly dominating the overall standings.
Absolutely, they are currently dominating right now as well. What remains to be seen is can they continue it forward and take it forward to the semi-finals? Because from semi-finals onwards, ladies and gentlemen, this time we've got a switch to do. It is going to be a LAN environment. Of course, it's going to be a studio LAN for sure, but I am so excited for that stage, to be honest, as well. Imagine this, once again, the big stage, and of course, all 16 teams playing in from the arena. But to reach there, a couple of those names, Orangutan and Team Soul, and maybe even AX as well, they've got a little bit of a question mark out there. For
some reason, I believe in Soul and OG. I think they are easily going to be able to make it.
All right.
Well, speaking of Soul, though, come on, this team is in a top-notch form.
Yeah.
They've got the firepower going on as well, especially when you've got Mr. Reliable, Joker in your roster. What else do you want? He's always there, constantly fragging out, giving you the constant point flow, and Soul's going to make it. That's what I believe. But without wasting any more time, let's head on towards the first game of Rondo. This is supposed to be the comeback initiator. The planes in the skies, and we're expecting a lot of comebacks, and hopefully God's Reign, they're going to wake up off the rip. If they don't, one thing is for sure, their head's going to be on the swivel, and there's a chance they might be eliminated from the tournament as well. God's Reign, they need to amp up the firepower and start focusing a lot more on the communication as well. That's what was lacking yesterday. For Learn From Past, their main key has been the consistency, and so far that consistency is lacking. We've got 2 plane fly paths in front of us, and both the plane fly paths, they're pretty good.
They certainly are pretty good. I mean, look at this. The first one coming in from Stadium towards Judena City. It covers all the majority of those drop spots. I mean, if you want to go towards Jaltin, Yulin, and Neox Factory. And then, of course, the second flight path just comes in from the south and takes you towards the eastern part of the map. What remains to be seen is which are going to be the teams focusing on that early bit of aggression. We have seen GDR get involved in early battles, but not every time have they come out to be very successful. Usually, they resort back to their recalls. Speaking of recalls, they have to be utilized really well, Necro, if you really want to make a stand inside of this map of Rondo.
Oh, there's a lot of teams heading towards Neox Factory. VST, Soul's a part of it as well. Then you see 5 Comets too heading towards that spot. And then you've got 5 Comets Garud actually heading towards the recall tower. So one thing is for sure, 5 Comets, they're ready with the escape plan. Learn From Past as well, pretty much going for that hot drop. Even they want a few elimination points to kick things off with. And that's pretty much the best possible thing this map can actually give you.
Yeah.
Looking at OG and the start they've got, it's not too good. 2 players already dropping dead. The last man is trying to make a run for his life. He does not even have a weapon to play with. He's pretty much done for.
This is exactly what GDR wanted, right? An early start, a good start, and the fact that it is against team like Orangutan just might boost their morale a little bit. Orangutan in these early battles sometimes do lack that initial bit of aggression where you have to hunt for those weapons, but this time GDR were prepared to actually shut them down elsewhere. Rapid Chaos, Esports and Toxic. Shotguns do strike, S12K. The Arsenal with it connect, not really. Kalinga Esports as Omega is going to shut him out. This is 2 finishes in the bag.
Yeah, it's an awkward engagement. And Kalinga Esports doing a fantastic job in dealing with the foes. But still, even they're dropping dead. It's not looking too good. Urgent does not have a lot of HP to sustain the fight, but he's going to keep on trying. The utilities, they're perfect. But what was that? It was a teammate, actually. A massive mess up, giving a second chance to Urgent, and he steals another elimination point away. What a blunder that was.
Wow, you're not really supposed to do that. A little bit of commotion. Not really the greatest communication between the players, but nonetheless, fights happening elsewhere. And all of these teams, they do love to go in for these initial bit of collisions because they understand that the recalls are going to be available. They are going to be back in a 4-man outfit. 4AC Esports need those points, and they desperately are looking for those finishes.
The way I look at it is that these are free elimination points that you can get your hands on.
Absolutely.
And if you're not someone who is capitalizing onto that, well, something's wrong with you. It's pretty much 3 points in the overall tally, and you might as well just give it a shot. Even if you get eliminated, you've still got a recall available. Everyone's going to be on the same page. You will be back on the board, and you can focus a lot more on the placement then. But as of now, for 5 Comets, it's been a passive start. No elimination points converted so far. That's definitely going to be a bit of a bummer. All the players moving in tandem, definitely searching for someone to hammer down. And God's Reign's going to be in the front. For God's Reign, the start's been decent. Actually securing 5 points in total, getting 2 elimination points against the boys of Seoul. So this is definitely interesting.
Astro once again being the night watchman for God's Reign this time. On towards the recall towers, but the rest of the 3 players, do they have an idea of Soul's presence is going to be my question. Goblin just Really taking away all the sound cues away from GDR. Finally, he stands up, shots him down. The first man down as well. Switches on to the 7.62, but instantly gets traded off. GDR, they finally get the advantage.
Goblin wanted to get the elimination point secured.
Yeah.
And that's why he got eliminated from that fight as well. He could have stood a chance to knock out Justin as well in that scenario. But the man got too greedy. Wanted to at least get that elimination point secured before he got eliminated himself. Respectable, but could have done better.
But great recovery coming in from God's Reign as well, I feel like. From a position where a player was Goblin, just slipped under their radar, but they still managed to recover from that fight. It's brilliant. Good start coming in from God's Reign, at least better than yesterday. The first match, they have secured those 3 points, but they need a lot more. Need to potentially convert this into a chicken dinner. But having said that, New York's Factory, have a look at it. On the minimap, you've got at least 3 teams in, if not 3, at least 2 teams out there. I mean, my eyesight is weak. Necro, you can tell me for sure, but have a look at this, legit. I thought that he's going to find the frag. Team Soul, they certainly are falling down. This is 5 comments. It's not even GDR, but finally Joker.
I mean, they've got Joker. Come on.
Just every time to save the day, Necro, man.
I know, right? He's there consistently delivering. As long as you know you've got Joker alive, you know he's going to be handling things pretty well. That one big guy who's doing a lot better. And I'm pretty sure Joker's going to be continuing that same run of form in the future as well. For Esports, now making that pounce against CWE. There's just that one man, Dustin, actually trapped. Tossing out the utilities to keep the opponents on the bay, but this one's not going to be an easy one. That nade actually clips himself.
I'm not really sure if Crescent Wolf Esports will be able to regroup. Dustin is trying his nades, but I feel like cover fire from the back is inevitable. Otherwise, Dustin might have to fall. There's too much pressure coming in from the other side. Shots connected coming in from Dustin. Finally inside of the EMP zone, so he might be taking relief from a little bit of those utility uses coming in. CWE once again just trying to wrap around the corner. Finally, a teammate arrives in support. But what can they do? You have that man in the back lines up here. I feel like he's going to keep Crescent Wolf Esports at bay.
Yeah, the timings are not that great. Crescent Wolf Esports, I think they should start pressing the matters even more. Crescent Wolf, in my opinion, in this compound, they've got the advantage, especially the man at the front. He does not even have a lot of HP to play with. If they press upon the matters, get that first knockout confirmed, that's going to be a lifesaver. But as of now, things are being delayed from Crescent Wolf as well. This nade, it's got to find some sort of value, and there we go. That's going to be the knockout they were looking for. The man up close and personal does not even have a lot of HP to sustain, but he's still doing a great job. Finds a knock. Shotguns up close and personal can be a table turner anytime. Just make sure you're not catching a lot of bullets upon yourself. That's what the game plan's going to be. Dustin taking 2 different fights on 2 different fronts. Time is running away as well. Crescent Wolf Esports, they're wasting too much time. The man's got a pump shotgun to work with. Constantly spamming through his wall. He just needs to connect one shot. And for some reason, this delay is really costing them a lot of things. Eventually, a trade happens as well. The trade was perfect. Even for 4EC Esports, they've lost out on a valuable man, but now there's still 2 more players standing in front of Crescent Wolf Esports. And Dustin, he's still there, constantly chipping away, and he actually takes down every single person that stood against him.
That was a brilliant clutch, to be honest, under pressure. Dustin in that corner, sustaining so much damage, watching all his comrades fall as well. I kind of felt like Dustin was just holding back that angle a little too much. But then, of course, the final switch came through, and it seemed to be like the right decision to make. Elsewhere, of course, this fight back in New York's Factory. We've got the Team Soul against 5 Comets. And 5 Comets, they're actually making progression in this fight. You've got the smokes that are looking to help them cross on over. But from the sidelines, it seems like Justin has taken advantage. 5 Comets are shut down. Team Soul, they have to wait for another fight. But 5 Comets, they were hurt bad in that one.
They indeed were. They're not going to be feeling too good about this one. Looking at the way the circle is forming too. Center's on up once again. There's a lot of teams in the center. This one's going to be interesting. A burst of color. God's Reign, part of the chaos as well. It's still inside of New York's Factory. A lot of time being burned through. This was the God's Reign we all wanted to see. Getting 4 elimination points secured off the rip and not even burning through a single recall. That's a great thing. If God's Rain want, they can actually go absolutely haywire and start taking fights left, right, center. They've got the recalls available.
Yeah, but they also have to look at the circle right now. It's stage 2. The progression is massive. Majority of the teams have already found those central compounds. Majority of them are fighting for it. So I feel like GDR, they've got a start that they wanted. Now it's time to advance and move to the next stage, which will be to try and get good positions inside of the circle. Yes, for sure, they can utilize the recalls a little bit. But I feel like for Destro, late rotations have been a problem ever since the start of the BGMI esports scene, to be honest.
I would say mainly since we saw the shift
On the
in
point
the zones
structure?
and even in the point structure.
Yeah.
It's been a big problem.
Elsewhere, of course, we've got Oops and Rapid Chaos Esports. Oops this time. Savage Kid will be one of those big mans up front, but he has been neutralized. This is a good start coming in from Rapid Chaos. A little bit of the trade action coming through as well. Arjun falls toxic from the backlines. Cover fire isn't really that effective, Necro.
It indeed isn't. 4 nades in the hands of Toxic, one of them being tossed. And this one's not finding any sort of connections. Another nade being tossed towards that same area. Does do a lot of chip damage, but once again, Toxic's just going to back away. And for some reason, they do not even bother to get the revival on Arjun.
That's kind of sad, to be honest.
I know, right? The man's just left out in the open. But at the same time, it makes a lot of sense because they know even if they do start to toss out those smokes, there's a lot of nades coming through their way.
And the thing is, they still have that one recall available. I'm not sure who is still having that piece of luck, but for Rapid Chaos Esports, it seems like they are going to resort to that last recall available. Potentially making a 3-man team and move further, but elsewhere, New York's Factory now is under the blue. All of these players, they are getting electrocuted, and it seems like Delta is taking some hurt coming in from the other team. VST this time. They've cornered down Delta. He's trying to go in for the revive. Not the revive, pardon me for that. He was going in for the first aid kit, but VST just shut him down right in the nick of time. 2 frags for VST, but a little too late to rotate inside the circle, aren't they, Necro?
They indeed are. 5 Comets, Punisher. Man actually is hungry for some elimination points. Wanted to get the confirmation as well, but barely missed the mark. For VST, it's going to be a day saver. Getting the revival is also going to be another key thing that they want to pull off. Legit and Joker moving in tandem. Soul as well, pretty desperate for the elimination points, but that's going to be the first catch. But the instant recovery is also going to be there. Joker from the top, raining down Hellfire as he gets the knockout secured. But now clutching this one out, it's going to be a little bit tough. The pill might be tough to swallow, but at the end of the day, we're speaking of Joker. I believe in this man. I think he can actually make it happen.
Yeah, me too.
8 bullets in the shotgun, constantly spamming away around the corner as well. Now shows the back and repositions. But he's also getting pushed from the sidelines at the same time. Getting the confirmations, knew that the man's out of position, and Joker makes it happen once again. I'm telling you, man, this man's a different beast.
He's a man, lad, to be honest. The way he just moved around the path was just so brilliant. He made that man, especially with the constant pulls from the pin of the nade, just drew along with him, and of course that gave him an opening. Try and shut down those fallen players, and then of course the final frag was just so easy. Then again, the mechanic to switch onto the FPP mode, come back to the TPP, it's brilliant. Joker, you're a mad lad. But Troy Tamil and Esports elsewhere, they are duking it out against multiple teams. From the backlines, I can see Kalinga Esports chasing them. Arjun and Hesperos will be tasked to keep them at bay for sure, but then there are other teams as well. And Troy Tamil, they're completely out in the open towards the reaches of Yulin. Just have a few dips to play along with, and I'm not really a big fan of their positioning, Necro. They might come under fire very soon.
Indeed. Looking at Soul, there's a big split going on. Knuckles all by himself around this vicinity, while remaining teammates not even close. Knuckles got that centric spot to play with, but the remaining teammates, how are they even going to reunite? If they try to traverse through the open grounds, there's a lot of shots taken against them for sure. There's also a chance, a possibility that the players can be knocked out. That can be even worse. Looking at Oops. Definitely blunder. Oops.
Oops moments. Top 10 Oops moments, I think. That definitely belongs a spot in the top 3, to be honest. Just venturing into the compound without really information of Evox's presence. And Evox was so quick to actually shut them down. 2 players have been taken out. Oops official though will be looking for a bounce back. No Dalish to be found. and that is a blunder that has been committed. Evox Esports was so quick to punish that.
I just can't believe mistakes after mistakes. They just keep on happening. Oops. That's not what you were supposed to do. Even if you want to take an exit, just make sure there's no line of sight on top of you. But the moment he started reversing that vehicle, that's when Evox had the line of sight, and they shot him down.
And I'm actually so happy the fact that Evox, they're looking sharp as ever. Yes, for sure, the day one was in the bag already. They've got a massive lead, but they are still in that same mindset. 4 finishes in the bag already, 3 recalls left available for Evox. It's a good start for them.
Indeed.
And of course, we saw how quickly they were to punish the unforced errors coming in from the other teams. So, really happy with the way they've been moving forward, but Rapid Chaos, this is times of distress for them. 2 players left alive outside a circle, taking damage from the blue. Necro, how do you see a solution?
That's a whole different thing, but OG's in the smack center. And I think OG's also going to be the center of attraction soon. I'm not a big fan of that position. Yes, on the map, it definitely does look pretty good.
Yeah.
It seems like OG's in a pretty commanding spot, but no, that's not the case.
They're yet to get off the mark, by the way. 0 eliminations.
Yeah, OG's been playing this game pretty passive. The way they dropped inside a Nyok's factory off the rip, they got eliminated too. They were not even able to secure a single elimination point, which absolutely blows. And it was the players of Seoul constantly munching on top of them. They could not do anything against him. And the crazy part is Seoul has reunited once again, all the 4 players in that same compound. Looking at Evox, once again, the wrath continues. Constantly spamming away against the lobby, getting those knockouts as well, burning through the opposing mates.
But what does concern me for Evox right now is the moment the cross run over, this small little water body. I feel like they're going to be too exposed for Evox. This is a little too risky to be playing it around the edges of the circle right now. They are doing a good job. They're holding down good positions, and they've got good covers for themselves as well. The deployable covers as well as a few dips to play around with, but I feel like the lines of sight are just too open for a circle inside of stage 4. Oops. On the other side, they have had a massive struggle to start off with. 3 players just getting dished apart. Just 1 man surviving. Need to play in for those position points. And then, of course, you've got Vasista. This is a very passive mid-stage of Rondo where majority of the teams, they are trying to scour out their resources after the initial collisions and now setting up for the end game. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, and Vasista's once again playing for map control. It's been a passive end, and that's how Vasista likes to play. Focus on the end game itself. And Vasista hasn't even used a single recall. You see, that's the problem. I believe it's free elimination points. You should go for it. But instead, Vasista Esports just trying to keep their man number intact. Not even trying to burn through that loot. Just want to stay with each other, even in the final few moments. Well, and yes, sometimes it's been working out for them pretty well. Sometimes it hasn't.
Recalls have been disabled, so Vasista Esports, no more opportunities for you.
Yeah.
And now one of their men has been knocked out as well. I'm not really sure how long they're going to be surviving, but Cheyenne was quick to counter that. Aiden, his position was found out. Vasista Esports are now in the driving spot. Driving seat in this fight, Troitham Lin Esports. They've still got these 3 men up and alive, but a beautiful nade from Cheyenne. It's going to still sting against Troitham Lin too much out in the open. That was expected. Carlin was quick to punish it. Vasista Esports. Now that is what you call a blunder.
Exactly. The moment the recall tower is disabled, that's when Vasista Esports, they start to lose out on the man number. It's terrible. First man already done and dusted for Vasista Esports is not looking too good. Evox as well, constantly from the back, just spamming away. Peppering those shots on the foes. God's Reign looking at them. Even they've lost out on one of the players. Now a 3-man squad trying to move in tandem. The Blues all to move as well. And Destro is barely making it inside of the circle. The problem is God's Reign is in a big sandwich.
Yeah.
There's 2 teams surrounding them. This one's going to be a tough pill to swallow. Destro smoking himself out. Now he's going to try to make that rotation. But there's too many shots against him. God's Reign making rookie mistakes. And because of that, they're also being punished a lot.
You know, these are the splits that God's Reign have always taken, usually inside of the end circles, and they always do tend to get punished. Destro this time, of course, will be the first one to get out. Justin and Delta holding on to their positions. Crescent Wolf taking some shots. That was a beautiful connection, by the way. Elsewhere, of course, on the eastern part of the circle, you've got VST involved in a massive cluster. Coming in from the back lines, they're hugging the blue. One thing is good for them, at least GDR, they're further away from the blue zone. So VST, they're going to be the first ones to make the move. And if GDR can punch them along the way, there can be a few finishes on the block. But what remains to be seen is, can VST come out of this situation?
Oh, Chris and Wolf, they're still there, but look at Soul from the back. Oh, the spam! It's strong. Joker finds another knock. Another player just lying out in the open, and Joker, he's mowing down the lords. No matter who stands in front of him, Joker's not going to let him go. Constantly taking those elimination points, chipping away against the opponents as well. And there we go. The man gets what he claimed. And just like that, Soul, now they're pretty much just dominating the entire game. 10 elimination points secured on the block. And this is the reason why I was saying I'm not worried for Soul. Absolutely. I'm not worried for OG. They can make it happen.
You know, you look at other players and then you look at Joker. That spray looks like an absolute laser beam. Elsewhere, of course, Crescent Wolf Esports, they are going to advance next to the ridge. Just inside of the circle, but from their backlines, they're completely open. Lines of sight is out there too much. Exposed Crescent Wolf Esports, they're taking heavy fire, and now 3 players have been eliminated. The deployable covers were a tad bit too late, and now the 4th man joins the party. Doesn't really seem like he's going to be too safe, but can he revive the fallen comrades? Big question being asked.
Oh no, for God's reign now, this is going to be a really important fight. No matter what, you need to come out on top. Not a lot of room for error, but the moment I say so, it's going to be Goblin from the backlines threading that needle. God's reign dropping down on too many men. It's just Justin standing. Deployable covers now being utilized as well. Crescent Wolf Esports, they want to get the reset. And Justin's position's compromised. They know he's out in the open. And legit, he's going to push up and nail the player down. And that's going to be it for God's Reign. Not a lot of points secured out of this game. And that was the exact nightmare God's Reign was worried about.
You know, once again, a nightmare. Like you said, disastrous outing for GDR. Just 6 points acquired from this one. Not really sure if they're going to be happy. Rondo was their one big opportunity to make sure they cover up the gap. But it seems like 6 points, it's not enough. Next up will be the matches of Erangel, and GDR might just be forced to play in for the semi-finals. Or rather, the wildcard, pardon me for that. Elsewhere, Team Soul, they're deeping it out against Team 5 Comets. A couple of those nades being taken. Team Soul won't take early advantage. Look at those stats. 7, 2, 3, 4, 16 eliminations. 16 freaking eliminations for Team Soul and 7 for Joker. This man has been in a blinder of a form.
Yeah, unstoppable. But oh no, walks in that pre-fire. A big mistake. Was too exposed. Getting shot at from the boys of 5 Comets, it's never going to be a good sight. And for 5 Comets, there's only 2 players standing, so for Soul to deal with 5 Comets, it's not going to be that tough of a pill. They should be able to make this happen pretty quickly. Soul starting to move around the block instantly. Utilities being tossed as well to make sure that 5 Comets are not going to be feeling too great. Those nades not finding proper connections. And now Soul trying to move in tandem because they know they're not a big fan of the unwanted neighbors.
Ooh. But I like the way 5 Comets have been defending this compound. Utility usage has been fantastic so far. But look at this nade coming in from Goblin. Ricochet off the wall, a beautifully placed target. And then, of course, he knew that the explosion is going to give him benefit. It's just 1 man left alive from 5 Comets. Garud walking around the corner. Too many forced to deal with. Knocked on the first one, gets traded. Team Soul, they are absolutely clean. 18th finish on the block. They are looking to drop a 30 bomber, Necro.
Yeah, the man just couldn't do anything in that scenario. Pretty much done for. And just like that, Soul getting all the 4 players back on the board once again. Soul's now feeling extremely confident, and they know they're unstoppable. They just need to keep on running away with the same run of form. And imagine if they do end up winning the game as well. Man, it's going to be nuclear performance. It's Soul's Wrath just constantly reigning on top of the lobby. AX's Devotee tossing out the smokes too. They want to play for a bit more of that control. They need a bit more of that land in their hands. Evox still inside of the playing field. Even they've got all the 4 players still standing. And Evox is pretty much fighting for consistency. Quarter Finals Esports catching the players of AX out in the open. It was not a good spot to move in the first place. And AX is taking too much damage. Devotee's barely surviving. But even he gets caught out in the open. Aimbot's going to be the final man left standing. He's on the run. He wants to save his life. But I highly doubt that's going to be possible as well. That one headshot, and that's going to seal the deal.
That was expected coming in from AX. Panic measures are right at the tad end. Kalinga Esports had such a beautiful exposure. Now have a look at this. Hesperos has been taken down. Archit.
What are these
right
sprays?
Position. It's brilliant. Kalinga Esports from out of nowhere. It seems like they are starting to assert authority in the lobby. They want things to move according to them. 8 finishes on the block. 3 men still left alive and beautiful angles to hold.
I know, right?
This is a map coverage and this is zone control, to be honest. Try Chameleon in a world of her just pinned down in that one corner due to Archit and his sprays. It's notorious.
It's been pretty impressive. Especially Archit, the way he's taking those shots on the moving vehicles. Man, is barely whiffing any shots.
Yeah.
You love to see it. 7 teams still standing. Everyone's got some sort of placement points now in their hands. But Seoul, they just continue on the elimination points itself. Feeding on the foes, claiming their souls. They're like the Grim Reapers in the lobby. The moment you know it's Seoul against you, you gotta run away. Or at least do not challenge them. Wait for the third party. That's the best possible way you can shut down a team like Seoul, which is running in a top-notch form.
And look at that, and once again, another knockout just comes through, coming in from Knuckle this time. Focusing
20
on...
finishes.
Potentially, I think it's been crossed already. They're looking for a lot more Knuckle this time. Under the radar will be teams like Evox. So Evox has been a big threat early on. Now, it seems like we'll have to find a way to deal with Orangutan and Team Seoul. They're looking like big threats. Look at this massive split coming in from Team Seoul.
Yeah, look at the zone. It's like they're the owners.
Yeah.
And they're not going to let anyone just cross inside of the white line. This is brilliantly being played from the side of Team Seoul.
Not very welcoming owners, to be honest.
Well, sometimes, you know, if it's your land and if you don't really want intruders,
Yeah,
that's what
yeah.
you're going to do, right?
Typical land grabbing situation, ladies and gentlemen. Team Seoul, now they are looking at Team Orangutan right now. And shots were connected. Joker this time. Can he cross that 10-point barrier? Can he potentially break Spray God's record? He was his teammate. A record that has been set inside of BGIS 2026. 15 eliminations in just one game. This time in the front line, so legit gets taken out. Krafton of Esports. This is going to be their opportunity, a massive advantage inside of this fight.
They cannot afford it. Legit. The man needs to be saved. Krafton of Esports now starting to lay down a path of smoke. Since even they want to close inside of the circle. Slowly and steadily, OG, Evox, they move in. And now it's a fight between OG and Evox. Utilities being exchanged from both the sides, but no possible coverage found. No proper marks being found as well with the utilities. And Colin, he takes a bit of that chip damage from the nade. OG's utilities, they're getting a bit too close. This one, it's got to find something. But no, instead it just overshoots. Evox still pretty much looking good. And this nade, it's going to find the knock that Evox was searching for. Now the situation is taken down to a 3v3. But the moment I say so, even OG finds a return knock. These trades, they're extremely deadly. Another nade on top of Evox. And that's going to be the deal sealer.
I never really thought that Evox was in a good position in that fight. Orangutan had so much coverage, so many dips to actually work with. Evox were just absolutely pinned down in that corner. And from there on, of course, they were choking for space, choking for mobility. And the nades from Orangutan just did the job. This is going to be a massive fight between the two top dogs, to be honest. Team Seoul versus Orangutan.
Oh my God.
Who gets the winner chicken dinner in this map of Rondo? The first man, of course, goes down. The battle breaks through. Legit this time falls. Team Seoul, they are slowly breaking the back of Team Orangutan, but they've been hurt as well.
Trades happening back and forth. Legit gets knocked out. But Seoul, they probably do want to go for the recovery as well. Goblin, you can see the man closing in slowly and steadily. Wants to get that revival towards Legit. Soul is just continuing the wrath once again. This can potentially be a 37-pointer, which is insane if you think about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
At the moment that happens, Soul is already going to be on the first spot, taking over even Evox.
Look at the positions of Orangutan and their players. They're so much out in the open. This is too much exposure for a team to be out there. There's no covers to work with, no deployable covers, no dips. Nades from Team Seoul and the way they are split up as well. Now, finally, they're back on fours. I don't really think Team OG have any chance of converting this one. And I love the fact that Team Seoul, they're keeping their distance.
Yeah.
Smokes coming in from AKOP to hide his presence, but those nades are going to get attracted to those smokes.
It's a 2-on-2 split, but the moment I say so, Legit, he's going to separate up from Goblin. Now it's a 3-on-1. Goblin's job is to at least find one knock.
But the point is, Orangutan, they are going to get pushed by the circle. And as soon as they get up, Team Seoul, those are going to be some easy pickings.
Yeah, seems like it. Backs against the wall. Not a lot OG can do in this scenario. Soon the final stage is also going to approach, so you got to be a little bit quicker. Joker. Getting rid of the tires, making sure it's not going to be shot at from underneath. And constantly spamming away once again. That AUG has been doing a lot for Joker. He's been able to find a lot of success with this weapon. And he wants to continue his wrath once again. Continue the domination. It's been a whole different beast.
What a game it has been for Team Soul, to be honest, as well. 24 frags right from the start till the end. And potentially they can get 3 more as well, winning every fight. Of course, it was Joker and his brilliance in the initial stages, but once the team got into its flow state, it seems like all of their players are working in tandem. AKOP, though, finds a brilliant opening, still out in the blue. Goblin gets shut down. This is a 3v3 right now.
No possible way OG can win this entire fight.
No way!
It's too risky, but they're still flipping the odds, flipping the table. OG somehow threading the needles, finding those crucial knocks, and they might just turn it around. But you never know. Even for Soul, they've got 2 men standing. Another man falls apart. That's going to be AKOP taken care of. I think as well gets ripped apart. And for Soul, it's going to be a 37-pointer. What a massive chicken dinner. Probably the biggest game so far from any team. This is a nuclear performance.
It certainly is a nuclear performance. Team Soul just breaking havoc inside of the lobby on the map of Rondo. They're showing us how Rondo is supposed to be played, to be honest, because that was almost like an action replay. If I remember correctly, I feel like there was one certain instance where RNTX also had a 37-pointer on the map of Rondo in the very early stages. I still don't remember, by the way. But I feel like a performance like this in the quarterfinals, now that is a statement coming from Team Soul.
I still remember Soul. Back in the day, I think it was previous year, Soul had 38 points in the game of Miramar. Yeah, they were just absolutely dominating, wiping through the foes. And now this game, 37-pointer on the map of Rondo, which is absolutely insane if you think about it. And Soul's already going to be on the first spot in the overall standings. You asked me, what do you think about Soul? Well, there you go. They're already safe now.
They certainly are safe and potentially moving into the semi-finals, ladies and gentlemen. But we've got to watch the replay of what exactly happened in the final few moments. Of course, Evox was a massive threat in the early stages. We thought that Evox, they're going to continue their run, but then they made Orangutan. OG, they themselves had a few finishes. AK opening those final few moments. So clinical, so brilliant. Massive shots coming through from Atanki as well. 2 quick knocks, which almost broke the back of Team Soul, but the recovery, once again, you've got to give it to these lads. I feel like it's not just Joker, not just Goblin, but every player stepped up when it mattered, even legit, as a matter of fact. Look at those numbers. It's absurd inside the quarterfinals. How many is it?
10. Joker getting 10, Legit getting 6, Knuckle getting 5, and then Goblin getting 6 as well. Soul is just a complete different beast, especially backed up with a man like Joker. He's literally the most reliable player currently inside of the circuit. Prove me wrong.
Absolutely. I don't think I'm going to be able to prove you wrong with that. I think there's nobody who has been as reliable as Joker, as reassuring to be inside the lobby as well. In clutch situations, this man performs when the team is in the front lines. This man just has always performed inside of BGIS 2026. What remains to be seen is, can he actually compete for the overall MVP later on down the line? Because that is the only thing that I'm looking at. But amazing stuff coming in from Team Soul, amazing stuff coming in from Orangutan maybe, and can be said the same for Evox. But then, Necro, points of concern for God's Reign right now, once again, for learn from past teams who were struggling, couldn't really get a lot of points out of this game.
So pretty much snapping back to reality. Now you also know Lastade pretty much choked up in that game, and Lastade at the start of the day, they were currently inside of the top 4. Now messing things up like that, I'm pretty sure they're not going to be in the top 4 anymore. Someone else is going to be taking over that spot. Of course, it's going to be Soul and OG taking over that spot. For Evox, it was a pretty good game, so Evox is still going to be amongst the top 2. It's not even a question. As you mentioned, real concerns are now going to start to begin for all the other teams on the latter half of the board. Especially for God's Reign, we expected a lot more. We expected that God's Reign is going to be dominating with the elimination points, at least get a 15-pointer on this map, Rondo. But that was not the case. God's Reign struggled too much. Same thing can be said for Learn From Past and even Rapid Chaos Esports.
Absolutely.
Every single team currently on the latter half of the board were not able to perform in this game as well.
And I feel like it's not just the names from the grind as well. We are going to be talking about them, but for now, ladies and gentlemen, the MVP of that last game has to be Joker. 10 eliminations, 1,593 points of damage. Like I said, it's absurd. Majority of the top players are going to be dominated by Team Soul and their men. So I'm possibly not even going to look at it. It's just one man coming in from Kalinga Esports, Archit, who also had a fantastic game. And by the way, Kalinga Esports secured a few eliminations from that spot. 5 eliminations for Archit to actually play with. But the point standings in front of our screens, and
oh my God,
you can see the 37 bomb coming in from Team Soul. Orangutan with 15, Kalinga Esports with 14 points. Now that is an absurd number. Wasn't really expecting them to get 9 elimination points. Evox with 12, you've got Troy the Million, JDR kind of falling down. Necro, What are your thoughts?
I mean, if you think about it now, even a team like Troy Esports, they're going to start to struggle. Because for Troy Esports, they only had 6 points in that game. While if you move on towards Kalinga, even they're now initiating that comeback. You look at the boys of OG, the comeback is already there. Look at Seoul, even they've initiated the comeback. That means Troy Esports is going to be dropping down positions even more.
Yeah, there's going to be a big risk, to be honest, but why not if you do get towers like this on the finishing damage report, ladies and gentlemen? 2 massive twin towers that have been set up by Team Seoul. 4,787 points of damage, 27 Illims. And then, of course, you've got teams like Evox, teams like 5 Comets who were actually involved in a lot of those firefights but could not really convert. I kind of feel pity, to be honest. 1,079 points of damage, but just 2 eliminations. That is gonna sting them for sure.
Definitely, it's gonna be stinging them. And now, as you move on towards the overall standings, this is what I was scared of. Troy Esports dropping down a spot in the overall standings. They've still got 45 points to work with, which is not absolutely bad. But now in the upcoming games, Troy Esports definitely needs to recover. And then you move on towards Vasista Esports. This was not a good game for Vasista Esports either. They also need to start focusing on the elimination points, or else we might as well just see teams like OG, teams like Kalinga Esports, and even AX start to make that comeback.
The competition is rising up, to be honest. Last 2 games are live. 2 maps of Erangel are left to be done and dusted, and quarterfinals for Group C will be over, ladies and gentlemen. Which does mean for GDR, opportunities are going to be less for teams like Oops Official. This has been an undergod name that has really impressed me so far, but now it seems like they are struggling. VST learned from past, they're going to be struggling as well. Certain known names, Necro, I'm talking about Team AX right now. What must they be thinking? Sitting at the mid-table pack, they understand their games aren't really going in their favor. That was a horrible mistake on the map of Rondo once again.
Look, as long as you're going to be in the mid-pack, you're going to be avoiding the elimination.
Yeah.
That's a good thing. Right now, let's focus on the eliminations. God's Raid, they're on the verge of being eliminated, and they've only got 2 games. What are they going to be able to do to actually flip the script? And imagine if the circle is just going to keep on forming up north.
Yeah.
Does God's Raid even have a backup plan? Do they even have a secondary drop location? Because they definitely need a secondary drop location.
I kind of believe you there as well. But honestly speaking, right now, we can only contemplate. All the games will happen inside the battlegrounds, and I'm expecting GDR to make a bounce back, at least avoid the elimination brackets.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough. 2 maps of Erangel are left, ladies and gentlemen. Potentially 2 15-pointer games can survive GDR for the semi-finals, but what remains to be seen is how are the games going to go. That happens after a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We're back, ladies and gentlemen, of course, with the quarterfinals of BGIS 2026. And like I said, the 2 maps of Erangel are still left before the quarterfinal journey for Group C comes down to a closure. And to discuss all those maps, I've actually brought the old man back on the panel. IC Baby 1-2 is back. And of course, how you doing? How are your knees? Are they hurting?
Well, I pretty much broke my back watching that game as well because Seoul absolutely dominated that game. complete, they almost broke their own record last year as well.
Yeah.
It was 28 finishes in the map of Miramar, but still, Rondo, pretty impressive.
It is pretty impressive, to be honest. But then, of course, ladies and gentlemen, we have to remind you what else is impressive, and that is going to be the prize pool of BGIS 2026. It has already, according to sources, reached or touched that 3 CR mark. But what you guys can do is go inside of your game, head out to Discovery Island, play your matches, and help us reach 4 CRs, man. I mean, it is going to be the biggest prize pool ever in Indian esports, and everybody is just so excited to reach that milestone. I personally am actually very excited. I see it's going to be a life-changing amount for all of these young lads. And imagine, just imagine, an undergod team taking away that life-changing amount. I'm going to be so happy, man.
Well, I'm going to imagine myself taking it one day.
Wow, I think
Someday,
I see.
maybe
I've got to remind you, your playing days are done, and that is the reason why you're sitting at the broadcast and inside of the studio. Maybe in an afterlife you are gonna be you're gonna be an athlete once again. But coming back to the conversation now, there are gonna be certain teams in deep world of trouble. I'm talking about GDR. I'm talking about teams like Learn From Past. Some new names like Oops Official as well. They're going to be struggling. 2 games left on the block. How are you looking at the situation right now?
I think it comes down to just a little bit of luck as well. I feel like God's Reign, they had one of the worst possible luck yesterday based on the Erangel.
Okay.
Miramar was a complete disaster for them. I think it's just a little bit of a mentality issue. But just now, we do see signs of life coming from God's Reign, which is good. So it's not truly over yet. So now, potential cutoffs for the semifinals expected to be somewhere around 47 points, 50 points here, divided by all 4 groups, blah blah, yada yada overall.
Alright.
But wildcard is still in play. So technically, for God's Reign, we saw a few finishes here and there. Much better performance coming from them yesterday. 3 games, 2 points, 3 points. Yeah, not exactly the gold standard we are looking forward to. So this next upcoming few games here, they get like what, a total of 10 to maybe 15 points. They should have enough points to sneak their way into wildcards.
We'll find out what exactly happens, ladies and gentlemen. The map of Iraqi is ready. As well as we say the map is ready, our flights are ready as well, ladies and gentlemen. We are flying high on the islands of Erangel, this time the home ground for all of these players. Last 2 maps before quarterfinals for Group C concludes. And of course, semi-final slot is going to be at stake. LAN appearance is going to be at stake. Majority of these players, they are going to be banking on this map. Because if you do not make it in this one, for the last game, there's going to be too much pressure on your shoulders. The nerves are going to be kicking in as well. We're talking about the flight path, ladies and gentlemen. We start off from hospital, move towards mansion. And we do have the map standings as well. Majority of the times, it's been Evox, Visista, Team Soul just dominating on this map. And I see GDR absolutely nowhere in the top 8.
Yeah, it's going to be unfortunate as well because they were one of the few, I would say one of the few teams that got taken out rather early due to rotations as well. Obviously, we do see teams like to camp a little bit more on towards the edges before entering into the zone. But now, as the current standards on towards quarterfinals, the gold standards meta rotations has been, prioritizing a center circle rather than a lot of edge camping, which we did see a lot coming in from the previous round stages. So I feel like Evox is the only team so far that has been somewhat consistent in every single map that they have played.
Yeah.
Just because they were able to identify threats on a higher level, prioritizing which targets to attack at first, what things to do when the zones require them to do.
Ooh.
And it seems like Necro's Curse may have just jinxed God's Reign in this particular scenario here, because the circle does seem to be shifting north this time once more. So hopefully God's Reign is going to be able to do something about it this time. Do they rotate early or do they tank the circle a little bit later?
I'm going to ask Necro to actually check his horoscope today, because that is an outrageous prediction. God's Reign, they will have to find a way to reach military base, come back to the mainland, loot up and then come back to the mainland and reach circle, which is 40% out of the map itself. Like, this is crazy stuff for GDR. Challenges just keep on piling up one after the other. Team Soul inside of the school compound. This is the usual drop location for sure, but keeping a tab on Last Starter Esports. Joyesh and the rest of the boys, they are going to be there. Shots are yet to be fired. Legit. It was fantastic in the last game. Team Soul, it's not just one player. I see oftentimes we just talk about Joker. Oftentimes we just talk about Goblin. But I feel like Legit and Nakul as well has also been firing on all cylinders. given the circumstances.
I think the two players currently, based on Seoul's performance in terms of the Seoul standard, if we get what I mean. Yes, the matches now was, I would say, the Seoul standard.
Yeah.
You know, that we've seen over the years, regardless of rosters. But today's performance, it feels like Legit is a little bit lacking as well. He's been caught off guard multiple times in one of the most awkward situations. You can't really blame them. It's a very small, minor mistakes here, which we don't really need to be nitpicky. But we're doing it because it is the Seoul. You know, this is Seoul. They have the Seoul standards, and they shouldn't be making mistakes like that.
Of course, they will have to go through criticism and a lot of scrutiny when it comes to representing a banner like Team Seoul. But we just had a player card of all of the players, and statistics for round 4. Not round 4, pardon me for that. I think the quarterfinals were fantastic. I mean, frags all around the block. You've got Joker, Goblin, Legit firing all cylinders. You've got Knuckle chopping up as well. 5 Comets on our screens right now. This has been a lineup that has struggled. I mean, not in their firefights, but somehow making themselves felt and dominate the final third of the game. I feel like that is where 5 Comets have lacked too much.
Yeah, it seems like 5 Comets, they're taking a little bit of a slow entry onto Yasnaya. Looks like they are looking to try and stock out a little bit loot here. They are under-looted as well. Unsure if there's going to be another team here, but from our perspective, VST is in the vicinity. But let's talk about the early rotations here. Seems like 4EC and Seoul are one of the earlier birds to actually reach in towards the zone, just because it's been, what, 3 minutes into the game? They barely actually stocked up a lot of utilities. They are trying to prioritize on those strong positions, or I would say strategic positions before they actually play the game. OG, obviously, they are going to be in 71st. Obviously, they are going to be inside zone, so they do have the luxury to choose a little bit more on where they want to take these fights, which I think this circle is going to shift on towards 70. I may be wrong. It might shift down to the south side again. So it has identified that maybe holding those compounds, the north side of Rozhok, will give them an advantage if there is going to be a split. The same can be said for AX as well, because they have the same idea right now.
Yeah, and of course, these two teams, they're going to be duking it out. Aimbot taking early damage in that one. Aryan, of course, patching himself up. Knuckle is just absolutely ramming it. Team AX, they are in a deep world of trouble. Team Seoul, quick flush in. Extremely quick flush out. 1 man left alive. It is going to be Aimbot up on the second floor. Finally comes down. Team Seoul shutting him down. Team AX are in deep world of trouble.
Oh, seems like the experienced teams have a rough idea on what they want to do right from the get-go. So I understood that, we are one of the teams that made it early, and we want to take this spot for ourselves. And, well, let's just take a fight. Let's just snatch it away. And it seems like AX is going to continue on with just 2 players, but Seoul, they are going to be very happy they've got control of this triple houses.
Yeah. I mean, I'm actually very surprised to the fact that Team Seoul, had the circle not been in this part of the map, I would have actually been very surprised had they chosen Siverni instead of Rozhok, but nonetheless, we're going to be moving forward. 5 Comets this time. Garudu needs to go back on that revival mission. VST have an upper hand in this fight, but yet one of their players has been knocked out, so time needs to be taken to actually go in for the reset. Fragger trying to go in the flank lines. Nades being tossed out, no real damage being dealt. This seems to be like an urban warfare. VST have to be extremely cautious. 5 Comets, they're notorious with the way they take their peaks and find their angles, so if they are caught napping, and I'm pretty sure 5 Comets will find an opening. Look at the way they're spread up.
Yeah, this is taking a little bit too long as well. They're kind of under-looted, but it seems like AX is going to be expecting a little bit of revenge here. Goblin is pretty much being caught all by himself. He needs a little bit of backup here. He is going to try and buy time. Seems like the push coming from AX here is going to walk through the fire, but they get the 1 pump in. That's going to be a Goblin down. And Knuckle is going to try and get a little bit of suppressed fire, but it's going to be tough as well. But Devotee actually knows that it's going to be back up. He actually prones outside, takes the confirmation. He's going to be able to dodge a bullet, but it seems like Knuckle is in a lot of trouble right now as 4EC is able to catch him lacking outside.
Yeah, legit this time. With the nades, did find a little bit of success. Devotee has been knocked out. Might not be escaped. The grips of death this time. Team Seoul want to regroup. Joker falls down. Team AX really looking to capitalize on the opportunity. A third party coming in from 4EC just distracted Team Seoul in this fight. Henry with the double pump. Wait, what? Legit just found a connection with the PP Bison through the window, saving the lives of Joker. Now that is brilliant, Team Seoul. That is survival instinct. That is absolute best. But for how long will the celebrations continue? Because 4EC, they're wrapping up the compound and nades are being cooked up already. Coming in from all angles. Legit Needs to give that revival up quick. Joker needs to heal himself up. And they've got no idea where these players are. This can be an advantage for them in this fight, I see.
It's going to be a tough fight here as well, but for EC, they're checking every single corner but the outside, so they think it is kind of cleared, but they haven't really picked out yet here. So for EC, they're a little bit lost on where exactly is Soul. They're not making any steps here, but now with the rotations coming from the side, they do find him, and now here comes the jump shot. They take 2 down, and it's going to be a 2v2. No, make that a 2v1, but eventually they get overwhelmed, and 4EC will clean out Soul. What a unfortunate ending here for Soul, but they still get 5 finishes in total.
Yeah. One man from 4EC was actually confirmed as well, so they're not actually escaping from that fight unhurt. That is brilliant stuff coming in from Soul, at least. That last game did the damage control for this one. Circle, of course, shifting up north. This time it is going to be the fights of Siverny and Shooting Range. So excited to actually find out what Visista can potentially do. An action replay of the circles. What gave them the chicken dinner on their last outing. Want to find out, can Visista Esports still keep up the race for the semi-finals, or they are going to drop down into the wildcards?
Oh boy, Visista Esports was expecting the circle to actually shift down Shooting Range once again.
Yeah.
Seems like it is not going to be favoring them this time. Those mountain terrains and compound is out of play, right off the edges. But OG, they will be able to get dips on those compounds outside of Siverny. As for Team AX, Team Soul, unfortunate demise down towards the south side. Forced collision, which ended up in both teams tragically going out. Should not have happened. I wasn't expecting AX to actually take a little bit of a revenge grudge right there.
Yeah.
And it actually messed up Soul's entire composition, which allowed a third party through.
For Soul, to be honest, the downside of that fight wasn't really that much. They've got 61 points in the matches that they've played. They are almost certain to actually proceed to the semi-finals, a direct entry to the LAN event. But Team AX right now, considering what they've lost, is an opportunity to come out of their trenches. They've been in the mid-pack since eternity. And I feel like one more game remains for Team AX. Chances of semi-finals are going to be slim. But of course, Necro did remind me of the fact that majority of the teams, they're looking to avoid the elimination bracket. That is going to be the bottom 24. Speaking of which, you've got Oops and Evox duking it out, Shadow out in the open. Some shots being fired, but it seems like Evox, they are not interested in taking this fight.
Yeah, this is why I love about Evox here, especially here in the quarterfinals. Again, they're able to identify what's the priority right now.
Yeah.
Oh, there's somebody shooting. Guess what? We're out of position. Let's get into a proper cover before taking fights.
Yeah.
And that's something that I really admire about what they've been doing here. And it's going well for them. Like 56 points in what, 4 games? That's pretty impressive to me. But for now, they're going to be taking a little bit of pit stop here down towards the gas station outside of 70 on the east side. And they are going to try and keep tabs on what's happening. But inside Yasnaya, this fight is about to conclude as well as VST gets rushed here by 5 Comets. They're kind of taking a little bit too long here outside the zone.
Yeah, 1 man down, 5 Comets. They're going to scour on that finish point. A lot of loot as well. A little bit of replenishments in terms of the bullets. But VST, what is concerning is why was that man so split apart from the rest of your squad? Like, that doesn't really make sense. 5 Comets, of course, now the fact that they've got man advantage can actually proceed and take this fight head on and challenge VST for their compounds and of a few of those finish points. 5 Comets, if you look at where they are right now, 12 points from all the matches that they've played, certainly not enough to be completely safe. Would love to get inside of the wild cards.
Well, it's going to be a tricky spot to be in here, but they need to clean house right here, right now. VST getting hunted down as they are going to be pushing up the stairs here. VST still going to be holding those compounds here. Stage 3 on his way. Mets all-time low and 5 Comets. They're getting a little bit desperate here. Garut down to his last 10 bandages. And this may not look good here for both VST and 5 Comets if this gets dragged down a little bit too long. It's all in or nothing. Garut sees the Molotov. They are going to try and buy a little bit more time, but they need to get out of Yasnaya. The circle does not favor Yasnaya at all. It is a very long distance they have to go. Meanwhile, inside 70, Evox decides to go in for a crash, and Lastade takes the first down here.
Yeah, not just the first one. 2 men down as well. Showish couldn't really do much. Evox quick to capitalize on it. Now nades are being cooked up by Colin. A couple of those players in the back lines can be Visista Esports, can certainly cause trouble. Lastade right now looking to cut down their losses. 1 more nade being tossed out. Colin with the shotgun. Can he really find the connection? Yes, he does. Evox Esports quite easily take down Lastade. And there goes the hopes and dreams, the potential semi-finals. Last night at Esports, they've dropped down massively on the overall standings. And Evox, they're on that constant rise elsewhere. This is the fight that we've been talking about. I kind of have to be extremely critical of 5 comments. They lack creativity in opening these fights, but Vengeance and VST, they're doing a good job. They're finding these angles, and 5 comments, they're constantly being punished.
Well, time is ticking here. 1 minute 30 before stage 4 begins. And you can see Mets is running down pretty low. VST is the one with the first 8 kits, while 5 Comets is down low with those bandages here. Venom is still keeping Vengeance in check down low. But they really need to get out here. So I'm not a big fan of what I'm seeing.
Neither am I, to be honest.
Consolation prize, I would say. 4 finishes, either or. 4 points.
The fact is that both VST and 5 Comets needs to avoid the elimination bracket. The bottom 24 is not where you want to be in. Fighting for points, it's not really out there. 5 Comets have been dished out. VST finally win this fight. And look at the BMing coming through as well. But somebody's got to remind these lads, you've got to go back to the circle, play for points. You're not really out of danger.
Could you really blame them? 5 Comets just ruined their chance of making it to the circle right now. And that those 2 players, yes, it took a little bit too long, but oh well. I would be really mad too.
I don't believe that. I feel like I beg to differ. I feel like feeling bad about your opponents trying to stop you from reaching your target, that's the objective. You're supposed to be the ones to initiate the fight and potentially finish off as well, if you're good enough to qualify.
I think the right term would be zero civic sense.
Zero civic sense. Wow. IC now is finally getting some meme knowledge, ladies and gentlemen. Finally somebody give his Aadhaar card.
Well.
I would love you to actually have an Aadhaar card as well. The legal document.
Someday.
Someday.
Anyways,
hopefully
moving on.
never.
Moving on, the circle is going to be shifting outside of 70. Seems like learn from past, they will have those 4 compounds by themselves. They are kind of spread out. Personally, not a fan of what they're doing just because it is relatively easy to slam in. But it does have a very, very strong long-range control. So if nobody's going to be challenging them, they should have free reigns to dominate anyone and force them to be kind of scrambling outside here, just like you see on the minimap as well. Down to southwest, there is a cluster of teams. On the west side as well, there is a huge cluster. And teams in 70, well, they're pretty much messed up themselves.
Yeah, the only team who kind of will be extremely happy about this positioning has to be learned from past. A few blocks around the corner outside of Severny, I think they hold a few shacks, if I'm not mistaken. Those aren't really the best of spots, but at least they've got a good coverage of the circle. And speaking of which, it seems like the rest of the teams, they are quite close to the edges of the circle right now. GDR in a massive world of trouble as 4EC Esports starts lining them up. A couple of these players needs to pop off if GDR really want to fight for the wildcards. And this is going to be the penultimate opportunity. Destro, it's been long. We've actually seen a fabulous performance. Hasn't really troubled the scorers in terms of finishes, and now 4EC, they're knocking on the doors. GDR, they hear all the commotion and the engines wiring. It's just about time when they cross up that ridge, and as soon as they come up, I'm pretty sure GDR will be open fire. Just right outside the circle, as soon as they try and enter, I feel like they might just get shut down, but have a look at the replay once again. VST. This is the creativity that I was talking about, jumping down, finding those off angles, catching 5 comets off guard. This is something which VST should have done a long time ago.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, Faith, he was taken out to the blue zone. Vengeance is the one that makes it through inside the zone. And fortunately for him, he is going to be able to find a free entry here, considering that everybody's kind of stuck on the outskirts on the north side and the southwest corner. So he should be able to find a small little dip to kind of rat his way for some position points, but Hevox seems like they've pushed out of 70. They are going to be taking jabs onto a shooting range. Troy Timeline Esports is inside those compounds, and seems like Evox is able to spread out Kalinga from the far horizons as well. Kalinga Esports does have a very strong high vantage point themselves. Basista Esports can be said to be doing the same here. They do have center control. It seems like Basista has finally figured out this, I would say, the secret recipe on how they've been rotating here. Even though they haven't been like frag heavy, they've got 2 chicken dinners in the back, and they're on 4th position. Now they're still playing for center control, and I think they're looking for their 3rd chicken dinner.
They've got more position points as compared to their finish points.
Yep.
This time Esports just adopting a different strategy altogether. it's paying off. As long as it pays off, you don't need to change it. Right up front, of course, there are going to be the lads of Evox. The R-Trail still trying to line up the circle, potentially find the injection point. Looking at the mini-map right now, seems like it's going to be a little tough for them. They're completely out in the open. Trying to in Esports. The shot comes through, walks in, and the rest of the team, they open fire. You hear the shots, you hear the connection. Of course, Evil is going to go down. Evox just taking heavy fire from that angle itself. We do have the map in front of our screens right now. Evox here in the middle of nowhere, now falling into the hands of 4AC Esports. Shadow tries his best, the shotgun connects. He still survives, but shots from the back line, it's going to be too deadly. Troy Tamil in Esports, who wants to stop them dead on their tracks. One man left alive. Viper, or rather Hyper, is going to put a hyper end to that fight. Look at this, the GDR looking to make advantage of it. And here they come for the third party, and to get away with everything.
Oh boy, but at the same time, it's not over yet. That's going to be the fifth party also going to be coming through as well, as RCE tries to mix things up with a little bit of chaos as well. Even Kalinga Esports is going to be chiming in as well. Justin, Destro, they are stuck in a tough spot right here. They're pinned between two teams, but for some reason, Rapid Chaos Esports has been eliminated.
Yeah.
And God's Train, they still hold on. Destro going to be trying to pick up Neo from the sides here. Kalinga Esports going to be dropping a couple nades in, but with the zone coming in, they need to make a move. Neo tries to make a mad dash. He sneaks in and survives. There is a vehicle. They need to get out, and Kalinga Esports looking to lob the perfect nade. It seems to be a little bit off as of yet, but God's Rain, they will be able to get the reset here. Owen tries to take a little bit of sneak peek, but no connection so far, but they do get the markers through, and now Omega cooking up the nade. Does it connect? Neo dropping down low, and it does connect, and that is going to be a Neo down. God's Rain on the run, and Kalinga Esports picks him up.
Good picking coming in from Kalinga Esports as well. Just spotted God's Rain in deep world of trouble. Identified that there are going to be players who will be choked out of space and handed them zero mobility, to be honest. GDR still taking heavy fire coming in from Kalinga Esports. Shouldn't really have decided to stop. Destro and Justin fighting for life, keeping themselves alive. It's not going to be easy. Chris and Wolf Esports shots are being fired. Destro has been brought down. It's just one man left alive. GDR, they are staring at elimination potentially. Justin still trying his best. Has got those shotguns. S12K in close range. Man can certainly make it work, but Chris and Wolf Esports, they shut them down. GDR potentially have been eliminated from the quarterfinals, but they still have one more opportunity left. But for CWE, they're still taking heavy fire from the sidelines, and it is from the team, from their left-hand flank. It is a learn from past. And Honey, look at that. Still looking to close in the gap. I feel like they are potentially looking at yet another fight.
Yeah, it's going to be tough here, but seems like learn from past. They've got full control of all these compounds for the longest of time. Like you said, they are pretty spread out. They've got all the information they need to kind of work around this. And Circle does somewhat favor Decisive Esports. They have been laying low for those position points, and they are currently in the top 7. Oops, also trying to make an exit onto 70. And we are going to be expecting a major clash on towards the west side in particular, as OG is still gatekeeping Troy Tamil Esports. And even for Savage Kid on the far horizon, Oops was spotted out.
Yeah.
OG going to make sure they clean out as many people as they can. And it seems like both OG and Decisive Esports have very, very similar ideas on how they're approaching this game. Lay low, make it to the endgame circle, and then dominate.
But Oops, on the other hand, they're actually out in the open and quite spread out. The circle is, of course, going to shift away from them. Decisive Esports, the only team that will occupy the center, of course. Orangutan in the sidelines and learn from past as well. They've got a couple of compounds in. So might just sneak their way inside, but I'm kind of worried about Oops official right now. Savage Kid, I mean, he is kind of out in the open. He's been one of those big men coming in from Oops official, making all the differences, but they still need a lot more finishes, and it doesn't really seem like they are in a position to get them.
Well, for all things considered, pay attention to the zone as well. Again, the circle favors Decisive Esports. And for some reason, in the quarterfinals as well, they have figured out how to rotate in between the chaos. It seems like they should be able to do well, but the problem is, based on the center terrain that they are currently standing as well, they do not have vantage points.
Yeah.
That's going to be a big problem. But let's take a look at the recap of what happened initially on the big fight down to the southwest corner as well. Evox was the first one to try to make their way inside the zone, dodging Troy Temple and Esports from shooting range, and then immediately running into his 4EC, and then getting picked apart. And while this fight was dragging out for so long, we saw third parties coming from God's Rain, we saw fourth party coming from Rapid Gears and Esports, and that just became a free-for-all session between all these teams. And eventually, even God's Rain elongated the fight, allowing Kalinga Esports enough time to sneak in, also picking them off apart.
In my opinion, Gosrain did nothing wrong over there. They were pretty good in that third party. It's just Kalinga, and the timing of that push was just quite pristine. Look at the nade coming through Orangutan. They are going to get blown to smithereens as WizGod gets blown up. Orangutan, they are surviving Hellfire along with Troy Tamilian Esports. And Troy Tamilian, what a teamwork it has been. I'm not really sure if the nades were coming in from them, but they are going to be welcoming the damage. OG have been wiped off. This is yet another opportunity taking away from them 40 points on the overall standings. Needs to be found out if Orangutan are safe and potentially moving into the semi-finals. But of course, elsewhere, it is still going to be Kalinga Esports and Crescent Wolf Esports duking it out, and smokes have been laid by CWE. They are looking to block off those lines of sight since they are out in the open, but the nades are still going to come through, and the knock comes around. Dustin will be able to dodge those bullets, but of course, with the airstrike coming through, there's absolutely nothing that CWE could do.
Well, unfortunately for CWE, that is it for them. Kalinga Esports still has the high ground from the south side, but they are right on the edge of the zone. They have a couple of choices to work with as well. Do they want to take a fight against Troy Templin, or do they want to go in for the middle? Which in this case, I don't think they are going to be challenging Vasista anytime soon. So they have to play this a little bit off as well, but it seems like Oxid once again finds Savage Kid out in the open. Seems like he's going to be forced to disembark the buggy. Going to be out in the open, but is still in play in the zone.
Yeah.
Spokes has been set up, but Troy Temple and Esports, they continue to pepper shots. Oops. They can't seem to get enough break at all. And it seems like there is a reason why a majority of teams aren't coming in from the southwest corner. They want those high ground advantage.
Yeah.
And right now, oops, they're just getting bullied.
They're getting bullied, and the ones who are actually bullying them has to be Kalinga Esports and Troy Tamilian. Beautiful positions for either of those teams. Troy Tamilian have got that ridge to play across as well, but now the circle shifts out. As soon as their heads are around that swivel, I feel like shots might just come through. Look at this ridge for Troy Tamilian Esports. It's brilliant. They've got the line of sight, exposure on Oops Official. All those players can be lined up, but they themselves will also have to face the wrath of the blue.
Now, this is going to be the biggest test here for Vasista Esports. Technically, based on the minimap as well, Vasista needs to gatekeep 3 teams from coming in. But right now, because of how the terrain is designed as well, Kalinga Esports will be somewhat protecting them. Because every single team, the moment they make a move, Kalinga Esports is going to spot them out. And one of the first teams that needs to make a move right now is going to be Learn From Past, who still has the covers of this compound. But as soon as this zone closes in, Learn From Past has to push out, and they will be going for guns blazing push here.
I'm not really sure about the guns blazing part, because it's completely out in the open. Learn From Past, they've got those vehicles set, but the way Kalinga Esports have been marking down from up top, it seems like life is going to be so much more difficult. Shots have been fired. Oops Official, they challenge the likes of Vasista Esports, who are actually down in the trip. This is going to be exciting inside of shooting range. Tunnels have always been a death trap. And Oops Official, they are going to be marking the exits. Constant nades from the inside, which will cause problems. And from the outer side, it seems like Learn From Past are also going to come in to escalate problems. Look at that. It's a nade. Takes down one of the men from Oops Official. Learn From Past taking shots. Few men from Kalinga Esports have been knocked out as well. And Oops Official out in the open. I'm not even sure if Afu is going to be able to hold on to this position. Beautiful 2-2 split coming in from Learn From Past. I like this. And since there are going to be nades coming in from 2 different angles, Oops Official, they're going to get pushed back, I see.
Exactly. They're worried about Vasista Esports down low and Troy getting pushed from the east side. Learn From Past. Seems like they've scouted things out as well. It is getting a little bit too crowded down towards the bunkers here.
Yeah.
It seems like Vasista Esports, I thought they were able to get gatekeep the teams outside, but it seems like they were trapped all along.
Well, they certainly are trapped, but they can come out of that trap if they do take care of Oops Official. But Learn From Past are going to be quick on their feet. Dermy disembarking from the vehicle. That is not exactly what the doctor ordered. Taking so much damage, Learn From Past, who will have to fall back. Troy Tamilian are also knocking on the doors. Potential third party in the cards, but there's not enough time. Rushboy and Max join the party from the sidelines. Oxen finds so much connection From the backlines, they've got their own set of troubles as well. Kalinga Esports, wow, that combination was brilliant. Oxen and the nade. Finally, the trade comes through. Kalinga Esports not giving up as of yet. The fight is split up in two halves. Kalinga Esports in the dominating spree, but elsewhere, these three teams in a cluster. I don't even think they're going to start for long. Troy Tamil and Esports get exploded out of the lobby. And Learn From Past seems to be doing good, I see.
What a nade from Rush Boy. But Learn From Past, they finally clean out the south. Kalinga Esports, they have been put in a disadvantage here. PMWI and Omega has been knocked. And the only reason why Kalinga Esports hasn't pushed in is because of Learn From Past. And right now, the only way Learn From Past gets taken out right now, it's all up to Vasista Esports to make the play for Kalinga Esports. Learn From Past has the circle control. Kalinga Esports out in the open. And it seems like Kalinga Esports, they are going to deny points outside the zone as Archit gets taken out by Blue Zone. And just like that, I think Kalinga Esports, they are going to bow out on top 3.
Yeah, they've got no mobility, no smokes, no utility left in their arsenal. Team Learn From Past, they're going to be so happy about it. Yet another team just bowing out. This is potentially a chicken dinner from Learn From Past, and Vasista Esports is going to be their only foe. And they've understood, they've scouted out the terrain as well. No players inside. The only option left available is going to be the bunkers down below, and I'm pretty sure Learn From Past, they're going to absolutely lead it up. Nades and explosives.
They have to go in, right? It's just 2 points. Learn From Past, they have to risk it for the biscuit. You know, you guarantee yourself a chicken dinner, that's 4 points.
It's also
but if you get the points as well, it's a 6 points.
It's also a suicide mission, to be honest, to actually go inside of the bunkers and take that fight.
Yeah, but you have to risk it. There was 4v2.
I kind of miss those days where people used to block the exit ways with the vehicle and just absolutely burn it out.
Yeah, exactly. They could do that. But again, chicken dinner or 4 points. In this case, that's going to be the first knock, and they will be able to find Hector on the sides, and just like that, they clean them all up. Why not take everything?
Yeah, this Stiga took everything away from Vasista Esports as well. Beautiful winner chicken dinner from Learn From Past, and then I feel like this performance, yes, there were not really a lot of eliminations involved, but I somehow feel like this is the resurrection that Learn From Past needed. They've got one more game left to go. If the same happens, maybe with a different amount of points and standings, maybe I feel like Learn From Past can finally scare away the elimination bracket, make their way inside the wildcards.
Yeah, I agree. I think Learn From Past stands a very, very good chance actually making those wildcards as well. Semi-finals is a little bit too far off unless they have a very explosive game in the next round, which is the chicken dinner and like what, a 27 bomber, like what Seoul did.
Seoul just did.
I think Seoul has pretty much qualified for semi-finals as of yet here. They need like 4 or 5 points. They're pretty much guaranteed. But let's talk about the consistency of another team. Troy Tamil Esports, my oh my. This is the most consistent and most dominating performance I've seen Troy Tamil Esports from last year and this year in particular. I don't know if it's the comms or is it something changed, but Oxen was popping off big time in this game itself.
And the same can be said for Kalinga Esports as well. I feel like, yes, the start wasn't really that brilliant. They were in the mid-pack, but the way they've played their games today, it seems like Kalinga Esports are ready for the next stages, of course. But the chicken dinner stats from the team who took it all, it is going to be Learn From Past. They've got 7 eliminations in this particular matchup, 10 position points, so that makes it 17 points in total. From a situation where they were, I feel like on the overall standings, Learn From Past, they aren't going to be making big climbs, but that is at least a game that puts them out of danger. But of course, speaking of danger, there are going to be multiple names I see, and the one name we've been talking about since morning has to be God's Rin right now. Currently not really looking extremely good inside of the overall standings. Yes, for sure, they still have that one more game remaining, but I don't really think they can do much over there.
I think as of yet, for God's Reign, the best scenario for them in this next upcoming match here is get like 12 points. And they should be able to make it through in towards the wildcard stages.
Are you sure 12 points will make the cut?
Technically, they kind of made a little bit of climb right now here. They were 16th position, now they're someone in 12th position, maybe 11th now.
Alright.
So, I mean, like, getting 10 to 12 points should give them somewhere in the 9, hopefully barely crossing the mark into his wildcards.
So this is a conversation which I was having in the morning. I'm not looking at potential cutoffs, but targets to chase, and I feel like 30-pointer might actually avoid the elimination bracket. But of course, we'll talk about the MVP from the last game, Learn From Past, Termi in the final Log 1. It was finally a good news to see this man back in form. 4 eliminations, 416 points of damage. Learn From Past, they've been depending on the services of Termi for a while now. Finally, this man gets going, and Learn From Past, they get their chicken. But the top players, you've got Oxen from Troy Tamil, you've got Owen from Kalinga, Safu from Oops, and Aiden from Troy Tamil. I feel like I'm really surprised with Oxen and Hesperos this time from Troy Tamil and Esports. They gained 11 points from that particular game, learned from Boss with 17 and Kalinga Esports with 10 points, I see.
Well, at the same time as well, Vasista Esports, consistency has been the key. Position points over everything else. And guess what? They did get themselves 6 position points from that, and that's going to be finishing in out on top 2 in that game. But 2 finishes gives them 8 points. However, now, God's Reign does have one of the better performances in this game as well. They did have 5 finishes with 1 placement point, so that gives them 6 points. And again, they need a massive game if they want to stand a chance here. But let's talk about the overall damage report. What's really surprising for me is that in this damage report here, Kalinga Esports and Troy Tamil Esports were one of the most annoying teams to deal with. Troy Tamil Esports from the shooting range, Kalinga Esports from up the mountain, despite the all fiasco as well. And Oops, who came in from the south side of 70 in particular. But I was expecting a little bit more from Learn From Past, because they were the ones that had free raid outside of 70, which technically they have made enough presence to scare off teams from pushing their compound. So I was really expecting more coming from them.
Absolutely. Well, let's have a look at the overall standings right now. And of course, you've got Team Seoul up top, 61 points for them in the number 1 position. You were talking about Vasista Esports. They're in the top 4, 46 points from the 5 matches that they've played. Rangdan with 40. I'm not really sure if that's going to be enough for the semi-final bracket, by the way. You'll still have to fight for those extra 10 points that we are assuming, I see, right now. But then there are going to be signs of concern. Learn From Past did make that climb. Kalinga Esports did make that climb. Is it going to be enough? Last started taking massive falls in this one. They started their day on the 4th spot. Now they are in the 8th. And then, of course, in the 2nd bracket, you've got so many worlds of trouble. You've got Team AX out there on the 9th spot. You've got GDR. You've got teams like Oops Official who have been brilliant inside of the lobby. You see them making it to the top 5 every single time. You see them dealing damages, finding their knocks. But it seems like somehow, somewhere down the line, they are not being able to convert them into points. And that is hurting them right now.
Yeah, I agree. And as of yet, it's now or never. One final game decides their fates here. And their fates is sealed completely, because it will be completely depending on the other group's performance as well. So getting as high as you can is going to be the benchmark for the rest of the teams to chase.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, he mentioned it. There is going to be a target that you will chase, of course. But at Group C, they're going to be the ones who set the target for the rest of the team. One last game remains, and of course, the fate to the semi-finals. It will happen after a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello everyone and welcome back to BGIS 2026. The quarterfinals is on its way here. Today is going to be day 2. My name is ICBaby12 at your service, and we have Super Johnny to take you through the commentaries on this one final game for Group C in particular. And it seems like we do have a little bit of bounce back here from Learn From Past, but God's Reign in the gutters right now.
Yeah, that is quite surprising because considering the history the team has had, the history of the players, everyone kind of expected them to do well in BGIS, but this time I think since we were talking about it yesterday, that the top 3 from every single group, we can consider them getting promoted directly to the semi-finals. Well, since 24 teams are getting eliminated right here in the quarterfinals itself, that means technically the bottom 6 of every single group are under pressure. And God's reign, they find themselves in that bracket for Group C.
Oh boy, that's going to be a tricky spot to be in here. But for all things considered here, what's not tricky is that the current Royal Pass is available. It is going to be the Rebel Rogue Fox set. It is going to be available. Make sure to make a one-time purchase, get that skin, get the DP28 as well, and then max out the every single mission, every single day, and then get everything maxed out. And you'll get enough UC to buy next season's Royal Pass.
Pretty much, and all you have to do is, to max out your Royal Pass is pretty much play the game. So while you play the game, Discovery Island is active. You are going to be actively contributing to the overall prize pool of BGIS 2026 as well. So multiple rewards, multiple cosmetics that are there available inside of the game right now for you guys. But it is down to the last opportunity for teams like God's Reign, for teams that are struggling at the bottom, in the bottom 6 of Group C. And we spoke about one more thing yesterday. Group C, it's going to be chaotic. And in the midst of that chaos, today, out of nowhere, Team Seoul has had an incredible run.
Yeah, I think Seoul is pretty much qualified for semifinals.
Pretty
That's
much,
100%
man, yeah.
so far. But I agree with you. I think you brought up a very interesting side. Technically, the average expected countdown is that each group, the bottom 6 is going to be eliminated. So, I don't know. For me, if God's Reign want to survive, they've got to make it a top 8. And to make it a top 8 right now, they need about 15 points. So that's going to be 30 points above, plus.
Pretty much, and it's not going to be easy to be in that bracket, right? Because today, in fact, since yesterday, we also saw this happen on Wrangle when we saw the first game from the side of God's Reign, that circle towards Zark. He just completely threw them off, and they became the first team to get eliminated in that Wrangle yesterday. Things today do not change at all, and they're not looking good for God's Reign. I think even with the 30 bomber, they just stay alive in this tournament, heading towards that wildcard stage. And over there, they are going to have to perform kind of similar to the way Seoul is performing right now. Because let's be honest about it, it is time we see some redemption from this lineup of God's Reign.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I think the best performance I've seen all year, even from last year as well, was them just dominating the way through in the grind stages. But they have made a lot of surprises based on their journey last year in particular, is that for some reason, they always find a way to sneak in towards the next stage. So, for all things considered, a wise man once told me sometimes it's skill, sometimes it's basics, but most of the time it might be just luck. And I want to believe in Robin's luck right now.
Alright, I thought you were going to say that you want to believe in God's Reign skills rather than just luck pushing them forward. But I think I agree with you. It's a mix of both things for this team. But they aren't the only ones in the mix, right? You have a team like Last Star Day Esports, who started the day on a great note, but right now find themselves struggling in the top 8. They are in a position from where one brilliant performance in the upcoming Wrangle, a 30 bomber, or maybe even a 25-point game can propel them inside of the top 4. And they will see themselves moving forward to the semi-finals. But then again, today has not been kind to Last Star Day as well, just like God's Reign.
I agree. But at the same time, Last Star Day is in a situation where they're still kind of okay-ish. They should be able to quietly pass into the wildcard stages. But I'm more concerned on who's potentially going to be making it to semifinals. Seoul obviously going to be in. Evox, very close. But Troy Esports, this is something that I wasn't expecting at all. We know they have been somewhat consistent in the Tier 2, Tier 3 circuit. But this is the most dominating performance I've seen, especially in this recent 5 matches they played. Very consistent stuff. They were able to shut out a lot of teams. Their priorities has been on point. Oxen definitely surprised me in this previous game just because of his off-angle flank that caught OG off guard, got OG pinned and completely wiped them off.
I think Troy is just an incredible team, because it's not just about their performance today, but in fact even yesterday they were doing quite well for themselves. Very consistent, finishing in the top 2. So that sort of confidence, the aggression that we saw from Troy Tamilian, it caught me off guard, but I was excited to see what they will be able to do at the completion of their journey. And they have been consistent even today, doing quite well in the first 2 matches that they've played so far. The only thing is that, we have not seen them on those LAN stages consistently, but yet this team has a lot of experience. They have the smarts, they have the firepower to back it up. They just need a little bit of luck on their side as well. And I think this time it has been happening as far as the quarterfinals are considered.
Well, I definitely agree as well. But I think we need to bring in an expert here who had one of the most amazing runs last year in BGMI, in BGIS and also in BMPS. And I think he has a very interesting insight on what he thinks.
Well, I think you are citing towards an interview. So we're going to have a very special interview, ladies and gentlemen, and here we head inside the lobby.
हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है आप सभी लोगों का इनसाइड द लॉबी के एक और एपिसोड में, जहां पे मैं रहने वाला आपका होस्ट रावण एके विपुल, और मेरे साथ जुड़ने वाले हैं स्टोन बीजीएमआई। स्टोन बीजीएमआई, बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका। सबसे पहले कैसे हो आप?
बढ़िया ब्रो, आप कैसे हो?
देखिए, मैं बहुत बढ़िया हूँ, लेकिन एक चीज देख के मैं थोड़ा सरप्राइज हो चुका हूँ, क्योंकि हमने हमेशा देखा है कि आईजीएल डिसाइड करता है कि किसे बैठाना है, किसे नहीं बैठाना है, लेकिन खुद आईजीएल बैठ जाना ये बहुत कम हमने देखा है।
जी, अपने प्लेयर्स मुझे खुद बता रहे नहीं है, मेरा मिस्टेक्स बहुत हो रहा है। प्लेयर्स बताने में कुछ डर रहे हैं क्या पता नहीं है, लेकिन मैं सोचा कि मेरा डाउनफॉल है, तो मैं सोच के ही मैं खुद बैठ गया। तो चारों मिल के अच्छा कर रहे हैं, तो इसीलिए मेरा ही थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंट लो हूँ मैं अभी के लिए, तो इसीलिए मैं बैठना समझा जरूरी।
देखिए, बहुत मुश्किल होता है, लेकिन आपने जो डिसीजन लिया है, आई थिंक ओवरऑल टीम के लिहाज से काफी ज्यादा बेहतर साबित हुआ है। बट क्या फर्क आप देख रहे हो लॉबी के अंदर से जब आप खेलते हो और लॉबी के बाहर से अपनी टीम को खेलते हुए देखना, क्या अलग आपको लग रहा है?
हाँ, वही है, मेरे को लगा कि मेरा ही कॉन्फिडेंट लो था, लेकिन अपने दो बंदे भी प्लेयर्स का भी कॉन्फिडेंट लो है। बाकी तो सब सही कर रहे हैं, थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंट का ही इधर मिस्टेक हो रहा है। थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस से खेलोगे तो वो लॉबी डोमिनेट कर सकते हैं अपनी टीम।
3 मैचेस अभी आप तक के समाप्त हो चुके हैं, और 3 मैचेस के बाद जो ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग है, मतलब बहुत बेहतर भी नहीं है और बहुत साधारण भी नहीं है। तो यहाँ से आप किधर अपने टीम को इशारा कर रहे हो कि पूरा सेमीफाइनल की तरफ एफर्ट लगाना है, या फिर वाइल्ड कार्ड भी नजर में है?
हाँ, मुझे तो कॉन्फिडेंस से बता रहा हूँ कि मेरी टीम आज क्वालिफाई करके सीधा सेमीज पे चले जाएगी, इतना तो कॉन्फिडेंट है।
देखिए, भरोसा बहुत ज्यादा है, बट इंडिविजुअल परफॉर्मेंस बहुत ज्यादा देखने को मिल रहा है। जोएश की तरफ से 42% का फिनिश कंट्रीब्यूशन आया, बाकी प्लेयर्स उतना ज्यादा स्टेप अप नहीं कर पा रहे। आपके अनुसार वो क्या गलतियां हो रही है गेम के अंदर?
ब्रो, उनको पता है, सब लोगों को पता है कि मैं मार सकता हूँ, गन पावर है, सब है, लेकिन थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस से खेलना चाहिए। वही है मेन, टीम अपना कॉन्फिडेंस से नहीं खेल पा रही है। बाकी सब खेल रहे, जोएश खेल रहा है और मैनी कॉन्फिडेंस से खेलते हैं, लेकिन बाकी हम तीनों है ना, थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंट लो हो गया है अपना, जब बीजीएमएस खत्म होने के बाद, बीएमएसडी खत्म होने के बाद।
ओके,
तो मतलब कमबैक करते हैं
100%। आई मीन कमबैक यहाँ पे बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी होने वाला है। बट सोम, आई मीन मैचेस जब आप खेलते हो तो गेम के अंदर बातचीत तो बहुत ज्यादा होती होगी, बट मैच खत्म होने के बाद मैं एग्जैक्टली समझना चाहूंगा कि आपका क्या इनपुट अभी चल रहा है टीम के अंदर?
हाँ, मेरा तो अभी मैं कुछ बात नहीं कर रहा, क्योंकि ना अपना कोच के साथ उनका सब डिसाइड चल रहा है। तो मैं बस वही बता रहा हूँ कि आप कॉन्फिडेंस से खेलो, सब सही खेल रहे हो, बस कॉन्फिडेंस से फाइट लो, बस वही बोल रहा हूँ मैं टीम को।
स्टोन बीजीएमआई, मैं एक आखिरी सवाल आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा कि ऐसी कौन सी वो एक अंडर गॉड टीम है जो आपको बहुत ज्यादा इंप्रेस करके गई है?
वेल्ट स्पोर्ट्स।
एक नाम है आपके मन में, मतलब एग्जैक्टली बाकी टीम्स के कंपेयर में वेल्ट में आपने क्या ऐसा अलग देखा?
हाँ, सब मतलब आईजीएल भी उस पे असल्टरी बन गया है, चारों मिल के मार रहे सब ने तो उस पे फील ही नहीं आ रहा कौन आईजीएल कर रहा है, कौन असल्टर है, सब इक्वली मार रहे हैं सबको।
और यही मुझे लगता है कि एज ए टीम गेम हम बात करते हैं कि जब टीम गेम आता है तो ओवरऑल टीम बहुत अच्छा शाइन करती है। थैंक यू सो मच स्टोन बीजीएमआई, एंड होपफुली यहाँ से अगली मुलाकात सीधा सेमीफाइनल में हो। तो ये थे स्टोन बीजीएमआई, जिनका कहना ये है कि वो आउट ऑफ फॉर्म है, लेकिन उनके प्लेयर्स बहुत अच्छे फॉर्म में चल रहे हैं। बट इस एपिसोड के लिए इतना ही, मिलते हैं आपसे बहुत जल्दी।
I see what the best part about that interview was.
What?
It was the fact that this interview happened before the matches began, and now we know that the game plan for last starter was to try and qualify for the semifinals directly, but unfortunately today hasn't been the kindest to them, and I think now they are just hoping for a wild card spot.
Hey, it's not really over yet, for considering the fact that Lastade did get themselves 25 points before coming on towards the day itself. So semifinals not out of reach yet. Here, one massive game is all they need, and they should be able to bounce back. Which again, the benchmark has been set pretty high for Seoul, and we are going to see that huge vacuum of points here. We might see a lot of teams not making the semifinals from this particular group. But before that, let's talk about the overall performance graph of these 4 teams so far here. Seoul, Evox, and Troy, they've way past the 50 ballpark, but Vasista Esports only on 46 points with 2 chicken dinners, mind you.
Yeah, Vasista Esports, I think you see the graph, it just curves again and again. There are those peaks, but there are also the dips that happen. every alternate game. On the other side, I think the most impressive, consistent performance is put on display by Evox. It's kind of a straight line, not exact X is equal to Y sort of an equation, but it's kind of straight. And then you have Seoul, where you can clearly see that things changed, and for the better in match 4 itself. That massive, massive peak, as we see Seoul just take a massive leap from being somewhere around 15 points to just jumping in the early 40s. I think that was very impressive. But these are the finishes that the teams got. Now looking at the damage that they have dished out. And again, it is kind of proportionate to the amount of fights they've taken, the amount of finishes they've converted. So of course, Team Seoul, I think the most amount of damage racked up in that first game of today.
Yeah, it was based on Rondo as well. It was like 4,000 over damage as well. But aside from that, when we talk about consistency, Evox, Troy, Diamond Esports, and OG, they have been very consistent in just controlling the game in terms of spacing, in terms of zoning out as well. And I think this is something that they are very, very comfortable with as well. But Seoul just had one of the most impressive games as well, which is, again, every single fight they've taken, they've always tried to win it as much as they can. Even though they get taken out, they always get like 4 to 5 finish points in particular. So there was a very, very big contrast here. But again, like I said, I think the only odd one out of all the 3 graphs has to be versus the Esports. Yes, placement points, great. Chicken dinners, great. When tiebreaker situations, you win. But you need those finish points if you want to make it into the semifinals. And right now, in this particular group, we have 3 teams with a dominating lead. And they are going to create a vacuum of points, which may cause a lot of other teams from this group in particular to be eliminated, just because other groups are going to be able to rack up more points.
Hey, they're just making that list a little bit trickier to sort of predict, because as you mentioned, that vacuum also creates a very volatile situation at the bottom of the leaderboard. So that is something that all of the teams at the bottom are going to be cautious about. You might miss out because of 1 point, so you need a big game in the last one. But as we were looking at those graphs, and you did mention the performance, the big performances from the side of Seoul, I really have to say I love the consistency that is there from Evox and Troy the Million. Because you look at the fact that Evox was consistently getting those finishes, kind of equal amount of finishes in every single game, because of which they are in the top 3. And Troy the Million on the other side, their ability to pick fights consistently, because the damage graph, every single game was a straight line, apart from match number 1, where Troy the Million did not have a great start and were taken out early, which kind of signifies that they were proactively looking for the action, not really converting it every single time. But if you are looking for points, you are going to find points somewhere or the other. If you are going to just run around and play for survival, the situation with versus Esports, you will get those placement points, but those finishes are not going to be there, because of which your rankings eventually can kind of drop.
Well, this is going to be a very tricky situation here, but one final game will decide the fates of everyone in this group, and we're going to be jumping in towards match number 3 right here, right now, in this one final interview. Well, one final game decides the fate right now in Erangel, and this is going to be a very, very crucial one. The flight path is going to be coming from the south side, starting things off a military base, and then traversing all the way towards the mid-pack of every single place in this map as well. This might be the saving grace here for God's Reign, as they will be able to descend onto his military base first. So technically, well, a wise man once said, sometimes skill, sometimes strategy, sometimes prep, but sometimes it's a little bit of luck. And in this case, luck should be favoring God's Reign a little bit here in this game. Hopefully.
Yeah, that is exactly what we hope for. But it's quite ironic that when the one team that ends up dominating Military Island Circle actually starts playing their matches is when we start seeing those northern circles pop off, which has, as you mentioned, kind of ruined the game plan for the team of God's Reign. But we'll have to see. We still have hope. One big game and they can change their fate right here. Although at the start of the match, we are also keeping our eyes out for those drop clashes. And I believe Rapid Chaos, they are looking to take early control of Pachinki, but Flash with Toxic. They've dropped quite close to the players of Learn From Past and 4EC. 4EC, they keep on gliding towards Gutka or the Termi from Learn From Past. If he finds a weapon, he can find a knock as well.
Well, for all things considered here, the circle is going to be shifting onto his east side. We are going to be expecting the circle somewhere into his shelter. outside of shelter as well, where all the roadside compounds going to be in here. But
Look up north, Icy. Look towards Severny. What's going on? It's Oops and OG.
uh-oh. That's going to be a little bit of awkward fight there, especially on the north side. But Learn from Past now on the hunt against 4EC as they go in for the rush here. But Rush Boy with the crossbow tried to get a very cool shot. Unfortunately, no connection for him.
Yeah, the crossbow, it's not quick enough to make plays like this. But Learn from Past, I think they will be happy with the map control they have been able to gain by pushing the side of 4EC away. It's a 2-2 split being used by the players from Learn from Past. 2 players down towards Ferry Pier and 2 players roaming up north in the fields of Gatka. But Oops, I was a little bit worried about the players from Oops, to be honest, when we saw them being surrounded by OG right off the bat. Oops hasn't been doing great. They sit on the 10th position in the overall leaderboard with 19 points to their name. But let's not forget, they can still avoid getting eliminated from this tournament.
Exactly. It's going to be tough here, considering the fact that there is 4 groups playing and everybody is eyeing for those spots. And technically, on average as well, the predicted teams that is going to be eliminated here is the bottom 6 of each and every single group. And right now, being in the bottom 6 is not exactly a safe spot to be in, just because, number 1, you have to leave the fates and hands on towards other groups' performance. Number 2, you have to also leave the fates of potential POV checks, which may or may not hurt you. And again, leaving that to fate is not exactly a good thing. Especially when you're competing against the best of the best.
Hey, but if you want some exciting cosmetics, you have to try out and go for the spins and, well, leave it to the fate. And of course, if you do end up finding these amazing cosmetics for yourself, do share your happiness with us as well. We're going to be happy for all of you. But I think based on the position that they have in the map right now, Team Seoul are going to be quite happy. They have decent control of the open farm fields, and they can potentially gatekeep anyone pushing in from that western edge of the play zone. Few targets that I can think of. Learn from Past. God's Reign if they decide to cross over from the military bridge, and 4EC potentially can have a run-in with the players of Seoul. But look at Yasnaya Poliana. It looks peaceful as of now with the players of VST controlling the entirety of the city, but there is a development over here as well with 5 Comets taking control of the western edge of Yasnaya Poliana. So potential conflict, maybe. We're going to find out in the next few minutes.
Oh, it might happen here, but as of yet, no major drop clashes yet, though. There is going to be a lot of stalemate here. 5 Comets versus VST round. I don't know. That's going to be too many rounds to count here, because the last round, VST was able to win against 5 Comets, but at the expense of each other getting taken out by the zone somewhat. And they were a little bit late to actually rotate in zone, but it seems like 5 Comets, they finally made the decision to actually dodge the fight completely as they loot up a couple of places from Yasnaya and going to be looking to try and get center control. So they are going to try to win a potential game in this round, and the only way they somewhat make it past the bottom 6 is a massive chicken dinner. So it's going to be now or never here for both 5 Comets and also VST. A big, heavy game.
Yeah, they need about 20 points, 20 finishes, and a chicken dinner. And only then maybe 5 Comets, they survive till the wildcard stages. But this game, based on their position, I was getting excited and worried for them at the same time, because we spoke about VST in control of Yasnaya. Well, what we did not talk about was Oops all the way over towards Stalber Hill. Can cause trouble for 5 Comets. We'll find out. But God's Reign, we see them cross that military bridge. An early rotation again, but have to be cautious. If you remember a few moments ago, this is exactly where the players of Learn from Past were lurking.
This is such a tricky spot to be in as well for God's Reign, who had one of the most scariest journey in 2025, somehow making their way into his BGMI as well to represent your country. And for them to be taken out right here, right now in quarterfinals is just very, very unfortunate. This is a grind team we're talking about.
Yeah.
And to see them struggle like this is heartbreaking, I would say.
Agreed, it is. And this is something that I think is going to wake up a lot of the hot take, so-called Tier 1 teams. You slip up, you're going to get eliminated. And this is why I love these late stages of BGIS 2026, the unpredictability that you get to see. But have AX predicted a conflict against the players of 4EC and Vicista Esports in tandem. From the radar, 4EC and Vicista Esports within the line of fire. AX staying towards the southern side of the river. Should be able to avoid this fight, but 4EC, their decision to just stay back, let Vicista Esports through. It can backfire upon them. There's one more team still in the George Paul containers. That is CWE, but Seoul, finally, the first bullets have been fired in this game. Seoul taking shots on Evox.
This is going to be a tough battle here. But at the same time, Seoul, they've been very strategic in their locations for quite some time now. And I'm really liking what I'm seeing. Just now, they fell out a little bit short just because they were contested by AX, but both Seoul and AX does have very, very similar ideologies on where they want to prioritize here. And it seems like Seoul, they were able to scout out Troy Templin Esports. They have a little bit of flip over, but Troy Templin Esports fires back from afar, and they are able to make it out, but they are forced to take a hard pit stop right here. Lens is trapped, and Seoul has got them pinned. Lens pinned between two players, legit from the far front here. But legit is out and open as well. He is going to take a little bit of a return fire from himself. And I think Kalinga Esports and Evox is going to be chiming in, and legit gets taken out.
Yeah, quite unfortunate for the players of Seoul taking a fight out in the open. And yeah, there is no saving legit. But I have to say, that was quite lucky for the players of Troy Tamilian Esports with that vehicle, that coupe going out of control, and them eventually just finding cover in that shack. Ideally, you would not expect a team stuck in a field position like that to survive, but Troy Tamilian Esports somehow do keep their numbers intact. But shift of the zone towards Shelter and Milta, and you look at that cluster forming towards the southern edge. Learn from past. God's Reign is there. Troy Tamilian Esports, the players from Evox, and Seoul sitting smack center of the play zone.
Yeah, but at the same time, Troy Tamilian Esports was able to reposition because of that pickoff of legit by Evox. So Seoul is not too happy they've lost legit, but they're, again, Seoul, do they really care? They're pretty much qualified for semifinals. And now practicing, I guess, to try and go for a pincer attack. And I like the idea. They pin Troy Tamilian Esports in one of the awkward position, force Lens to be stuck out and open, but I think Troy Tamilian Esports is able to reposition, get him out. So unfortunately, the idea was great, but Troy Tamilian Esports was able to get out.
I think this is, again, turning out to be a very sweaty game from here on out, because you see the teams that have made it into these open positions between Shelter, Farm, and Milta. If they find some cover, there is no incentive to fight from there. But if you are trying to breach the zone, you are going to be put through a meat grinder. That is what was about to happen to VST, but they find some cover, walk away from gunfire of Kalinga Esports. Now, this ridge, I don't think it can keep VST safe for long, because even Vicista Esports are present towards the western side.
It's going to be a tricky spot to be in here, but VST, they know this is going to be the famous spot here of just snaking your way, hoping that nobody pushes you. And if the circle shifts out towards the northern intersections, they are going to be very happy. But Lastari, they take a little bit of pit stop outside of Milta, as they do find a couple of I would say rabbit holes to kind of sneak up their way through, but it seems like they will be able to find a compound themselves and realize that, hey, this is a free compound. Let's just take it, because Evox is firing back and they have to reposition. And they will settle with this compounds on towards the Milta Hills itself. Not a great spot to be in, considering that it's not exactly center control, but it's still better than nothing.
Yeah, but if the circle moves towards anywhere towards the west, then Lastari moving out is going to be a big challenge. But OG outside of the play zone, a fight against 4EC. They have an opening as Abe has been knocked out, but 4EC choosing to fight, and OG getting aggressive for these frags. They need finishes. They are still eyeing a spot in the semi-finals, OG, but it's not going to be easy. They need a big game on Wrangle, and look at Wizgod and Atanki charge forward. Krish IGL knocked out thanks to the blue. Numbers in this fight equalized. Wiz needs to be careful. The nade was close, but he's still alive. And I think he wanted to get aggressive, wanted to push Hyper, but backs off. Hyper with the nade gets knocked out in the stairwell, and Fuzi taken out right behind the house. OG, a cleanup. And 4EC eliminated very early in this game, and I think I see, unfortunately, from BGIS as well.
Yeah, that's pretty much it for 4EC. The chances of making it to the next round is pretty much done and dusted. But OG's climb and fight for survival for semifinals is not over yet. Last year's cutoff was 47 points, and that's without Rondo. It wasn't the map of Sandhawk, so technically it could go even higher. So technically for OG, the only way they qualify in the semifinals right now is a massive game with a chicken dinner. And it's now or never. They are on the right track. They've got 4 finishes. But can they make it into the end game is going to be a completely separate matter. Lestade forced to rotate away from the east side. Like you said, the circle did shift onto his west side. They are getting shot from afar. In this case, they are able to sneak past Evox, but they're not really over yet. But Joyish gets taken down. Oops was able to fight a knock here. And Lestade down a player out in the open.
Not enough cover available for everyone in those hills. And Lestade, they might end up losing players here. Although the fact that they're surrounded, there are a lot of teams present in the mix, can also keep them safe because everyone will be too afraid to move out, of getting knocked out, of losing players. But yeah, Lestade, things not looking good. Joyesh, he gets finished off. Evox on the other side, turning into the gatekeepers of the east. Oops spotted out, shots fired, but still no knock.
It's going to be a tricky spot to be in. But speaking of which here, another team looking to fight for survive here is going to be Crescent Wolf as they can make it their way from the west side. But seems like OG is going to be hunkering down onto the shelter before they make their entry. And this is going to be a tricky spot here. OG are playing onto edges and Oops has been gatekeeping them for quite some time since the 70 rotations. And there you go, KOB looking for a spray here. Savage Kid gets a couple shots through. But unfortunately, his car is pretty much dinged up, and I think he was able to find an off angle. That's going to be the knock here. Oops. Now it's all actions on you. Do you go in for the save, or do you risk cutting off the limb to save the body in this situation? But OG does not give them time to react, and they go for the push.
Yeah, this is the beauty of Orangutan. Once they have the upper hand, they are going to put pressure on the opponents. And the charge on the players of Oops, still looking for that second knock. They haven't found it yet, but closed in a lot of distance. That smoke, it is going to deny vision and deny the ability to engage to the player Afu from Oops as well. And the nade from OG, it gets them the second knock in this fight. Lost 2 players from Oops. They're hiding in those bunkers, but I think OG, they have everything under control. They have the eastern edge of this play zone under control. And 6 finishes as well in this game. So from here on out, I think a top 4 finish should help them cross that 47 cutoff that you were talking about, IC. Although, I believe the cutoff is going to be somewhere around 55 or 60 this time around.
Well, it might go even higher, right?
Could be,
Rondo.
yeah.
But the journey is not over yet. OG, they're barely at the edge of the zone, and they need to push across the road. And right now, there's so many teams looking at them. It's going to be Kalinga Esports. It's going to be Lestade as well. But meanwhile, they are going to be putting a pause for OG. So themselves getting attacked here from farm. And somehow, they're able to win the fights here. But Arjun is able to pick Goblin apart here. The knock comes in, and they should be able to get the reset. They are stuck down on the ground floor of those Harry Potter towers. But God's Rain, they're really making a bounce back here. Destro is out of the equation, but they need finishes here. God's Rain. It's now or never. They're inside the zone. And they need to start hunting people. But who can they hunt? They have a compound. Do they want to give this up? I don't think so, though.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. And God's Rain, we spoke about them at the start of this game. Very important for them to literally win this match, the chicken dinner. And it needs to be a big, juicy one as well. But talk about juicy stuff, and Troithamillan Esports versus Evox. This is a fight you can't miss. Hesperos kicks things off as Carlin falls. But trades coming through for Troithamillan as well. They've taken out Shadow. Evox looking to control this fight, but losing players. Spy, how is he still alive? I thought there was going to be pressure from the flank, but Evil, he gets taken out. And now this fight is in control of Troithamillan. There's the P90, but the angle is not there. Evox, they bring it down to 1v1. It's Oxen against Spy. The nade looks good, but Spy repositioned, still alive, still on his feet, still willing to fight.
And it's going to be a 1v1 here. A fight for survival. Spy and Oxen, the tabletoppers, going mad at each other as well. The nades from Spy. Try and zone him up. But he needs to save his teammates here. But he is going to be looking for confirmations from Spy here from Evox. As Troithamillan Esports now making for a push. Oxen It's now or never, but seems like he's able to regroup with his Sparrows right on the side, but Spy was able to scout this out. The smokes comes in, he is going to try and punish him as well. Now Oxen going from the sides here, gets an upper hand in the shots, but it is still down low, half and half for both players.
He threw out the smoke to deny the revive, made Oxen think that was a nade. Brilliant move for Spy, but the fight is not yet over. Oxen is waiting with the DBS, the spam from the left. No contact. Oxen still has the upper hand in the HP. Now he knows Spy has pushed through the smoke again and again. Peek around the corner, but the reflexes aren't fast enough. He can't recorrect his aim quick enough. Evox still alive. 5 eliminations secured, and what a play from Spy. He's so lucky, but also a master manipulator. That's what I have learned from that fight.
That was so unfortunate as well, but yes, I agree. Master manipulator. But Oxen, he was down low. He had the DBS, but he got out-traded.
Yeah.
He hit the shot, but it wasn't complete. And on the other hand, Spy was able to get the full shot in and one pump his way through. So, small little victories, but at the same time, a very, very close battle between two of these players. Impressive stuff coming from both Troy Dominant Esports and also Evox. And even then, Evox was able to get full reset because of Spy's clutch. It's not over yet. But meanwhile, let's talk about the circle that is going to be heading their way down towards the north side. And Rapid Chaos Esports does have a little bit of sense of control, but down towards the south side, Learn from Paz and also Kalinga Esports going to be having a little bit of a run-in.
And this time, I do not think there is a way for Kalinga Esports to bounce back. 2 players knocked and finished off. Learn from past, 3 eliminations secured. And you can see on the radar the other 2 players from Kalinga Esports on the flank, but right, it's the last man, PMWI IGL, but he can't do much. He is in an open position, so if he steps out, either Manny from Last Stade or Learn from past are going to finish him off, and Kalinga will miss out on a few crucial placement points, but based on where they are and where OG is, it doesn't change a lot. And VST, their early exit from this game also doesn't change much. They have 18 points on the board. I see that's not enough points, I believe, even for wildcard.
Yep, but at the same time, Devotee's nade, that was an insane half-court shot. What a nade.
True.
That was very precise as well. Nicely done from Devotee from AX. But again, when we talk about survival, even AX is also trying to fight for survival to try and make it to those wild card stages. This is going to be the group that is going to be setting the benchmark for the rest of the groups, of other groups to try and chase here. It's going to be a tricky spot to be in. And Evox now overtaking Seoul as the table toppers with 65 points, trying to make their way into semifinals, and they should make it through.
Let's see. Hope is still there. Evox right now dominating this overall leaderboard and dominating this match as well, refusing to go down. Look at the amount of rounds committed from Learn from Past to try and pick off someone from the side of Evox, but they seem to find no contact, and every single time Max has gotten a hit marker, he can't seem to readjust his aim to just mow down the entire clip on the same position. So that has been a challenge for Learn from Past over there. But let's see, still opportunity for Learn from Past. They have numbers to work with. They need a big chicken dinner, but Manny Jord, he's been waiting in the shack for a long time, and is going to be the result for God's Reign, taking yet another early exit. They end this journey 15th on the overall leaderboard with just 15 points.
This just might be over.
Yep, it is.
The run for God's Reign to qualify just might be out of it completely. It's guaranteed out.
Unless there are a bunch of teams from the other 3 groups that end up with 0 points.
Unless.
A big
there
unless.
is potential POV checks. But aside from that, it is going to take a miracle for God's Reign to qualify. But aside from that, it is pretty much done for them. But the Stade Esports next to fall as well, trying to qualify for the semifinals. And the chances, as it currently stands, they are in the semifinals. But the other groups has not completed the match yet.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, technically, so you're using Necro's strategy right now since only 16 teams have played. All 16 are in the semifinals as of now. But Going back to the match and waiting to see exactly how many points these teams are going to end up with. I think last Saturday, 30 points. It should be okay for the wildcard stages. But Vicista Esports, 51 points. I think we should focus a little bit more on Vicista because from the top 4, it's just them and Evox remaining. OG is there as well, trying to chase down Troythabil and Esports. Right now, the target for OG and Vicista is to crack that 57-point marker just so they get a little bit of safety net to work with. Because if you think about it, we have 4 groups, 16 teams per group. And based on the number of teams getting promoted to each particular segment, be it the semi-finals, be it the wildcard stage, or be it the elimination bracket, you can safely say that top 4 from each group go to the semi-finals. That's 16 teams. 5th to 10th place team from every single group head over to the wildcard stages. That is your 24 teams right there. And then bottom 6 are basically getting kicked out. So you have to avoid being in the bottom 6. And then for semi-finals, you need to try for the top 3 of your group. You get that safety cushion if you have to.
Agreed, but as of yet, Vicista Esports is setting the benchmark as well as the top 4 from this group itself. And technically, if there is a tiebreaker, Vicista Esports should be able to win this hands down just because they've already gotten themselves 2 chicken dinners. But they need a massive performance from this game. Same can be said for OG, same can be said for Learn From Past. Maybe not Learn From Past here, unless they wipe out the entire lobby itself. But AX also looking to try and fight for survival, and Vicista Esports now gonna try and put a stop here against Team AX. Devotee with those nades from the sides. Aryan also going to be naded by Vicista Esports, but they need to push inside the zone as of yet.
And there's another fight happening at the same time that could decide the fate for Vicista Esports. We just saw on the finish feed, OG has started to fall. 2 players were knocked out. They've recovered 1. Can they get the second revive going? In the meanwhile, as you were talking about, Vicista against AX, Vicista Esports needs the elimination points to work with. This is the same thing we were talking about before we jumped into the action. I see Vicista struggling for finish points. And this fight against AX, if they win this, I think they should be able to move towards the semis. They should be able to tumble over Troythabil and Esports outside of the top 3. And here comes the push. Shayan and Some, they make the move, but Some, that's an off angle to work with, and he might just falls, but no! Some finds the knock. Aryan, he gets sandwiched, gets taken out, and all of a sudden, Vicista Esports, what a turnaround!
Oh my goodness, look at Saw May's movements as well. He's on Ultra Instinct mode right here, right now. Scouts out there for a pass, goes for a pre-fire, gets another knock, almost getting the knock here. Saw May, you gotta calm down here. This is the quarterfinals, and as soon as I say this, he gets punished for it. As Rush Boy finds a little bit off angle, but we do see a 440 coming in. It's gonna be Rapid Chaos Esports that comes in, and Vicista Esports, they are out of this game.
What just happened? What happened to Vicista? The timing, the execution of the fight against the players of AX was perfect, but did not account for the third party, and Rapid Chaos and Learn From Past chiming in at the perfect time. My goodness, Vicista Esports falling short of the top 3 just because of 1 point. Their fate is going to be decided once the overall leaderboard is out, but we are down to the top 5 of this game with OG still alive, but down to their last 2 players. Evox, I think they are going to have to take a bow. They are going to have to admit that, yeah, they can't win this chicken dinner. But 69 points on the overall leaderboard, that's a wonderful run in the quarterfinals for Evox.
Now, you talked about potentially making it into the semifinals here, and the cutoff may be higher than last year's performance here. Of course, yeah. And like you said, it might be 57, 58 points here. And Learn From Past, technically, if they get the chicken dinner and clean out the lobby, they should be able to sneak into the top 4 as well. So it is still a very, very possible run here, but Learn From Past, 11 finishes from this game, and Evox now trying to defend, which, again, they are the current table toppers here with 69 points. But OG now, they find Learn From Past, they try to shut them all out. They themselves looking to fight for a top 4 position themselves.
And Learn From Past, they are going to be eliminated from this game. Last 2 players left alive, making a rotation out into the open like that. The punish comes through from OG, Rapid Chaos. They find the last player from the set of Evox. Spy, well, he's been sent back to his agency, but let's see. OG, we were talking about them. Need a chicken dinner. Need a massive performance. 10 eliminations secured, down to their last 3 players. The only team that can ruin their day is going to be, well, Kalinga Esports, because I believe PMW IGL has a line of fire to pick off the players of OG. Rapid Chaos towards the northern side of the ridge should be safe, but Rapid Chaos, they pick him off. Now, the final 3v3 RCE versus OG.
Well, the stakes are pretty high for both these teams. OG trying to fight for the semi-final slots, while Rapid Chaos Esports is going to try and pull the benchmark even higher for the qualifications for the wildcard stages. It's going to be a tricky spot to be in. Both teams looking for a win. A fight for survival. OG pretty much safe for the next round, guaranteed. But where do they start off? Wildcards or semi-finals? It all comes down to this one final match. This match is going to decide the fates of both these two teams in this progressive rounds here in BGIS 2026. And with the stakes this high, Rapid Chaos Esports seems like they are going to send Toxic from the sides here, trying to scout things out. AKOP trying to bait things out for a little bit of reactions here. It seems like AKOP is looking for a life ping for a potential tandem nade here coming from the rest of OG, but they're still pretty spread out right now.
It's going to get tricky. A lot of questions have been raised on OG with the kind of run they have been having in this year's BGIS. And I think these are the kind of performances that shut down all of the criticism that's been there. As you were talking about AKOP, I think the star frontliner from the Ape Army wants to draw the attention of Rapid Chaos towards himself. And if you can find an opening with that nade, it's going to be incredible. That will or should help OG swing this endgame fight completely in their favor. There's the exchange, a sliver of HP. How is he still alive?
Oh my goodness, AKOP. He was able to survive that with just 1 HP. Now forced to go for the reset. Rapid Chaos Esports does not know that that has happened.
Yeah.
It seems like they will not push the medal, so OG momentarily is able to get a little bit of reset, but AKOP does not have 100%, so needs to wait out for those boosts to actually work with. As Atenki does have 3 nades, sends one off to try and get a potential pick up on Rapid Chaos Esports. They're still uncertain of where OG is. Atenki with this ghillie suit is making it very, very difficult for Rapid Chaos Esports to spot him out as well.
And this is getting dragged for ages now.
Oh,
And all thanks to the fact that I believe both the teams are aware of each other's positions, and Atenki, a brilliant move comes through, finds the opening, the flank. Dhruv from Rapid Chaos knocked out. Now OG, they have the upper hand to close things out. AK in a position to shut down Toxic as well, while Arjun has to deal with Wiz. The nades, they almost take him out, but somehow Wiz is still standing.
Oh my goodness, Atenki was able to save WizGod's lives as well. They knew Rapid Chaos Esports knows WizGod's position. He is kind of trapped. But they are going to go for the reset here. The Molotov is stopping WizGod from going for the push here. They are out of utilities. So OG is still waiting for AK to look for the pick here. Toxic still alive as well. Going to be contesting from the high ground itself. And in this case, whoever dominates the high ground is going to be able to clean down the game. So Toxic and AKOP is going to be the ones that decide the fate and the outcome of which team is going to come on top. Oh my goodness, they're right side by side, and AKOP gets the first spot through, and he gets the knock, and that's the opener that OG needs to close out this game.
Yeah, and I think it is going to be a straightforward end for the players of OG here. The last player left spotted out, just a few shots round the corner, and OG, they are able to get a cleanup, a nice performance in their last match of the quarterfinals. And I believe with this, they should be comfortable inside of the top 3, but because of this comeback, I think the cutoff for this group, it is going to be very difficult to predict.
Exactly, but at the same time as well, the benchmark is kind of high right now, so the target to chase for the semifinals from the rest of the other groups is about 55 to 57 points.
I would say go save 60 points.
Yeah,
Pretty
and
much.
so far only Soul and Evox has done it.
Yeah, pretty much. And I think incredible performances from both those teams. Soul, the performance today was quite nice. But for Evox, I have to say I love the fact that they were the most consistent team in this particular group. Group C, we saw how chaotic things were from yesterday till today, and Evox survived all of those things. OG, alright, I'm not going to take anything away. That was a wonderful run on this angle, but why do you have to make us wait for so long? It was the last game of the quarterfinals. Why can't you play like this from the start?
Well, I kind of agree. You know, consistency is an issue, but at the same time, OG, they still prove their worth. They are still crawling their way up. But nice little recovery here coming from Rapid Chaos Esports. Unfortunately, their run into the semifinals is over, but they will have to wait for the results of each each and every single other group. So whether or not will they be able to make it into his wild cards as well. So I would say give them a little bit of props here, but at the same time, Atenki, you know, he has been covering WizGod and taking advantage of the fact that he does have a gliss suit. It's so hard to actually spot him out, and Rapid Chaos Esports just cannot find Atenki at all. So nicely done here coming from Atenki. But OG, what a recovery. Who would have thought they'd actually make a bounce back from this game?
That is actually true, because at the start of the day, I expected OG might take a tumble, and they could be in a situation that God's Reign is right now, and that situation is facing elimination. But brilliant recovery from OG, brilliant recovery from Seoul, but there was one more team, or in fact, two more names that we expected to see recover. We did not know because the competition is very tight. It's the quarterfinals, for crying out loud, but Team AX and Kalinga Esports, they still finish middle of the pack. I think both the teams are going to be heading towards that wildcard stages, but I don't know if they will be able to survive the wildcard stages.
Well, they have to go through a few checks as well. Number one, POV checks. Number two, are there any kind of more disqualifications, which I absolutely do not enjoy. Number four would be, well, their fates are decided by the rest of the other pack. And another group that is going to be completing their matches today is going to be Group A later on. Yeah,
it is going to be exciting to see what happens with Group A and how things are going to turn out over there, because it was an incredible outing from the teams. But we are going to talk about the outing for this group, Group C. Learn from past. Termi, he becomes the MVP for this particular match. Learn from past, they were having a very interesting run. I mean, towards the end, it felt like, okay, you pointed it out that if these two players secure a chicken dinner, they can finish in the top 4, maybe the top 3 as well. But at that very moment, they decide to run out into the open, a desperate rotation, and get taken out by Orangutan.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate here coming from Learn from Past, but all things considered here, with this game's performance, I think Learn from Past was able to secure a decent amount of points to sneak in into the wildcard stages.
Yes.
But joining them here, we do have Arjun as well, AKOP, with a very dominating performance. But let's talk about the overall standings from this game. 23 points here coming from AOG, Rapid Chaos Esports with 14 points for Learn from Past. Evox, despite a pretty okay-ish game, they still got themselves 10 points. That's a huge lead.
Yeah, that is a huge lead, but I thought Evox was aggressive in this game. They got, I think they got 4 eliminations very early, and we just kept seeing their name pop up in the finish feed, but turns out, maybe it wasn't Evox. But good thing for Kalinga Esports, they try to play for survival, but no placement points in the one game that they needed in. And same goes for AX. This is why I wanted to say, like, all right, we expected big things from them, but they haven't really performed. Last Starter Esports, I think I'm okay with this kind of run from Last Starter Esports. Yes, some of the players from the side have a lot of experience, but we have spoken about the fact, and in fact, we saw the interview earlier as well, that the IGL himself has subbed himself out because he wasn't feeling confident. He's letting the fraggers of the team do what they want to do. But yeah, we have the overall leaderboard. Evox, they end their journey of the quarterfinals with 70 points. You have Seoul on the second with 65, OG on the third with 63, and then Troy Million on the fourth with 57.
Well, this is going to be a tough one here. Who's going to be expecting to go towards the semifinals? Because theoretically here, the top 4 from each group should make it into the top 16 for the semifinals. But again, the cutoff may be a little bit higher based on the other group's performance. But as of yet, 17 points is the points to beat, and Evox has pretty much set the benchmark as the highest points in a particular group itself. I would say they are guaranteed in, so pretty much guaranteed. OG, not so sure yet. I'm not too sure yet whether or not if they're in.
I think 63, it depends on how the teams from the other groups end up playing, but I think 63 points should be good enough to keep OG inside of the top 16. So
the lower 16, huh?
Pretty much. So I think they will be moving to the semifinals, but top 5 players from Group C, and again, all right, Joker has been incredible. He has been consistent for I don't know how many years, and the form that he has been, especially since the quarterfinals rolled around, has been incredible. And I think Spy from Evox also deserves a lot of praise. He was also quite phenomenal yesterday.
Yeah, even just now as well, his 1v1 with Oxin from Troy Esports, it came down a wire. That was the only time that Troy Esports has been inconsistent out of the 6 matches that they play, and it actually pushed Evox to the limit, and it actually also pushed Troy Esports to the limit as well, where every single player was taken down, came down to his 1v1, it came down to outplays, it came down to just a millisecond of an angle between a connection from a DPS shotgun and an S12K. So props to those two fights, but unfortunately, you know, it came down towards one small little pixel, but it was Evox that came out on top.
It's the quarterfinals. You think about stuff like that, and well, guess what? Things from here on out, once you move to the wild card, the semis, it's just going to get worse and worse. The punishes are going to get better from the opponent, so it is important to make the least amount of mistakes. But that was the end of the journey for Group C. We're going to go on a very short break, but you guys don't go anywhere, because coming right up is going to be the matches of Group A, and we'll be back after this break. Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, that was the conclusion of the journey for Group C in the quarterfinals. We have to wait for the rest of the groups to conclude their journey. But before you conclude a journey, you have to begin it. And right now, it's going to be the beginning of the second half of the journey for Group A. And joining me, it is going to be none other than the man who brings the chaos, Necro.
Wow.
Because Group A has been very chaotic.
Yeah,
So
Group
I've
A
heard.
definitely has been really chaotic. And there's lots going on, of course, behind the scene as well. But focusing on what exactly happened inside of the Group C. God's Reign! Trophy Magnet! It seems like he's lost his powers now. What just happened?
Yeah, I think the polarity of that magnet has been turned the other way around, and it's just repelling the trophies and the finale stages instead of propelling them towards him.
I know, right? God's Reign not doing pretty good. Then you've also got Learn From Past struggling as well in their matches. What exactly happened with these teams, man? God's Reign was dominating inside of the grind. Learn From Past was doing pretty good in their matches as well. But now the way the transition has went on towards quarterfinals, it's really confusing. What exactly is going wrong with them?
But hey, talk about things going wrong, and of course, it is going to be, I think, the opportunity for Learn From Past to recover, because at least they have the bracket of the wildcard still available. But, ladies and gentlemen, that was the previous group. We have the highlights of the matches from Group A that did happen offline, and of course, it's going to be nice to see how things turned out. You were sitting backstage. Did you get any info about how things were going for Group A?
One thing is for sure, a lot of those teams that were supposed to perform are still struggling, Johnny, on the latter half of the board. And we might see a lot of known names as well get eliminated from this particular group as well. And just for the audience that are currently tuning inside of the stream, to let you guys know, yesterday's matches were rehosted due to a team change inside of Group A Day 1. And these are the updated highlights, and the standings will be shown soon.
Pretty much, and again, I think from the highlights, one thing is for sure, Team Alpha today showed up in a different form, but I would love to see where they ended their journey at the end of their matches, because it is going to be interesting. Yesterday wasn't a great day for Team Alpha, things weren't looking good. On the other side of things, we did notice a lot of suffering put upon a few big names like Mysterious 4, names like Sinway Esports not really doing well.
I mean, especially with Team Tumulas now doing really good for themselves. At least they have got the consistency, even if you look at the past couple of matches in the grind too. Team Tumulas have definitely amped up the aggression, and that's clearly being showcased in these highlights too. Look at Team Tumulas doing so good on the map Rondo, constantly there inside of the firefights, actually securing just enough amount of elimination points for themselves. But True Rippers too, it's another one of those teams that's burning towards consistency. True Rippers has been always there in the forefront, constantly taking those fights too, but they know how to survive to the late game.
Pretty much, but Sinway, I think today have been phenomenal, or that's what I've heard from the voices in my head, that Sinway did quite well for themselves today. and a decent performance, a lot of aggression in their matches. This fight on Rondo, it looks interesting. I think Sinway should have had the upper hand. Team Tamilas and True Rippers on the flank.
I mean, in fact, Sinway is actually sitting on the first spot in the overall standings currently after those games that were conducted offline. And Sinway, since they're popping off on a different level, you've also got Team Tamilas pretty much doing really good for themselves and consistently there in the overall standings too. I mean, looking at these Rondo highlights, one thing is for sure, Team Tamilas, True Rippers, Sinway, they seemed untouchable.
Yeah, pretty much. And of course, after match 1, these were the standings on the leaderboard. Team Tamilas, 23-point start. True Rippers, 20 points. True Rippers is always a team just like Vasista Esports, focused on consistent placement. But the aggression that has been amped up inside of the roster of True Rippers is helping them out. Those 20 points to kick off their day. Not too shabby. Sinway starting the day off on the podium. That is a dream start for Sinway. But look at 7 ace, 11 finishes in game 1. And Red Force as well. Yesterday, Maisie showed a lot of belief in this team, Red Force. And today, I think they finally are starting to do well. Although some things never change. Yesterday as well, they weren't able to play for survival. Today also, they aren't playing for survival.
I mean, hey, they've got 10 elimination points, and as long as you're getting that average of 10 points per game, what else do you want? It does not matter if you're getting the placement points. It does not matter if you're getting the elimination points. As long as you're getting the average point flow, that's all that matters. Then the second game also began, which was, of course, the map at Wrangell. And the way the plane flat pad started was all the way from Sosnoka military base towards the opposite side, which is going to be Stalber. Circle popping up all the way towards Georgiapol. That was definitely a curveballing pop.
Yeah, it was. And right off the bat, we do see True Rippers getting involved in action early, along with Red Force. Man, oh man, where was this aggression yesterday from this team?
I know, right?
And I am now excited to see what they will bring to the table in the upcoming Wrangell and to Miramars, because I think the circles that were kind of played by Group A also kind of ruined the day for Red Force in particular, because I trust Maisie. He's very connected with the undergod scene in BGMI. He knows the upcoming athletes. So when he said that Red Force would be a team to watch out for, I was excited. But yesterday, I think the nerves were getting to them. Today, they have a little bit more composure, and hopefully they're going to do well in the upcoming 3 matches.
Yeah, but Johnny, I guess another team that's going to be in a concerning spot is also going to be Alpha. Back-to-back 2 games, Alpha getting eliminated early. That's definitely quite concerning, and I just hope that soon maybe Alpha's going to be able to pop off that comeback in the overall standings, because that's desperately needed. Looking at Aura Esports, the way things work for them as well, it was definitely questionable. Looking at these highlights too, you can just look at the boys of Aura Esports getting sandwiched, getting constantly peppered, hammered down by the opponents, and at the end of the day, a team like Sinway, when they're going to be looking to make that pounce on top of you, especially Sinway has had a really good game at Rondo, and now they're also going to have that confidence with them too.
Sinway had the flow of momentum in control, and once a team starts getting confident, once they are winning back-to-back fights, doing well in matches, it becomes very difficult to shut them down, shut their mental down, and I think that is going to be a problem for the other teams to take that away from Sinway. But Blind Rippers, I think this was another interesting name, and Blind Rippers today as well, I am going to be keeping my eyes pinned on them. That man's Signo right there was quite incredible. Individual playmaking is phenomenal from his end, but as a team is where Blind Rippers sort of end up lacking.
Yeah, the crazy part is they've also got a chicken dinner to work with. This is another map where you will see a chicken dinner team on the second spot, and instead it was Sinway currently holding the top spot in the point standings with 17 points in total. That's insane coming through from Sinway since they're so consistent. Even Game 1 had a lot of points, Game 2 as well having 17 points. That's more than enough for Sinway to pretty much lock their spot towards semifinals if they keep on playing with the same pace. For Blind Rippers, yes, performance is there, but I hope they're going to be consistent. Looking at True Rippers as well, getting 10 points in total, that's consistency pretty much justified.
Yeah, I think it is consistency justified, and again, 10 points per game, if you are able to hit that 60-point marker, according to me, I think that should be the safety net to make it to the semifinals directly. But it is going to be very, very intense set of matches from Group A nonetheless. I think from what we have noticed from the first 2 rankings of the games that we have seen, this is going to be a group of annihilation. A lot of aggression from everyone across the board.
Yeah, one thing is for sure, I mean, looking at this plane flat pad too, Johnny, starting all the way from shooting range towards Milta Power, it was definitely interesting. Once again, the plane flat path, it feels like it's being quite balanced towards these teams, which is a great thing. Circle as well is not really playing a lot of mind games, but once again for Team Alpha, falling down this early in the game, it's never going to be a good sign.
Yeah, they lose players quite early, and even in this one, losing bodies within the first 8 minutes. Aura on the other side, again, after a decent game. They are taking early casualties to the hands of Red Force. And this was another roster. Vajra Esports today not really being kind to them, especially all thanks to this off play on the map of Erangel, their third game, where they lost a few extra bodies to Phoenix Esports.
And somehow Sinaway is just winning fights left, right, and center. This team is consistent on a whole different league. And then later on, Sinaway also clashed with another team. That's going to be Nuksh, ex-Mysterious 4. And somewhere downline, Mysterious 4 seemed a little bit more confident, and they were the one to come out on top. Speaking of Phoenix Esports, finally we're seeing them inside of the highlights. Phoenix Esports is doing something. But one thing is for sure, in the overall standings, Phoenix is not going to be that stable.
Yeah, I think what we saw from Phoenix during the grind, and we did talk about this during the grind, was due to the fact that there was a massive difference in the lobby they were put in versus the kind of experience that the rosters have. Did I see that right? Did he ricochet that nade from the underbelly of the balcony and take himself out?
Hey, sometimes mistakes do happen, all right? It's fine. But Victoria Summers were definitely privileged with the spot they had in this entire game. The way they placed themselves around the compound, the circle as well, constantly popping around it as well. And that's why Victoria Summers, they were left with a massive game to pretty much try and just clinch their fists onto. Later on in the final few moments, Victoria Summers also had a lot of men standing, and they were able to successfully deliver and claim that chicken dinner. 23 points in total, clinched by Victoria Summers, and that's also going to put them in a really good spot in the overall standing. Speaking of SGN, this was the best game they've had so far in the first 3 games they played, getting 12 points in total. Phoenix Esports getting 11.
Well, I think it is going to be an interesting journey to follow for the teams of Group A, as we saw Victoria Summers secure their chicken dinner. Sinaway having a consistent day. True Rippers as well. They have the flow of things again in their control. Team Tamilas, it's going to be exciting to see them be aggressive once again after so many years, and now they have the confidence in their shoulders to show for it as well. And of course, we talk about the undergods of this particular lobby, teams like Vajra Esports, 7 Ace, Mysterious 4, Nakshi Esports. I don't know, do I categorize Mysterious 4 as an undergod team? Because we've been seeing them for years.
Yeah, we have been looking at this banner for a long time, so I'm not exactly sure if we are supposed to say that, but looking at the players, they're definitely quite new on the block, so maybe you can't say that these guys are undergods. And the overall standings as well, they pop up on the screen. Sinaway getting 37 points in total, that's incredible. Currently sitting on the first spot as well. In the span of 3 games, getting 37 points is insane. True Rippers 2 getting 35 points, not too far away from Sinaway. Victoria Summers as well getting 33. Team Tamilas getting 32. RFE getting 24 as well. Blind Rippers getting 22. Phoenix Esports, this is the concerning name. 19 points. I hope today they're going to be consistent and they are going to be doing good.
Yeah, this is the most cutthroat standings I have seen, I guess, in the quarterfinals so far. To be fair, we have only seen 2 groups, but this is very close. 37 to 18 between the top 8, and then you have Sun God, Mysterious 4, Autobot, 7A still in the race, but look at that bottom 4. Wild Fangs, Team Alpha, Reckoning, Vajra Esports. How are these teams still on single digits? What happened to them?
I know, right? What happened? Reckoning Esports, Team Alpha, Wild Fangs, and even Autobots. Seems like Lobster's magic isn't really working today. Autobots Esports is struggling.
Yeah.
And Team Alpha, especially Adonis, Punisher, you guys got to wake up. Not a lot of time left now. And especially speaking of Wild Fangs, we know this team likes to rely on the elimination points a lot more. And for some reason, Wild Fangs was not able to pull off a good performance as well.
I think considering now they had to play 2 angles, we spoke about this during the grind. If you remember, TKM used to be a team that used to target Wild Fangs early. They would lose players. If that was what was happening in the Erangels today, Wild Fangs losing players early, they have to figure out a way out of this. Luckily for them, though, now they play just 1 Erangel and 2 Miramar, so there's an opportunity for them to bounce back. Keeping our fingers crossed that this is not the point where we see Wild Fangs, Reckoning Esports, Team Alpha getting kicked out of the tournament, because I don't think we're going to see God's Reign again in BGIS.
Yeah, but if you talk about it, right, converting frag-heavy games on the map of Miramar is even tougher compared to Erangel.
Very true.
So for them, Erangel is pretty much going to be their best bet if they are going to be sticking to that frag-heavy potential game. And looking at the predictions as well at the start of the day that we made, I personally, once again, wanted to go with Reckoning Esports. I believe that Reckoning Esports is going to be doing good in the offline games, but no, that was not the scene. Instead, Reckoning Esports is amongst the bottom. And then looking at the Hindi desk, Maisie going with Team Tamilas, that team's doing phenomenally well. Ankybot going with Phoenix Esports, and the mid pack doing pretty good.
But almost 4 people across the 2 desk have gone for Autobots. I think there was a lot of belief in Autobots, but yeah, Reckoning Esports, Autobots, not a great turn of events, right?
I know, right? It seems like too many casters were actually going with these teams, and that's why maybe they got cursed a little bit. But I hope now, in the games that are going to be happening live on broadcast, maybe things can be turned around. Still, there's a chance. They've got 3 games. Even if they get one massive game in their hands, instantly they're going to be amongst the top dogs.
But yesterday, I think we saw a lot of aggression from the teams. Today, I want to see what the switch is going to be, because once you know that you have teams like Wildfangs, you have even teams like True Rippers or Phoenix Esports that are looking to get aggressive, that are looking for those finish points. The other teams, especially this group, has a lot of experienced individual players within all of the 16 rosters that are there. They know how to adapt. They know how to keep their heads down. They know when they need to hold their position. If they were getting taken out early, they're going to hold on towards the edges a little bit longer than before just to prioritize their safety. So those sort of adaptations being put into use right now in the upcoming matches, I think that is what I want to see. How does the playstyle change? What sort of switches are we seeing? And of course, are we going to see anyone go after Wildfangs, Reckoning, or Alpha directly?
I know, right? That's going to be a tough question that we all are asking. And Alpha, at the same time, they just need to wake up. That's the only thing they need to do. At least find that one massive game. And we all know Alpha's done that in the past. They've gotten that one massive game, and you instantly see that major comeback in the overall standings. Anything can happen. There's still a lot of mystery around. There's still a lot of question marks popping in our minds. And you know what? Let's answer the questions now. The planes in the skies, once again, it's going to be the 4th game of the day, and of course the first game for the entirety of Group A, as the plane now is going to be starting all the way from the left side of the map, from Primarks towards the opposite side, which is going to be pretty much around Milta. So I would love to see where teams now start to drop. Are we going to be seeing any clashes? Are we going to be seeing any early game fights?
This is a very awkward flight path, to be honest. As you mentioned, leaning extremely towards the southern half of the map. Military Island, easy access, but if you want to head towards Georgopol, if you want to head towards Rozhok or Yasnaya, then you have to deal with a few challenges right off the bat. And of course, as we look at the city of Rozhok, this is where things can get interesting. A few teams these days have been deciding to play from Severny as well. But right off the bat, I think Aura, depending on how much further they want to glide, might be in trouble. They have Sinaway towards their west. There's another team towards their right. There's going to be the side of Phoenix Esports. So Aura can potentially get sandwiched if they force their way towards those vehicle spawns.
I mean, the way the plane flight path as well is, if the teams do want to move in around the extremities, for example, Severny, Kameshki, or even Yasna Polyana, it's going to be a real tough stretch. They would need to go for that pit stop, get their hands on the basic loot, and then get their hands on the vehicle, and then potentially rotate towards that spot. And that's when we can see those pit stop clashes happen too. Circle popping up, it's squad a standard 1. Nothing really out of the ordinary.
Yeah, it is going to be a sweaty game. We have Stage 1, Gatka Center, start to this match. But Phoenix, things get, or could get a little trickier for them. You have Smoker, south fields of Pachinki. And he was there for a vehicle. I felt for a second that Aura were looking to move in towards the church of Pachinki, maybe get the high ground, see if they could find a pick against the players of Phoenix, but that's not the play they are looking to make. On the other side of things, we have True Rippers all the way in Nova Epnoi. The only team that has decided to start from the Military Island, by the way.
The way True Rippers have been playing, one thing is for sure, they are under form. It's not even a question. They definitely are feeling pretty good, winning those fights as well. And that's all that matters. Right now, sitting on the 2nd spot as well in the overall standings. What else can you ask for? Victor Sumis, Irangles have been phenomenal. And probably want to convert another one in this one. So, realistically speaking, the cutoff for the top 16 in the overall standings of the quarterfinals might just be around 50 points.
You're saying 50?
Yeah, what do you think?
I think 57. 55, 57.
You think?
Yeah.
Securing that many points in the span of 6 games, it is definitely a possibility, don't get me wrong. But I'm still saying, to be on the safer side, maybe let's cross 55.
Yeah. I think that should be the minimum. for the team that qualifies on the 16th position, maybe 55 points.
Yeah.
And this is why I've been saying that if you want to succeed, if you want to find a spot in the semis, might as well just aim for the top 4 of your particular group and aim for at least 60 points. But what was that sunboard?
Yeah.
First of all, that was an awkward rotation, and Vajra Esports, they are going to start kicking themselves in the shin for missing such an easy point.
The funny part is you were just speaking about aiming for stuff, and the man forgot to aim on the guy.
And it's a guy called Spartan9 as well.
Yeah, he's supposed to be the one to never give up,
Pretty much.
but I guess his spray gave up.
It takes down civilization, can't take down the gods. Sun god, to be a little bit more precise.
Yeah. But hey, this Porsche, one thing is for sure, it's definitely taken all of us down. It looks so good. You would want to get your hands as well onto it, or at least try getting your hands onto it, hop inside of the game, and do the speed drift. You never know. You can be the one to get your hands onto it.
I mean, it's the one way to get a Porsche in your life, or at least for me it is. But Victoria Sermus, they are looking for another win, another victory to their name. Top 3 of the overall leaderboard as of now, but I think again, as we had a look at the overall rankings, it's still very close. Target 60 points for the safety net. Sinway Esports 37, not too far away from the players of Victoria Sermus. Just a 4-point difference. And I think for the side of Sinway, we spoke about this when we saw this team last, that Rex Boy was phenomenal. But they have more experience in terms of players like Ninju and Morgs present in their roster. And it was intriguing as to the struggles of Sinway and the reasons for those struggles. But it seems like they have fixed what they thought were mistakes, and
Yeah.
things are looking good. But no conflict early for Sinway in this map of Erangel. They're sitting smack center of the zone. In Gut Cup, they found decent cover, decent position to work with. So no incentive to force a fight, move around much.
I mean, look, Sinway has been performing pretty good. You cannot even take that away. Even if you look at their past year in the third-party tournaments and the officials too, the performance was there. Maybe not on the large scale, but they were doing pretty good in the burst.
Yeah.
And that's what matters. The previous year was where they got their learning, and now this year they start to implement that learning. And so far they've been doing a fantastic job doing so. Looking at these games that are happening, Sinway is currently topping the charts. What's the worst that can happen? They're going to be moving on towards the wildcards. They're still going to be in the tournament. Still a potential chance Sinway can make a comeback.
Pretty much, and again, I think focusing on the fact that you made it this far, you have an opportunity to get a safety net for yourself by moving towards the wildcard stages. All you have to do is just avoid being in the bottom 24. I think this was something that I wanted to preach since yesterday, that yeah, you qualify directly for the semifinals, it's all good and dandy, but you should also not forget that elimination is on the line. You need to avoid the bottom 24. Doesn't matter if you are 25th from the very end, but you still survive in the tournament at least.
That makes me wonder, how many points do you need to avoid bottom 24?
I think like 20.
You think?
I think so. I think that's my guesstimate right now.
I think 18 or 19 points.
You think 18 or 19? You know
Yeah.
what? God's Reign is still going to be out because they just have 15 points.
Yeah, that's why I said 18 or 19. The way God's Reign played, I mean, I'm disappointed. I'm not even going to talk about him. Moving the conversation on towards this group, I do not want to see Reckoning Esports follow the same footsteps. It's time to wake up. While Fangs, you've got a lot of firepower. Sensei, add on a little bit of brains too. Come on.
Let's see if he does. If Sensei hears your cry. And I think a bigger threat to these teams now is going to be the fact that if they fail to qualify, you're going to stop talking about them, Necro.
Yeah. Everyone's going to be not talking about this team.
Yeah, Reckoning who? But anyways, I think there are other teams that do stand a chance of qualification still. And again, Wild Fangs, one big performance. Same goes for Reckoning Esports. Imagine they drop a 25 bomber right now in this map of Wrangle. Then maybe things are going to change. But for that to happen, I think SprayGod needs to play the same way as he did in round 4. You remember that match where he got like 15 eliminations all by himself, right? That is what he needs to do again.
too
Pretty
much
much.
to ask for. Too much to ask for. Especially when you know your head's on the swivel. Elimination is literally just dwindling on top of you. That's too much pressure. I'm not saying it's not possible. It is definitely possible, but man, to have that sort of a mentality, you literally need to be a god.
Hey, his name has God in it. It's Spray God for a reason.
I mean, we're mere mortals. Come on. We can't do it.
Well, right now I'm just curious about the fact that why is the entirety of the western half of the circle empty? It seems like everyone just thinks the circle is going to move towards Query and Pachinki, the open fields of Gutka, and that is where all these teams are looking to go and find a safe haven for themselves. An awkward mid-rotation run in between Naksh, Mysterious 4 and the players of Aura, but Naksh, they back off. They do not want to take this fight in the middle of nowhere. Same goes for Wild Fangs and Phoenix Esports. I would not advise this engagement right here.
Yeah, but for Wild Fangs, if they do manage to down even one person, that's going to be a fantastic start for them. For Phoenix Esports, Somraj is the only person that is ejected outside of the vehicle, but once again gets back inside and now wants to move away, but he just got knocked. This is what Wild Fangs was waiting for. Finding the first casualty, and I do not know why Somraj stopped. He did not need to stop there. His teammates just left in the front, and Somraj was in the back lines, and he got compromised instantly.
Two players exited their vehicles in that fight. One was Sensei from Wild Fangs, the other Somraj from Phoenix. And again, I think the intention was to be the distraction, but positioning from Wild Fangs better. They find the first pick of this game. I wonder where the players of Phoenix Esports are going to run off to, because they are down in numbers. That means no info and less firepower than everyone else.
Yeah.
But Sinway, they are getting involved in their action. And it is against the players of 7 Aces. They found the opening, but can they get a squad wipe? I don't think so. That's too much distance to cover.
A fresh name on the block, and for 7 Aces, there's a man down. That's going to be burning through a bit of that time. So they definitely cannot think free just like that. Sinway Esports, the team that's currently in a top-notch form, just wanting to play from the centric parts. Looking at this side of the map, though, for Autobots Esports, they're desperate for points. With just 14 points on the block, just make sure you're avoiding the bottom 24. Have more than 25 points, and you will be around the safety shoes.
Yeah, I think that is what Autobots is going to be aiming for as well. I like the position they are in, Necro. It's not the smack center, so they do not draw a lot of attention as well, but they stay a little bit off towards the northeastern quadrant. It's an open field, so you can pick off those teams rotating late as well. The only way this game gets ruined now for Autobots is if it is a southwestern shift in the next stage of the game, but then Autobots, they will have to start relying on their firepower, start getting those elimination points in.
Pretty much. The next circle shift is also going to be quintessential. Where is it going to be shifting? Is it going to be shifting on top of that cluster, or will we see a curveballing shift? But instead, it's going to shift right on top of that cluster. Yes, a few teams excluded, including VS and Vajra. But slowly and steadily, even they're making their way towards the safety lines. Soon, Vajra might just clash against Phoenix Esports, and for Phoenix Esports, it might just be their fight to convert.
Yeah, very high possibility for that. As you mentioned, I agree, Phoenix will have the upper hand if Vajra Esports do end up crossing this ridge. And Victoria Somas in the backline, if a fight really breaks out, they should have an opportunity to go for a third party. But look at Oace. Is he pushing the players of Vajra Esports back into the blue? And they are falling back as well. It's interesting. It's a lot of risk being taken by Oace, because look at how far now he is going to be from his team. He gets knocked out. There's no recovery. But yeah, that pressure, that threat from Victoria Somas Oace, it was enough to push Vajra Esports along the eastern edge of the play zone.
And Sidway once again begins their wrath. It's Aura losing out on that man. Now you can say that's one Aura minus. They've only got 3 more Auras left.
It's just have four aura.
Yeah.
That's what you mean to say.
Yeah.
Is that enough, though? Is that enough aura to go around?
At least as of now in the overall standings, you can say they're pretty much safe. They've gotten 18 points. They just need 5 more. And anyone can do it in the span of 3 games. So I believe that 4 aura is going to be more than enough. But once they move on towards the wild card, they will need 4,000 aura. Yeah. Each man should have at least a bare minimum of 1,000 aura.
I mean, we're going to hope that this team makes it through to the other side, because again, I think the recovery that we've seen, it's been interesting to say the least, but right now, even though they are in the safer bracket, there's a long way to go. And there's a long way to go for Victorious to actually find a way inside of the play zone, by the way. They started from the northeastern edge, rotating along the northern side, moving west. Could have had a run-in against Mysterious for Nakshi Esports, but they avoid that one way. Wild Fangs on the other side. Why is Wild Fangs moving while they're in the center of the circle? They're completely exposed, but still looking for a better position. Team Alpha on the other side, losing players to the players of Reckoning. Adonis knocked out.
Johnny, I think you forgot. Wild Fangs, they like to play for the fights. They're currently searching for some smoke. They want to smoke some teams. But are they going to find them? That's the question. I mean, looking at the surroundings, there's PR, there's also Team Alpha. And Team Alpha, I highly doubt now they're going to be pulling off those Alpha moves. They're not feeling too good in the overall standings anyways, on the latter half of the board amongst the bottom four. So Team Alpha is definitely going to be playing it suppressed.
Oh yeah. And again, even the next shift of the circle is right on top of their head. So as you mentioned, no need for them to move out. Phoenix Esports on the other hand, Sim, as he was falling back, looking to rejoin his team. Shots fired and the circle, it looks very difficult entry for Phoenix Esports. Autobots are going to block their way. Vajra Esports are going to look for a little bit of revenge as well. And then you have to deal with Team Tamilas, who are just there outside on the eastern edge of the play zone itself. But Victorious, a few moments ago, they were able to control the western edge of the play zone. And since the circle moved towards the west, yet again, Victorious, an easy rotation, or so we thought, as Red Force does end up finding the opening.
Yeah, and these sprays, extremely deadly. Able to connect a few shots, and for Victorious, already the casualties there. The man was barely surviving on a sliver of HP, but even he gets knocked out. The confirmation as well just follows up Venom getting eliminated from the game. Oh no, VS down to a 3-man squad. Cannot get even any worse. Scary Jot in the outskirts, and this man's being a little bit suppressed, but look at what's happening here. SGN, they directly rammed their vehicles on 7 Aces, and that nade was so well placed. It's going to be able to find the first knock. Sun God slowly and steadily starting to diminish. They're perishing in this fight, and 7 Aces doing a phenomenal job, constantly keeping them on their knees. The gods now looking like mere mortals, and even the last man gets devoured. 7 Aces, what a way to convert that fight.
Yeah, what an angle found by Cracks over there to finish off that last man. And of course, Sun God, a very awkward position to be in. They had to enter those buildings as quickly as possible, because the moment they were out, they were exposed to third parties, and we did see those sprays coming through. But Phoenix on the other front, going up against Vajra Esports, losing players, and Phoenix Esports are set ablaze. Eliminated from the game, surrounded from every single direction. Not really a start that we expected for Phoenix Esports.
Blunders after blunders, that's what's happening with Phoenix Esports. They cannot afford to keep this going. Team Alpha, Punisher, he still wins that duel. The opposing man whipping a lot of shots, but Punisher eventually gets capitalized. For Watcher, they've got 2 more men standing. Punisher's going to be part of it as well. Team Alpha, Adonis and Alpha himself still standing. Adonis, get outside of that compound. You need to save the day for Alpha. He's all by himself, doing the hard work, trying to get that revival. Adonis soon is going to get pushed on as well by Reckoning Esports, and that's what's happening.
Yeah, but I think it's the pressure from Reckoning that might just result in Hunter finding those frags. The nade looks good, and it drops the players as well. Adonis, he finds a frag, but the entirety of Reckoning Esports staring him down. I don't think he survives. Could be another early exit for the players of Team Alpha. And it is somehow Vajra Esports and Reckoning still in this match. But Alpha, they're going to be eliminated super early.
No way. Alpha messing things up. Including SGN and even Phoenix Esports, and now Reckoning Esports. It's their time to chime inside of the action. Reckoning is dead last in the overall standings, and they definitely do not want to be there. Nade's doing a lot of damage. Utility's exactly on the point. Roman, Levi, Sahil, the only players left standing for Reckoning. There's a lot to do. A Herculean task still left to accomplish. And still Reckoning Esports, they're constantly getting scratched away. How is Watcher even able to convert this fight? They found themselves in probably one of the worst possible spots.
I'm as surprised as you are, man. I'm surprised Hunter somehow find a knock onto Roman from the side of Reckoning. Now Hunter, he's the last player surviving as we see Sahil and Levi play the flanks. But someone needs to bring Roman back in. That need. Oh my goodness! What was that ricochet?
He's just spamming those nades in the smoke. That's all he's doing.
It ricocheted at the right spot.
Yeah.
It went right into the face of Roman.
A bit of a luck actually helping the man too.
And that's a history lesson in the destruction of the fall of the Roman Empire.
But as of now, the way Vajra is playing, one thing is for sure. Man, they definitely do have the intent of actually climbing at least towards the wild card.
Yeah.
They're getting those elimination points and actually somehow winning a few of these fights too. It's unbelievable. The way they took down Team Alpha had the advantage, but they still somehow came out on top. Reckoning Esports third-partying Team Alpha, that was a whole different thing. But now look at Autobots Esports. They're losing out on too many men in this fight. It's Wildfangs knocking on the doors, and Wildfangs, they've already got the massive man advantage in this one. For Autobots Esports, it's just that one man left standing, but the utilities, they're on the point. Lobster, he needs to let go of that revival now, needs to focus on the eliminations a bit more. The Blues on the move. Lobster's going to be taking a lot of damage, and soon he will be forced to move out of his comfort zone.
Yeah, now Wildfangs, they know the last man, he is in the blue, and they are going to look for that finish as well. Lobster could be spoiled out in the next few seconds, but he takes a few shots, position compromised, hasn't found a knock, and I think Autobots, they are going to have to settle for a slow and steady climb over here, but Wildfangs, one of their players knocked out. Finally, the cleanup comes through. Oh, Necro, that was a long-distance shot. My, oh my, Aura Esports, that is how you get some Aura.
Yeah, they're probably like, thank you for that free piece of candy.
Pretty
we appreciate
much.
that. One free elimination point secured, but Vajra, they still continue. What is happening? Levi drops dead once again. He's knocked down. Oh no, Reckoning Esports, they need a handout recovery as soon as possible. Levi's the only person that can actually save the day. Reckoning Esports needs a massive comeback. They're dead last in the overall standings, and if they get eliminated right now, there will be no placement points rewarded either. At least try and survive till the top 4. That's what Reckoning Esports needs to do. The Blues on the move. True Rippers is also going to be around the blue itself. Look at Hydro. Slowly and steadily moving from inside of the hovercraft. It's True Rippers and their classic hovercraft strategy.
Yeah, he's just sitting there with the engine turned off, not really letting the opponents know that there's someone around the ridge. And as you were talking about Reckoning Esports, by the way, same situation as the team they are fighting right now, Vajra Esports, both the teams in the bottom 3. And both of them just keeping their eyes locked on the juicy placement points for this game. But Phoenix Esports, an early exit for them. Not really something that Phoenix were hoping for, but something they will have to work with in the upcoming 2 maps of Miramar. But Victoria Sumas, right across from the players of True Rippers. And you have Red Force on the flank as well. The circle shifts away. Great opportunity for Victoria Sumas to just gatekeep both True Rippers and Red Force in this particular match. But Wildfangs, we saw this on the finish feed just a few moments ago. Wildfangs losing players. One of the players has been knocked out. I wonder, are we going to see Wildfangs eliminated early in this game as well?
I mean, I just can't believe it. This can be another Sinway game. They've got a perfect positioning. Once again, the only compound available inside of the circle, while the rest of the lobbies, they're going to be exposed. And Sinway's just going to be devouring all those elimination points. But as of now, focusing on this one, Red Force, to make that pounce against Victoria Sumas. It's just Scary Shot standing. He's all by himself and eventually gets eliminated from the game as well. Red Force Esports, they make it happen.
Today, they have a little bit more confidence in their firepower. 5 eliminations on the board and protecting their numbers as well. I like this strategy from the players of Red Force, but Wildfangs, it seems like they are falling apart. Aura, they force them to stay back, and Reckoning also pile on. Spray God, last man left alive somehow. Again, clutches out a fight. Alright, he wasn't the last man. Goten is there in the backlines. He's just been left behind to gatekeep the players of Reckoning Esports for some reason.
Oh no, Johnny, I'm scared for Wildfangs. Reckoning Esports is in the back, and they can actually pretty much spoil the day for Wildfangs if they want. They get inside of the vehicle, still trying to play a safe game. Barely inch inside of the circle as well. If Reckoning wanted, they could have made life hell for Wildfangs, but instead they just backed away and moved inside of the circle.
Reckoning is down to their last player. It makes sense. If Sahil gets taken out early, if he doesn't walk away with a decent number of placement points from this game or any placement points, it's a massive loss. There are 4 finishers on the board. For Wildfangs though, we were speaking about them and not doing well before this match began, but hey, they find themselves moving towards the top 8. with those 10 eliminations in hand. Now,
Yeah.
if only they can make their way towards the top 3 of this particular game, I think that should be good enough for Wildfangs. Then you just have to do well on the upcoming Miramar. But Mysterious 4, Nakshi Esports, a team that has numbers to work with. All 4 players intact, in fact, and a decent position in the play zone as well. If they convert this chicken dinner, they can take a leap inside of the top 5.
I guess you can say that for Wildfangs, they're pretty much like the showman. Whenever the games are happening on top of the broadcast, they will do really good.
True, very true.
When the games are happening offline, Wildfangs, they struggle. Sensei, I'm pretty sure he's just trying to farm for his stream. 7 aces, the man getting knocked out in the open. Both players still standing. And these two are going to be the final 2 men standing for 7 aces. Soon the blue's going to be on the move as well. Sinaway just tapping away towards that area. Even if they find one single tap, there's an instant spray coming through. Just need to get the knocked out player in the vehicle and then move on with that rotation. But instead, 7 aces, they know they found themselves in probably the worst possible spot. They're out in the open, but you cannot even do anything about it. It's just a circle forming that way.
Yeah, just the haystacks for cover, and 7 aces, as you said, even though they are inside the play zone, they can't do anything. Just have to keep their heads down, and now it's down to the next circle. It moves away from 7 aces, kind of, because the only player they have in the play zone right now is the man that's knocked out. But the circle finally abandons the side of Sinaway. And now ball is going to be in the court of Mysterious 4 Naksh. What is their decision? Are they going to decide to take out the biggest threat that is there right in front of them, the players of Sinaway Esports? Or will they get distracted by Red Force on the flank of Wildfangs as well?
I mean, you're speaking of 7 aces and Mysterious 4, but look at Wildfangs. They've got no other option than to make that pounce on top of Sinaway.
Yeah, they have to take the fight.
That is the only best possible move they can make currently. And if Wildfangs does make that push on top of Sinaway, it's going to go either 2 ways. Will Sinaway be eliminated, or there will be Wildfangs elimination just on the way?
Yeah, one thing that kind of ensures the elimination of Wildfangs is going to be the fact that you have Red Force sitting further towards southwest of Wildfangs. So there will be a sandwich created because of that. But I think a check onto the players of Red Force, put under pressure as they try to move in, try to finish off Ronnie, and they are going to be spotted out by Wildfangs. Utility lob. Stoic, he wanted to go for Ronnie, gets knocked and finished instead. Now Checkers in the backlines, hiding in the smoke, finally gets the frag, but too much information exchanged between the two sides. Although saving grace for Red Force is going to be that Wildfangs are going to be taken out by Sahil from Reckoning.
Yeah.
When did this happen? I did not think he was going to get that wipe.
I told you, the Reckoning Esports is going to be a nightmare for Wildfangs. And
But
once
it's
again,
one guy.
Yeah, once again, Wildfangs took too long to make that decision to actually move the pounce towards Sinaway. They were still playing out in the open, and for Reckoning Esports, that one man had the trigger discipline going on. The entirety of Wildfangs was out in the open. He just mowed them down.
Yeah, I think they were ready to, Wildfangs were ready to take a fight from outside the play zone, but not from right next to them inside the play zone where they wanted to be. And yeah, Sahil, I think with that play, gets a few extra points for his team. Doesn't change a lot for the side of Reckoning. They're still sitting 12th on the overall leaderboard. But hey, as far as this match is considered, we're down to the top 4. 12 players still alive. And could be a comeback opportunity for Naksh Mysterious 4 or 7 Aces. Sinaway already doing very well for themselves, sitting at the top of the leaderboard. 4 points. Now all they're hoping for, I guess, is the chicken dinner from here on out.
Yeah, now Sinaway needs to move out in the open. That's where they're messed up big time.
Yep.
But if you look at it, Sinaway does not even need these points. They're already on the top of the board, doing pretty good. If Sinaway managed to squeeze in even a top 3 finish, that's going to be more than enough for them. They've already gotten 4 elimination points out of it, and a few placement points to top it off as well. Sinaway's game plan is going to be simple. Try and at least send it on one of these teams and win that fight. But winning that fight out in the open just gets even worse because you will be the center of attraction.
I still believe, Necro, that Naksh Mysterious 4, they need to win this chicken dinner. This is a proving point, man. The circle is laid out for you to be successful. You have zone control. You have numbers to work with. Every other team apart from you is down in players, and they're busy fighting each other, so you get the info as well. Naksh, they need to start taking these shots, need to start racking up numbers, but Amy Jod, a little bit of a rage reaction, could have gone either way, though he still finds the knock. And Sinaway, they're finally down to their last 2 players.
Seven Aces doing pretty good. The way they're dealing with the boys of Sinway, this is incredible. And it seems like Sinway's not going to stand a chance. The Blue's on the move. The man once again moves back in the cover. He's probably going to be tanking a lot of damage from the Blue itself. And just like that, Sinway eliminated from the game. Seven Aces claiming those elimination points. And now we've only got 3 teams left standing. Red Force being one of them, Mysterious 4 being the other, and Seven Aces being the last. For Seven Aces, there's only 2 men standing. For Mysterious 4, there's a chance this team can actually steal the game away, and that's what's currently happening. Nux, Mysterious 4, on the verge of claiming this chicken dinner, and it's also going to be a massive initiator in the overall standings. We might see them move on towards the semis as well. Anything can happen. Fragger, slowly and steadily moving a little bit closer to the boys of Seven Aces as he wants to put a full stop to their journey.
From the POV of Nux Mysterious 4, this endgame is supposed to be a 4 versus 2 situation, but they are still being extremely cautious. Finally, Checker spotted out. Hey, the feet were visible! You can see his feet! Checker takes out Goku. Amy Jot in the back lines from 7 Ace finally falls, so it's down to 2 teams, Red Force and Nux Mysterious 4. But I believe this is going to be the end. He finally falls, and there it is. They made us wait, but Necro, they finally go ahead and secure this. The chicken dinner in the hands of Nux Mysterious 4 with 6 eliminations. So that means they have 16 points on the board, and this is a good recovery. This is a good climb.
Yeah, pretty much a solid recovery from their side, right? From Mysterious 4, now they're also going to be in a decent spot in the overall standing. Speaking for Sinway, they were already doing pretty good. Once again, the consistency is going to be topped off. Speaking of Reckoning Esports, though, a bit of a rise in the overall standings. It's not the best, it's not the worst. They've gotten an okay amount of points, but these okay points are not going to be enough. For Wildfangs, quick decision-making needs to be there. They're lacking on that.
I think one thing that you said during the game, Wildfangs is a team that just plays to entertain the crowds, and when everyone is watching, when they start to play, Necro need to realize survival is not a strategy in the playbook of Wildfangs. Even in this game, man, they were all about those eliminations. Got hyper-aggressive, got those finishes, and then got taken out by one man from the side of Reckoning Esports.
Actually got more than enough amount of elimination points to sustain this entire game and also compensate for a bit more in the previous as well. Now, if you look at Red Force 2, this was a massive game coming through from the side of Red Force as well. At the start of the day, they were on the 5th spot in the overall standings, but now having a 2nd spot in this one with an okay amount of eliminations, Red Force is going to find themselves maybe around the top 4.
Yeah, I think, as you said, top 4, because Victorious Somas got taken out kind of early. Same goes for Team Tamilas. They were also taken out early, and these were the teams that were ahead of Red Force. But we have the stats for the team with the winner chicken dinner. That is Nux Mysterious 4. And it was not a big, massive, explosive performance, but it was still a good run. And the reason for that is Mysterious 4, Nux, they do not need an explosive performance. They were middle of the table before this game. This kind of helps them get closer to the top 4 maybe.
So M4 is now going to be on the 5th spot, and Team Tamilas will be shifted down to the 6th. That's what's going to happen, because it was also a pretty much solid game coming through from a few more teams, right? And since Nux Mysterious 4 was the one to actually claim that game, there's a chance they're going to be pushing up all the way towards the 3rd or the 4th spot, and Team Tamilas is going to be shifted down to the 5th.
Just to be safe, so that we don't get things wrong, let's just say they will be in the top 7.
Yeah,
pretty much. And from there, considering they have 2 more matches left, Nux Mysterious 4 now has opened the door to directly qualify to the semifinals. The only thing they have to do is do well in the Miramars and just walk right across the threshold.
And we forgot about 7 Aces. Even they had a really good game for themselves, right? Sticking around till the top 3. So for 7 Aces as well, they had okay-ish elimination points. Looking at their standing in the overall standings, definitely it was the initiator they were looking for. The comeback is definitely there. At least now you can say they're going to be around the safety block and not get eliminated.
But Necro, 3 teams that I am a little bit concerned about are going to be Sun God, Team Alpha, and Vajra Esports. We'll have to see what their ranking on the overall leaderboard right now is like. But before that, we have player stats. Goten from Wildfangs becomes the MVP for this game, followed by Hunter from Vajra Esports. We have Sahil from Reckoning. Spray God from Wildfangs makes the list of top players, followed by Checkers from Red Force.
I know, right? For Red Force, it was definitely a fantastic game coming through. For Wildfangs as well, completely focusing on the elimination points, and that's why now Wildfangs is going to find themselves around the top 7. For SGN, it was a major flop. We expected a lot more from SGN, but the way they sent it inside of that compound, it was definitely a big question mark. Point standings popping up on the screen. Nux Mysterious 4 getting 17 points. Of course, the most amount of points in that game. Wild Fangs getting 13 in total. Red Force getting 12. 7 Aces getting 11 as well. That's a lot of points coming through from 7 Aces.
Yeah.
Reckoning Esports getting 10. This is the exact momentum Reckoning Esports was searching for. Sinway getting 8 points. Consistency's there.
And again, I mean, what we were concerned about is happening. We were concerned about this group being extremely close. Now it's going to be closer than ever because Wild Fangs, Reckoning, 7 Aces, they make a bounce back. Nux Mysterious 4 as well are looking to shake things up at the top of the leaderboard. But I think we should have a look at the damage graph for this game because Wild Fangs, a lot of aggression put in their performance again. And this simple game plan, I think, should help them propel or get closer to the top 4 at the end of the day. What do you think? Are they starting from way too far back?
I mean, for Wild Fangs, this performance, it's at least going to get them around the 6th spot. That's what I personally think. Around 6th or 7th. They will be in the top 7. But moving the conversation on a few names that were still struggling in that previous game, it's also going to be Alpha, and I'm really concerned for them right now. Reckoning Esports still, even though they did have an okay amount of points, that's not going to be massing for too much. Phoenix Esports is well a part of it, and including Autobots Esports. They're also struggling. The overall standings popping up on the screen, and the way Wild Fangs have positioned themselves, they're on the 10th spot. What? We're not seeing a lot of moves in the overall standings.
It's fine, it's fine. They were in the bottom 4. Now they're not. They've moved out to the 10th position. 22 points for Wild Fangs. And I think the reason we are not seeing that big of a leap is because look at how the top 6 are laid out. You have 45 on Sinway. Well, they are consistent. Then you have True Rippers on the 2nd with 38. And then Nux on the 6th with 32 points. So qualification from this particular group is going to be very tricky. If things become this chaotic, that we might just see only 2 teams from this group move directly to the semifinals because the overall leaderboard will decide the final cutoff for the semis. Do not forget that important point. And also, do you want to make 2 wishes, Necro?
What?
Ask me why.
Why?
Because look at the scoreboard for Vajra and Team Alpha. It's 11-11.
Okay, so what are those 2 wishes?
It's your wish, man. You tell me.
I mean, I don't know now. I want to see a major comeback from Team Alpha, I guess. A 30-pointer, instantly Team Alpha around the top dogs.
All right. Are you going to use Alpha's wish to make that wish or Vajra's wish to wish for a comeback from Alpha?
Both.
Fair enough. The man is supporting Team Alpha. But I agree with you on that because I was just about to say this when we were having a look at the rankings for that particular game, that I miss the Team Alpha that was just going around handing down beatings to anyone they saw. Now they are the ones getting beaten down in those team fights. This team used to have very comfortable 4v4s, but all of a sudden it seems like they have lost their synergy.
This Team Alpha feels like the same Team Alpha that we saw inside of the round 2.
Pretty much, yeah.
Team Alpha just barely scraped through in the round 2. They were on the 6th spot, tied up with the 7th, on the verge of being eliminated, and somehow they scraped through the next round. And this is the same Team Alpha that was there as well.
Yeah, I'm hoping the aggression comes back. The next 2 maps are going to be the map of Miramar. There is still hope to see big matches from these teams and hope to see them recover. But what will happen, only time will tell. For now, we are going to take a very short break. Stay tuned, keep watching. We will be back after this. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Icy with me on the panel, and after watching that massive game come through from teams like Wildfangs, I'm pretty sure Icy is mesmerized.
I think this is going to be very, very important here for Wildfangs, especially if they are fighting for the wildcard slot. Of course, Wildfangs, they have done it before. They have found their ways to make their way into the semifinals before. And in this case, I like the momentum that is going in for them. But at the same time, what really surprised me was that 7 Aces also doing pretty okay in this upcoming match.
Yeah, 7 Aces did pretty good. The same thing can also be said for Nux Mysterious 4. Actually, the way they performed, it was pretty nice. But hey, something that you guys need to do is going to be go ahead inside the game, play your classic matches. While doing so, you're also going to be earning free in-game rewards and also fueling the prize pool for this BGIS 2026.
Yep, the more you guys play, the more you guys will be helping us increase the prize pool. Last year, we hit about 3.2 crores. This time, we want to hit 4 crores. So with you guys' help, the more you play, the more you guys are going to build that prize pool to maybe set the record as the most amount of prize pool in India's history for an esports title.
It's in your hands, and you can definitely do it. Keep on grinding the game. Keep on playing your classic matches. And while doing so, you're also going to be grinding through your Royal Pass. So it's a win-win situation for you guys. Now, moving the conversation on towards the struggling names. Autobots Esports. A really big concern coming through. For Reckoning Esports, yeah, you can't say at least the initiation of a comeback is there. But Autobots Esports, man, I feel for them.
I think this is going to be very, very concerning as well, because there has been a rehost today. Obviously, they are kind of tired as well. They have played a total of 4 matches. 3 matches was not exactly shown on screen, but that moment where we saw a glimpse of Lobster, you can see that Lobster still has the firepower, but it feels like the team is running on fumes right now. It could be fatigue, it could be morale, it could be anything, but I hope it doesn't affect them in this upcoming match, especially when you guys are pro team, you guys are grind team as well, you guys have made it to semifinals before, and I feel like it's now or never. You've only got 2 more shots available, and you've got to make every shot count.
Look, being realistic now, heading towards the semifinals in the top 16 seems impossible for a team like Autobots. Now, the only best possible thing they can do is secure around 25 points in the total and move on towards wildcard. I do not want to hear it. Mathematically, I know it's possible.
No. The current record has been set today by Seoul, which is a single game of chicken dinner when 27
finishes.
But
Seoul was already in form.
So technically, 37 points plus 37 points gives you 74 points. So yes, it's still very possible.
Yeah, you see, guys, this man, he's delusional. 74 points in the span of 2 games, that's too much to ask for.
You guys
that's on a team that's not in form.
You guys asked for a make-a-wish situation, and we've got an 11-11 down in the bottom, and Team Alpha is the team that has surprised us during the ground stages every single time they played in Miramar. It may not happen for Autobots, but it may happen for Team Alpha.
Okay, it definitely might happen for Team Alpha if I really want to take your side here, but they can definitely move on towards wildcard. Making it to the semifinals, I still think it's next to impossible. Realistically, as a human, it's not possible. That's what I believe.
Okay, when you put in human factor where morale, physique, and everything, yeah, it's gonna be not possible, but it's wake up or not. You know, it's do or die right now.
It's definitely do or die. And even Phoenix Esports should be part of the conversation. Yeah, Phoenix Esports is in that med pack. You can't say they've already secured a slot towards wildcard.
Okay.
But I'm pretty sure being Samraj, I know his ego. He wants to move on towards the semis no matter what. He wants to be there in the top 16 of the overall standings. 2 more chances left. Phoenix Esports, they need a lot of points.
It's really surprising to see some of the table toppers for the grind teams, especially from the group B and C as well. It's kind of taking a little bit tumble, right? Like, we expect Somrush to actually do pretty well. We expect Wildfangs to just completely dominate like a lobby like this. But for teams like True Rippers and Victoria Summers, well, I was very surprised that they did dominate them as well, which is interesting considering the fact that True Rippers was very low-key. Yes, they represented India for the global stage last year, but even then, it took them an entire year for them to be prepared. And I'm very surprised that True Rippers, when they appear in grind stages, they were so strong as well, directly qualifying in quarterfinals, and now they've shown themselves that they are there for a reason. They represented India for a reason.
And I guess True Ripper's strong suit has always been that consistency that they delivered with. In every single game, you will see True Rippers survive till the final few moments, get away with an okayish amount of points. And once again, that's what happened in the previous game too. Now, moving the conversation on towards Team Tamilas and Victoria Sumas, the previous game was a bomb. If you want to move on towards the top 16, I personally believe you need more than 55 points in the overall standings.
Yeah, I kind of agree as well. After seeing the benchmark that has been set here coming from Group C, it is going to be even tough as well. And right now, from Group A's perspective, technically you're chasing Group C's points, but you are also going to be the ones to set the benchmark for Group B and also Group D, which is going to be playing tomorrow. But in case you guys miss out on the action here from the highlights as well, 7 aces, they were given a second chance in life. There's no way to put this nicely as well, but again, they have proven themselves. They are here to play.
Blind Ripper's aura as well, being a part of the conversation and struggling too much in that game. And if you look at these highlights, the way Wildfangs was really just hammering through the lobby, getting those consistent elimination points, and that's pretty much been the best friend for Wildfangs too, just relying on the elimination points single-handedly. Vajra Esports, we were seeing them constantly trying their best to at least convert that fight, but in the end, Vajra Esports had too much on their plate, and they could not deal with it at all. Looking at Reckoning Esports too, in the final few moments, Reckoning Esports was the one to eliminate Wildfangs in general. That one man was able to shut down all 3 players. For Mysterious 4, securing this chicken dinner, it was desperately needed. For a moment, we thought Red Force can definitely be the spanner in the works, but this man, the moment 7 aces fell apart, we knew it's going to be Mysterious Force's game to secure.
Well, for all things considered, all the matches for Erangel is pretty much done and dusted for this group here, and obviously we have to talk about Miramar, because this is going to be their first time any of these teams are going to be playing against each other in Miramar. Miramar, drop clashes is to be expected, but teams with the most amount of experience and able to identify strategic locations from Circle 2 onwards is going to be extremely, extremely crucial. And when I talk about this, I'm talking about teams like Alpha. They should be able to win this game. Hands down, at least for the first game.
Yeah, Alpha, in the past as well, they were known to dominate that game of Miramar. And once again, now if you head on towards their best map, you really expect them to dominate that map once again, do a lot better. And I guess the same conversation can also move around a few names like Vajra Esports. We don't exactly know what's being packed with them. We don't know if they can perform really well. But all we can do is that hope that they can do good.
Agreed. But same can be said for Phoenix Esports as well. Hopefully they are going to be able to take advantage of their experience as well. We've seen them struggle during the round stages, which partially can't really blame them, considering that number one, they dropped towards El Pozo. We do see a lot of drop clashes during the round stages. We had like 5 to 6 teams dropping around them, just targeting them, which again, it's part of the game. It makes a lot of sense. But they were able to outmaneuver all the targets and survive towards the end game, which shows you that experience plays a crucial factor. When you smell something is wrong, and you gotta trust your gut. And I think Phoenix Esports, now's the time to prove their worth.
Yeah, and Phoenix Esports can make it happen too. They've got the firepower, they've got everything they need. And pretty much the same thing can also be said for a team like Reckoning Esports. They've got the firepower too, they've got the intent. Knowing the fact that they've also got a man like Roman out there who is pretty much the IGL off the team, even he packs a lot of experience. He can definitely make it happen. Levi needs to wake up as well. Now, that's a man who has been sleeping on the side of Reckoning Esports, and we all know, once Levi wakes up, things will definitely go their way.
Hey, he won Rookie Player of the Year as well. So I would say this is something that I was a big shocker for us as well, considering the fact that last year he surprised all of us, and then now is just taking a little bit low-key start here. But again, you are at a spot where you are about to be eliminated here. It's wake up or go home, sleep until next season.
There's still a lot of comebacks pending and still too many teams on the latter half of the board. They desperately need to pull off a comeback. But before we move on towards the upcoming game, let's push to a short break. Welcome back after that short break, and the conversation still continues. A lot of teams on the concerning side of the overall standings, and the teams at the top as well, slowly and steadily tumbling away. Team Tummela's Victor Sumas can be a part of that conversation, and especially knowing the fact that Victor Sumas is one of those teams that likes to play it passive, just like any other team who would want to focus on the placement points. For Victor Sumas, if the circle's not going to be with them, they will start to struggle.
Well, I guess so. You know, we've seen the perfect example of Sister Esports as well in the previous group where they actually played for chicken dinners, and they did get 2 chicken dinners. Unfortunately, just could not make it to the top 1. But did they get enough towards the semifinals? Well, only time will tell in this next upcoming 3 days, especially in this group as well. Whether or not will they be part of the top 16 by the end of today, and also the next 2 days to come, especially when the group B and also Group D finishes their matches.
Yeah. And I'm also liking this new and reformed Team Tummela's, focusing on the elimination points. If you look at those offline games highlights too, Team Tummela's was constantly winning those fights. Had a pretty good game of Rondo as well, but now for some reason in this game of Erangel, Team Tummela's performance was completely lacking. Not able to secure points, Team Tummela's is now being pushed down in the overall standings. In the upcoming games, there's going to be a lot of pressure on them as well.
I think it's now just a fight for survival at this stage here, especially considering how long of a journey they'd had to go through as well. We did see a glimpse of moments coming from Team Tummela's, and even now as well, I think by far they are one of the consistent teams. But we have to talk about the most consistent team thus far. It's got to be Sinway Esports here. Despite having a rehost yesterday, they were also a tabletop, but today also going to be a tabletop themselves, and they're very, very close to actually qualifying to the semifinals. And why I bring this up is because, like you said, the cutoff may be a little bit too high. They started the day here after 3 matches with 37 points. Now they just got a decent amount of points, but can they break past the 60 mark?
If you want to cross on towards the top 16 in the overall standings of the quarterfinals, I personally think you need more than 55 points, and you will stand a major chance to actually directly move on towards the semifinals, or else you are going to be moving on towards the wildcard. What's going to happen? Well, that's still a major question. For now, let's move on towards the second last game. The planes in the skies, once again, it's going to be the deserty lands of Miramar. And as we all know, the plane flight path starting all the way from the prison island towards El Azhar. Now, this plane flight path, it seems pretty balanced. If the teams do want to move on around El Pozo, now that's going to be a tough stretch.
Well, it's going to be a tricky one here, but it is pretty forgiving for all the teams so far. But are we going to see those major drop clashes? We shall see, because as of yet, right from the get-go, we do see 2 teams are really dropping here on towards Valdemar, maybe heading towards those vehicles, on towards the highway down to around the Drela. We do see also True Rippers heading towards Chumacera, uncontested for sure. But I'm curious to see how Phoenix actually makes their way into its El Pozos, because they haven't exactly dropped yet.
But we're actually heading towards Valle del Mar, right next to one of those teams. This is going to be really interesting. Phoenix Esports in the close proximity. Not sure what the game plan is for Phoenix, but if I'm not wrong, they like to head towards El Pozo every single time. Now they're going to try to get their hands on the basic loot, vehicles, and then instantly start pulling off their rotation towards El Pozo. Circle as well is going to be playing a crucial part. What if the Circle's going to be shifting down south? Then for Phoenix Esports, it will be a blunderous start.
Yeah, it's pretty okay as well. I think for them it shouldn't be that bad of an issue. They are one of the first teams to drop as well, and technically, if they get those vehicles, it's one straight road onto El Pozo. I don't think we will see any teams go for the parachute strategy, which has been a very, very long time since I've last seen it. But like you said as well, the Circle does shift down south, and fortunately for them, it is going to be in the southwest corner, so it's not that far of a rotation. Meanwhile,
oh my God,
we do see a little bit of crash here, and that is going to be Team Alpha snatching away the vehicles away, but Alpha, he's considering whether or not he wants to actually go for the finish on a knock here with those vehicles, but guess what? Not worth risking it.
Could have been a free elimination point for Alpha, but instead just kept on running away. What just happened there?
Yeah, I don't think it's just worth it here, considering the fact that there might be a little bit of backup. We've seen that happen before. If it takes too long to actually knock the furlough, teammates are going to come in with guns, and he is going to be stuck. Most of his teammates are already inside Impala. Meanwhile, we do see a little bit of friction here. It is going to be RFT going up against Aura. Zin does have a Scorpion in play, while Trax, well, he's got nothing.
Yeah.
He's actually going to make a run for it as well. Does he find guns? No, wait, is that a pistol? No, that's nothing. Trax, He's got to run for it. Oh no,
Oh my
it's all been
God.
looted. He got scouted out as well. Zin tags it out pretty low. And his teammates is there. But fortunately for him, he does find a Scar L, but his health is so low, he needs to restock it.
Yeah, the cavalry's there, though, so it's all good in the hood. I'm pretty sure he's going to try to waste a lot of time, burn through it. Jackson now realizes that the cavalry is also available. For Aura, even their cavalry is instantly on the board. It's going to be an early burst of action. One of these teams will be eliminated right here, right now. Anything can happen. Uzi up close and personal should find the advantage, and that's what happens. The man did not even have a lot of HP to work with. And Aura off the rip, starting things off with a major advantage. And just like that Red Force, they've realized it does not make a lot of sense to go for that fight. They're just going to try to back away from that spot.
Well, nice little bit bait there as well. Hacker is looking to chime in as well. They get the knock onto his Shockwave. It seems like they are going to try and re-engage this as well, but the shotguns are available. Jackson does have the Uzi, so they can go for the run and gun spray and pray. But it seems like Jackson spots out the shotgun. Has to be careful here, but
Wow.
he decides to pick this and actually wins the fight. The shotgun does have a little bit of connection, but no one-pump connection for Red Force.
Such a cheeky TPP angle the man was looking from. 21 bullets in that Mini 14 just spamming away around the corner. It's not going to be as good of an automatic weapon, but Red Force as of now, even they've started to knock on the doors. As of now, it seems like the man advantage that was there with the boys has now been neutralized. So for Aura, getting the revival on the fallen player is probably going to be the main priority. As 12 game close and personal should have the major advantage, but that shotgun in the front as well can definitely be the difference maker. And there we go, Red Force slowly and steadily devouring Aura. And just like that, for Aura, they just don't have enough men to actually continue the fight. Now it's just that one man standing, and he's a bit far away from the spectrum.
Well, nice little recovery here. Coming in from Red Force Esports. They lose tracks, but in process, they gain themselves 3 points. And fortunately for them, they're not too far off from the zone themselves. So now they have to make a quick call here. Loot up or directly push for the zone, because teams are starting to make rotations as well. But unfortunately for Aura, they have to continue on with just one player, which seems nigh impossible in this situation. But let's talk about the teams coming from Power Grid here. Sun God Nika was able to spot out the members coming from Nox Mysterious 4. Very, very nice line of sight for Dreams, but doesn't want to take the risk to take the shot. He's all by himself. If they decide to turn on him, he's pretty much done for.
Yeah. And as of now for SGN, things haven't been looking that great in the overall standings. 15 points. That's not going to secure them anything. They need 10 more to at least secure a slot towards wildcard. To pretty much be around the safety block. Mysterious 4. Seems like the looting done. And now they're pretty much focusing on the placement. A better position inside of the circle. They found themselves in the Smack's center as well. So that's pretty good.
But at the same time as well, Circle does favor onto his Chumacera. True Rippers does have a widespread already set up here to try and get information for teams rotating in. We do see Wildfangs also looking for an early inject from the southeast corner. Team Dominus still hanging around Los Leonas. Team Alpha from Impala is also going to be making their way from east side. But Autobots, they are still chilling on towards Minas Generalas and also Graveyard. They haven't exactly made their entry yet, so that's going to be a tricky spot to hold, considering that they have to drive past Picado. There are a lot of potential mountain terrains that may mess them up. Meanwhile, seems like Aura Esports' Saeed is not exactly happy about his teammates getting picked off this early on. So he is going to be playing a little bit of spoilers here for Red Force. And that is going to be a tricky spot here. He's got the M4 and a 3X, so technically he can take one out before he goes down. But before that, let's take a look at the replay on what happened here. Trex was pushed off from Aura Esports, takes him out, but the moment his teammates from Red Force Esports actually decided back out, and they thought they were safe, Hacker was able to find an off angle and find the opening.
I mean, advantage was with Aura from the start, but then later on, the way they messed up those fights, that really was something that caught him off guard. It was not supposed to happen. Aura was supposed to maintain that advantage. But yeah, maybe he just got too confident in that fight, messed things up a little bit much more. Gave individual duels as well. That was another factor. And that's why they messed up big time. SGN, moving in tandem once again. Just want to place themselves around the centric part. And once again, to let you guys know, Discovery Island's available inside of the game. Keep on grinding those classic matches, and you will stand a chance to boost the price pool off this BGIS 2026 all the way up till 4 CR. Currently, it's around 3.5 CR. So yeah, just keep on grinding the game.
Exactly. And if you're relying on other people grinding it for you, nope, not happening. You have to grind. You have to be a part of it in order to actually get those rewards as well. And interesting enough, I was able to get a couple of 29 spins, premium spins, and I was able to get a very nice helmet.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess a little bit of luck is on your side.
But I want to get the full set though, so just a little bit lucky.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to be that lucky to get your hands on the set. But these players, they're definitely lucky, right? Look at their skins. So good.
Oh, they have. Well, this is true Rippers we're talking about as well. They pretty much spend a lot of UC to actually roll stuff like that. Maybe not so much for Kyo. His vehicle is still default.
It's fine, though. As long as he's got a vehicle to play with, that's all that matters. Victor Sumus, 0 finishes on the board so far. It's been a slow start. And once again, speaking of this team, I mentioned this too a while ago. Victor Sumus is not a team that likes to break inside of the fights instantly. Instead, play it passive. The circle actually shifting around Valet Del Mar and Chumacera. And Vajra is the team that has found themselves in the smack center.
Well, interesting enough, I do see Vajra having center control. But Phoenix going for a 1-1-1-1 split. That's a pretty much a far off stretch. But Victor Summers on the left side on TIP. Seems like they have lost the vehicle. And as soon as I say about Phoenix, Simp was picked off. And that's what I'm talking about as well. They were trying to rotate in to find safe haven. But unfortunately, when they lose out on a player mid-rotation, very, very unlucky of Phoenix.
Yeah. And if you want me to be honest, coming through from the side of Phoenix Esports, Simp's performance has been disappointing in the BGIS 2026. It's been Viper who's been doing a lot of heavy lifting for Phoenix Esports. Someone else needs to step up. It's just Viper constantly on the fragging department, doing a lot for his teammates. Simp has been deactivated. Salmraj as an IGL, he hasn't been performing either. There's a lot of problems in this lineup. But let's hope they're going to be cured before you move on towards the semis. If they are going to be making it.
Well, it is going to be a fall fetch here, I would say. But again, fighting for survival. There's so many grind teams here. We've got Wildfangs, Phoenix, Autobots. They're all fighting for survival at this stage here. They need a massive game if they want to stand a chance to qualify wildcards. I wouldn't say that the dreams for semifinals is over yet. The game is not truly over yet. But it seems like Vatra Esports, who had center control, Wildfangs going to be knocking in. This is going to be a major fight here. And Wildfangs needs the opener, but it seems like they are grouped up to try and stalk them instead. They have started and instigated a fight, but looks like they are checking for potential third parties, which, again, no reaction from their surroundings as of now.
I mean, Wildfang knows if they go for a fight in the smack center, there's obviously going to be third party. It's a pretty good spot that Vajra has. So Wildfangs is just going to try to place themselves on the advantageous side, and that's it. Noxious Mysterious 4. Looking at their stance in the fight, it's not too dominant, while Sinway asserting dominance. And it makes sense too. Sinway's doing pretty good in the overall standings. They just need 10 points in 2 games, and it's easily doable for a team like Sinway.
Well, in this case, they have to run through at least not Mysterious 4 as of yet. They have to climb the hills onto a Chumacera. Not exactly a very, very easy climb as well. There are 3 layers towards the mountains, and each layer is somewhat... There's only like one entry point to actually push up as well. It's either towards the northwest or the southeast corner, as the circle is about to shift on towards the center of Wildfangs, who is currently smack middle of it all. Team Terminus decide to actually dodge the entire commotion of teams that is going to be coming from the north side as they avoid every single team. They are going to be positioning themselves in the south side instead.
The next zone. It's going to be shifting right on top of SGN. Exactly what they wanted. SGN's now going to be in the power position, in the prime spot. Looking at the elimination feed, even that's starting to click off instantly the moment the circle popped up. BR, they're around the close proximity of True Rippers too. So this is definitely going to be really interesting. A few more teams around that same block. Phoenix Esports constantly digging away against SGN. That man is on the verge of being knocked out as well, and Phoenix Esports is not going to let go of that.
Now, let's talk about 2 teams that are still outside the zone. Aura, Saeed, all by himself, went all the way out towards San Martin. Looks like he is going to be playing the medic game to try and tank the circle before entering in. A very tricky spot to be in. Red Force also taking a little bit slow depart. Meanwhile, beside from these 2 teams, inside the zone now, Reckoning Esports now in an encounter with BR. A couple shots has been shot here from Sahil, but no connection so far. And besides Reckoning, maybe they are going to back out instead. But on the finish feed, we do see Smoker getting a couple knocks in onto his SGN, and even Team Terminus is going to be chiming in. SGN, they're taking a lot of hurt here in the middle of the zone.
Expected. This was going to happen with SGN the moment the circle popped right on top of them. They're also being the center of attraction now. Too many shots taken against him. And Team Terminus is actually finding a lot of success in that fight too. 2 players knocked out. Team Terminus getting one of the confirmations. That's insane. And you can instantly see that pounce coming through from Team Terminus. Not even shying away from this fight. They know right now is the time to snatch the advantage away from SGN. And Team Terminus, they're not backing away from this fight. Instead, they move up close and personal. And SGN is now going to have a lot of that pressure on top of them. The wind is not in their sails. They do not even have the momentum to convert the fight. For SGN, there's too much pressure.
Oh my goodness, they actually gave up the high ground towards Team Terminus as well, forced to back out from those compounds. And Team Terminus, they are stalking their way through. But the question here is, will Team Terminus actually commit? Because they are going to get shot from afar themselves, because Phoenix was able to pick through on the other side of the compounds. Their vehicles are pretty much exposed as well. Team Terminus, they're pinned between Phoenix from the far and also SGN from inside those compounds. So technically, right now, Team Terminus, they only have a few options. Challenge the one from afar, but ooh, what a shot from AimGod. Nice little burst fire. Viper gets knocked, and Team Terminus might be able to get out because of this.
Yeah, that was pretty nice. A quick burst, and the man's already taken a dirt nap. Victor Sumus, look at these shots that were taken. Wasn't able to find a proper connection, but at least the vehicle blows up, and now Red Force, that man's at least being put out of commission as of now. Victor Sumus is now going to try to march in towards a better spot in the circle itself. The circle, too, the way it's popping up, the next one's going to be important. If it's going to be centering on up once again in the smack center, it's also going to give us a clarity that the circle's going to be shifting out in the open in general. It's going to be around those terrains.
Well, as of yet here, Red Force, they are going to be picked apart. 6 seconds left, 5 seconds left. Circle is about to shift. And where will Victor Summers go? They have to be on the go. And they cannot be caught up in a fight right now. And it seems like the circle actually shifts onto us where Phoenix is. And we are going to be seeing a crossroads in between the highway, between the west and the east side. And Phoenix, they do have a perfect line of sight. However, the zip line may be a game changer. But I have not seen anybody using the zip lines yet.
Of course, no one's going to be using that. Come
yeah,
on.
it's just a free-for-all.
That's literally a free elimination point for you. So, not using the zipline makes a lot of sense. You should not use it, especially when you know the terrain's filled up with too many enemies.
Unless it's just like a 1 versus 1 situation, or maybe like one team versus one team, you know, the other side's the other pin, and then you decide to go for the zipline bait, yeah, sure. But I don't think we're going to see that happen.
Yeah, the man on the zipline cannot even shoot back properly, so that man is pretty much just a handicap at that point. Team Alpha, even they have been on a passive route. It's quite concerning. Team Alpha not prioritizing elimination points, instead trying to play it a little bit more passive. And also losing out on the individuals is not a great look. Autobots Esports, too many players pouncing on top of them, and even Prot falls down. Arib, the only player standing, and Arib just wants to run away, but eventually even he gets capitalized. Just like that, Autobots Esports, another game down the drain. Can they even make it to the wildcards?
This just might be over as well for them. Technically, theoretically as well, the bottom 6 team from each group should be eliminated. But again, it all comes down to his wire as well. It is going to be a difference of 1 to 2 points that separates between qualifying towards the wildcards and also going to be eliminated from BGIS entirely. And Autobots with only 1 point from this game, not a great starter for them. But for Team Alpha, it is a start of a potential comeback. They do get themselves 4 finishes in total. However, there's still 14 teams left remaining, so position points is going to be crucial for them in case, in a scenario where a tiebreaker is going to be placed out as well.
I mean, just look at Team Alpha. They don't seem like the Alphas they were once. And I guess the overall standings are a prime example of that. They've just got too much on their plate to deal with. If Alpha gets away, even with 15 points in this game, at least you can say they are going to be heading on towards the wildcards. So that's going to be slot secured. Look at True Rippers. They continue the wrath. That domination against Victor Sumus. 2 players already knocked out. True Rippers, even they're taking too much damage. Kyo, the man's going to be knocked. Oh my god, just 1 tick away he was. And eventually gets knocked too. True Rippers, they found themselves in a real bad spot. Hydra falls apart as well. Victor Sumus on the verge of completely turning the situation in their own favor. Scary Jod, he's the one to connect those shots, and he's looking pretty deadly. But Wallfang's now starting to chime inside of the action as well. This third party's going to be extremely deadly.
It's going to be tough here for Victorious Summers, but Scary Jot all by himself. True Reapers trying to get out of sticky situation. Scary Jot forced to push down because Wildfangs are going to be crashing in. But seems like he is going to try and go for the reset. Meanwhile, Wildfangs, seems like the nades are coming in. Does clip onto his Scary Jot by an inch. And True Rippers making a lot of noise as well. But Kanha looking to find those confirmations. He gets the knock on Scary Jot. That's going to be the point here. Mafia gets picked up, but the zone is forcing him to the sides. He needs to make a move. Circle closing completely. But seems like Mafia hasn't been spotted out yet. Kanha still going to be checking the corners here before he actually makes his pounds. But Mafia, he has one more first aid kit. He is going to try and buy a little bit more time. It seems like Wildfangs will shift their focus onto his True Rippers and ignore Mafia.
Victorious Summers is burning too much time. And the position they've got in the overall standings, it's not too good. Only 37 points to sustain that. It's not going to be enough to make sure that you're going to move on towards the semis. They need a lot more points. Reckoning Esports, Levi's knocked out. That's going to be the main playmaker put out of commission. For Reckoning Esports to initiating a comeback is going to be necessary. The momentum now seems like it's lost. Lovish is the only person that's currently shrouded in the smoke. Too much to ask for.
Seems like Blind Reapers is going to be pushing this blindly as well. Lovish trying to clutch his way through, but he is going to be surrounded, and Blind Reapers cleans out Reckoning Esports. 5 finishes in the bag.
Oh my
Blind
God.
Reapers looking very solid as well in this game. It seems like Signal has been left behind intentionally to keep tabs on where the other teams who may or may not look to third party. It seems like 7 Aces is going to be the closest target for them. As he is going to be calling a little bit of backup here to try and slow things down, but it seems like they are barely at the edge of the zone, and Signal is still outside. He's going to try and stop them from pushing in.
Reckoning Autobots heads on the swivel. They might be eliminated from the tournament if they do not perform in the upcoming game. They need a decent performance too to actually head on towards wildcard. True Rippers, for them, I mean, it's not even a concern. They're anyways going to move on towards the semis or the wildcards. The slot's secured. They're going to be safe in this stage at least. Moving inside of the circle, though, it's definitely going to be a challenge for True Rippers. And I'm pretty sure the aim is going to be to actually secure a slot towards the semis, so they are going to constantly try.
Let's talk about the teams at the top right now. True Rippers, they're going to try to take #1 spot. Seems like they are getting shot from afar. Vatra gets a nice connection here. Hydro has been knocked off, but conversion points is what they need here for Vatra Esports. They do shift their focus onto his Jelly, but here comes the re-knock here, and it seems like Wildfangs is going to be the ones that chimes in, as True Rippers also slamming on towards them, and they do pick up all those points. Now Wildfangs just hammering on everything that moves and shoot on sight here for Wildfangs.
Mistake being made from the side of True Rippers. Did not realize that Wildfangs, they had a base camp set up over here. They messed up. Vajra from the top, they definitely do have the high ground advantage. They've also got the overview. They've also got the sights locked. But can they convert that intel? That's the question. True Rippers can definitely be another big threat for Wildfangs. The position that they've placed themselves in, it does not seem too good. But Wildfangs, if they do manage to defend that spot, it's going to be great.
Oh, we shall see. Because the circle is about to shift very, very soon, and Wildfangs continues to pepper shots onto his Vajra. They have protected their vehicles very, very well, but as of yet, like you said as well, shooting on sight is great and all, but Wildfangs, they need conversions. And the circle, if it shifts on towards them, they will have a little bit of sanctuary for at least a good circle here, hoping to maybe punish Vajra. Meanwhile, Team Alpha, they're taking a very interesting approach here. They are going to be snaking their way under the road itself on towards the mountain terrain, just because the teams on top may not overpeak down them, because they may risk getting shot from afar instead. So nice little tactics coming from Team Alpha, but seems like the circle does include Wildfangs still. But as of yet, Phoenix is the only one with a decent amount of compound inside this zone, and we are going to be seeing this valley dip of teams that are going to be struggling to find space as they need to descend down those top high grounds.
Yeah, circle just constantly centering on up. It's now out in the open on the dips as well. What do you do? That terrain is so unplayable. 7 Aces, they need to go for the fight against Blind Rippers. That's the only possible option they can try and execute. And then only maybe they can stand a chance to survive for a bit longer. So 7 Aces, right now is the time to take the fight. Watch for Esports. Elimination points definitely not there. And looking at the overall standings too, they've got a Herculean task still yet to be accomplished.
Agreed. As you can see from the perspective of Vajra as well, they have to look across of potential teams that may shoot them from afar. It is going to be a U-shaped valley where every single team needs to head down here. Vatra trying to take a jab onto True Rippers. The nades comes through, but not able to find any kind of connections. And SFF True Rippers seems to be going to be on the short end of the short stack here, as they are going to be peppered as well as Mysterious Force sees a line of sight of them. Vatra still hoping to get lucky with those nades, and yes, they do get a knock as well. Rex gets a knock on Ronnie, and even gets the confirmation on Hydro as well. That's a 2-for-1 special for Rex.
Yeah, I know, right? Just claiming those elimination points away, and Mysterious 4 low-key helping them, because they were just constantly chipping away a lot of damage. Vajra getting 3 elimination points in total. It's still being a slow start. Vajra needs a chicken dinner, and that's the only possible thing that can save the day for them. Nux Mysterious 4, they need to replicate what they exactly did in that previous game. Get another chicken dinner with around 17 to 18 points, and maybe you can say even Nux Mysterious 4 can move on towards the semis.
Well, speaking of making the semis as well, 7 Aces decides to go for the dip into the middle of the zone. Seems like they are going to be the line of sight of everybody out in the open in terms of high grounds. But Vatra Esports still does not want to concede the high ground as they blow up the vehicles from Notch Mysterious 4. And they've got them pinned. And Wildfangs has heard all these commotions. And they are looking to try and get a little bit of lucky nades here. A little bit of chip damage there, but Vatra Esports continues to shut them all out. Looking for Nox. As Notch Mysterious 4 may just crumble and give all these points to Vatra.
Oh my god. No points secured for Mysterious 4 in this game. 0 they get away with. That is a really big concern, because Mysterious 4 actually stood a chance to move on towards the semis, being the top 16 off the overall standings in the quarterfinals. But now that shot, it seems like it's going to be way too far away from them. Team Tamalas still alive and cooking in the game. They've got all the 4 players still standing. That compound is still inside of the circle, but the next zone, that might just not be their friend.
Ooh, what a nade. A 2-for-1 special coming from Rex as well. Oh my goodness. Mysterious 4 was hoping to get a little bit lucky with those points. Unfortunately, just got completely shut down. And Vatra Esports doing a fantastic job having the line of sight, making sure that they deny them the mobility. It just pepper shots after shots, and even Wildfangs as well. They're hoping to get a little bit lucky with this, but found no points. So Vatra was able to convert all those points, and this might be the comeback that they need. And interesting enough, considering that a majority of teams that are in the top right now has fumbled, this means that every single team in the bottom will be able to find a chance to make a comeback to push for those wildcard slots.
This is supposed to be a Phoenix game, straight up. Phoenix Esports is supposed to capitalize on this and decapitate anyone that stands against him. This is supposed to be a chicken dinner served on a silver platter. All the teams in the outskirts, they need to move through an open terrain, and Phoenix Esports is the only team with a solid compound to play with. Looking at Team Tamalas, even they're going to be forced outside of their comfort zone soon. They need to move out in the open. Looking at 7 Aces, it's not the best possible spot to play with. All the teams on the right side of the map, including Wildfangs, all of them need to move out in the open.
Well, you talk about spacing. Right now, Phoenix Esports is going to be expecting company as well. Vashra looking to push in towards them. Wildfangs as well looking to push in towards them. Phoenix, they need to defend. They've got 3 players. Vashra still going to be flanking from the outside. Team Alpha from the north. They are pinned north and south. They're all avoiding Phoenix. It seems like Phoenix, they are going to be making the call to group up. And Wildfangs has 2 options there. Push Phoenix or push Vashra. It seems like Wildfangs has decided to find the knock on Samraj as they push into his Phoenix instead.
Yeah, they actually try and rule this compound from Phoenix Esports. And Samraj is already going to be the casualty. Oh no, Phoenix Esports dropping down a man. First it was Simp, now it's Samraj. And now once again, Viper is left to do the heavy lifting. Smoker is still standing as well, but Smoker's a bit far away from that action. And I'm pretty sure Smoker's going to try to keep his position anonymous till the end. Unless if he's going to be able to find a quick 2-piece. Wildfangs Kana is knocked out. You can see the boys of Vajra slowly and steadily trying to make that climb as well.
Ooh.
But that nade, it was perfectly placed. And Vajra, they're losing out on too many men.
What a nade from Spray God. Oh my goodness! Smoker with the counter nade connects on everyone from Wildfangs Phoenix. They somehow hold on and they find 4 finishes off Wildfangs. What did I just see, Smoker?
That was some crazy stuff from Smoker. 1 nade and that's going to find a quick piece. Wildfangs eliminated from the game. Not even in their worst nightmare they thought about this. But Smoker makes it happen. Incredible stuff. Now the circle centers on up once again. 7 Aces. They find themselves in the best possible spot. Phoenix now just need to deal with Vajra. At the moment they deal with Vajra, Phoenix is going to be in a real comfortable spot. Moving in the circle is not going to be a challenge.
Oh my goodness, Smoker looking to clean house as the Grenadier, and that's going to be the knock as well. Can he find the last player? Smoker from Vatra also going to be chimed down pretty low. Viper going to be on the hunt. Vatra now pinned or prone down. Counter nades comes in, looks for the confirmation, and Smoker 46 finds Hunter LP. And only Smoker also remaining here from Vatra Esports. There can only be one Smoker at this point. And in this case, he is denied an opportunity to prove himself as Team Tamilas chimes in and takes him out.
Yeah, from the sideline, just snatching away that elimination point like a thief in the night. And now Phoenix, at least they're going to be in a bit of a sigh of relief. Team Tamilas constantly peppering away those shots against BR, and Blind Rippers, not a lot they can do in the given position and the given stance. Vehicles on the verge being blown up as well. 7 aces, they found that dip to play with. Sinaway Esports still alive and standing in the game. It's been quite a patience. And as of now, Sinaway now finally started chime inside of the fight.
Yeah, finally decides to hold on to the utils. They've got the man advantage. They are going to be smoking up to actually push themselves onto his Team Alpha. Meanwhile, Team Alpha are going to be taking advantage of the one-way smoke peek to try and pick onto us across, but they are pinned. Phoenix going to be chiming in. And just like that, they get eliminated as Smoker Poo gets the heavy lifting here. He is on 8 finishes from Phoenix.
Yeah, Sinaway was so patient. And now the utility is actually tossed out from Sinaway, extremely precise. It's like they're here to claim the elimination points. BR eliminated from the game too, getting 7 elimination points out of this one. Just want to make sure that they're not going to be eliminated from the stage. 7 aces, taking too much damage upon themselves. As I mentioned a while ago, they're also going to be the center of attraction. Team Tamilas wanting to take shots against Sinaway, but the cover fire, it's incredible. Even Phoenix Esports from the top chiming it's out of the action. The Blues on the move, constantly shrinking down. Viper's going to be forced to move out in the open as well. Smoker gets knocked out in that slope.
Oh my goodness, 7 aces. Patience has finally paid off. They stayed in the center for so long, and now they're still holding on. And you can see Team Tamilas Phoenix, they're all focusing on 7 aces. And while they're focusing on them, they are going to be taking out each other from across the map. And as of yet, Phoenix Esports, they're holding on. Viper, last man standing, needs to lob the perfect nade. He is going to make a Hail Mary guess. No connection so far. No nades. Amy from the far horizon spots him out and takes him out. And 7 aces is able to claim a point. And now 7 aces peppering those shots against Team Tamilas, trying to deny them that entry, but gets picked off instead.
Yeah, it can be a Team Tamilas game. They've got the most amount of men standing currently in the final few moments. 7 aces, the only team that can actually be the spanner in the works, or else that one man standing from Sinaway. And what a knock that was coming through from Fox. Now the man advantage majorly in the hands of Team Tamilas, just a few steps away from claiming the game as well. But Team Tamilas, they lose out on Mr. IGL. Utilities tossed out, 7 aces. That man is barely surviving, and eventually the nade finds the connection. Now the situation's taken down a 1-on-2 for Sinaway. It's just one man ninja standing, and even he gets wrapped up. And just like that, it will be Team Tamilas to claim the game and get the chicken dinner.
What a difficult game, but Team Tamilas, they will triumph and win the winner chicken dinner with this performance here. But what a game, what a chaos as well. But props towards a couple of teams as well. Sinway still somewhat getting placement points. 7 aces did really well. Team Tamilas was able to clean out everyone from the southwest corner. Perfect stuff. But what was that game from Phoenix, from Wildfangs, from Alpha? What is this?
Even Vajra was a part of the action for a really long time, right? So one thing is for sure, Vajra is really giving it all they've got. They're constantly trying to get those points, but the way the lobby is forming out, the way the entire zone was also forming out, that circle forming in between of that valley, it's really hard to play that place.
Exactly, and I have to give props towards Team Alpha and also 7 aces as well. They understood that everybody's going to be distracted here. Let's play for placement points, and they did exactly just that. But now, let's talk about what's the final blows moments here, because Phoenix Esports, they were able to defend every team's coming from the east side here because of Smoker's clutch, and eventually they were able to pick out like what, 9 points just off that. So that's pretty good comeback here for Phoenix Esports. Yeah,
definitely, but Phoenix Esports' simp needs to wake up. His performance has been pretty disappointing inside of the BGIS 2026, and if he does not wake up right now, Phoenix Esports might just be a team that will move on towards the wild card. Still, there's a chance that they can make it to the semis if they do secure a chicken dinner in the end, and it is a big possibility they can make it happen. Team Tamilas was the one to gain that game, and since we know, Team Tamilas is now also going to be around the safety block.
Yeah, I think Team Tamales is pretty much safe for wildcard here, but can they make it to the semifinals? It all depends in one more match that is going to be coming up as well. And with this chicken dinner coming from Team Tamales, I think they are very, very much in a comfortable position to maybe match Sinway Esports for the #1 spot as of yet.
Yeah, and speaking of Sinway, where were they throughout the entire game, right? For a moment, I thought that Sinway is not even alive in the game, and then in the final few moments, they come in out of nowhere.
Position points. That's what happened. Sinway had no choice but to play for position points, and they got top 2. Best position points.
I know, right?
Except for the chicken dinner, of course.
I know, right? I mean, Sinway did not have a lot of frags, but at least they were inside of the top 3 or top 2, so they did get away with a decent amount of placement points to pretty much back that game up with. And Sinway's just aiming for consistency. They know they're pretty much close towards that semifinals. All they need is 5 or 6 points now in the upcoming game as well, and they've nailed that spot down.
I'm curious to see how the overall standings is going to shift as well, because the teams at the top has taken a little bit tumble in this game, so that means there is a lot of teams looking for a potential comeback. But before we talk about the points here, let's talk about the MVP of the match, Smoker46, the savior for Phoenix, because things weren't looking good as Wildfangs was coming in, knocking the doors, trying to take their spot away, but unfortunately one well-placed nade from Smoker was able to shut down both Wildfangs and also Vatra Esports.
I clearly remember Smoker has shown a lot of improvement in this BGIS 2026. Inside of the grind, Smoker was the first man to get knocked out every single time, but then later on, we saw the man buckle up, improve quite a bit, and clearly the result is on the screen. He's doing good for his team. Moving on towards the point standings, Team Tumblr getting 20 points. That's going to be more than enough to pin that spot down towards semifinals. Moving on towards Phoenix Esports getting 14, definitely a great initiation of comeback, and maybe a chance they can move on as well towards the semis.
Exactly, but at the same time as well, this points here between every single team is very diverse because of how awkward the situation has become as well. That means teams at the top, except for Team Tamilas, everybody has taken a huge tumble, including Sindway. But let's talk a little bit more on the teams that has been contributing in this chaotic circle. So there's Team Tamilas, there's Phoenix, there's BR, there's Vatra, there is also Wildfangs as well, just because of the fact that they are the main instigators for every single fight from all this multi-level high ground defense of a tricky situation map.
It was definitely quite a tricky game. Looking at the overall standings, I'm still concerned for Autobots and Reckoning Esports. Oh my god, the Sword of Death on top of their heads. They can be eliminated from the tournament anytime. They've only got one more game to go, and they bare minimum need 10 points to be around the wild card.
Yeah, I agree. But at the same time as well, Phoenix, with that recovery, they push themselves into the top 6. So technically, they should be able to sneak into the wildcard here. Nice little recovery. But for Autobots, it's going to be heavy liftings for them. They need a massive game in the one final game. Vatra also having a little bit of a comeback from there means in that next upcoming final game is going to be very crucial for them. Same game we say for Team Alpha. Same game we say for Wildfangs as well, who's looking to try and push into the semifinals. I don't think so, because even for Team Tamilas and Sinway, I don't think that is enough to defend for cutoff.
So basically, whoever in the top 9 gets a big game, let's say a 25-pointer, they can instantly squeeze themselves towards the semifinals as well. So it's all going to come down to this last game itself. If they want to survive, they need a chicken dinner, or else they're going to move on towards the wild cards.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very tricky here, at least for all these teams here. But it seems like Group A has set the benchmark pretty low compared to Group C, I would say.
Yeah, inside of Group C, we saw teams just accumulating a lot of points. But inside of Group A, you can see that diversity, right? A lot of teams have a lot of points, and that's why the overall standings are still pretty sensitive. Anyone can make it towards the top 4.
You know, with this performance coming from Group A as well here, I think from Group C's perspective, 3 teams are going to be happy about this. That's going to be Evox, Seoul, and also Troy Tamilin Esports, because they do have like 60 over points. So, okay, you know, we're pretty much safe.
The Sword of Elimination still on top of the boys of Vatra Esports. You can also say Reckoning Esports as well. And for Autobots, man, what a blunder it's been. Autobots need to wake up. Lobster, you at least need 7 or 8 points in the upcoming game if you want to head on towards wildcards. Then they can do it.
Yeah, I think they can do it as well. It comes down to this one final game. It's going to be very crucial. Phoenix making a little bit of comeback here. Can they go for the semifinals? Not really sure, but
chicken,
I would say better safe than sorry. Another big game for them will guarantee their spot in the wildcards.
A 23-pointer, a 25-pointer, maybe Phoenix Esports 2 can directly head on towards the semis. At least looking at the positive side of the spectrum, they're not going to be eliminated from the tournament. Instead, they will be heading on towards the wildcard. But the conversations will continue, because now we got to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere.
By far, the most unpredictable turn of events has taken place inside of Group A, and it is time for us to head towards the conclusion of it all. My name is Super Johnny. Joining me right now, it's going to be Salty, a complete switch as we head towards the last map for Group A in the quarterfinals.
Absolutely, it's going to be tough, to be honest. Just one match left to go. Imagine the amount of pressure that are going to be on the lads from inside of the bottom half of Group A now, right? We've already talked about the fact that what is at stakes. Like, you can directly move off to the semi-finals, you can move off to the wildcards, or you can possibly get eliminated. And feels like a couple of those big names reckoning Esports yesterday. Vajra had a great outing. I think those are the two teams who are going to be extremely sad, to be honest.
Yeah, they're struggling a lot, but if you do not want any struggles in getting yourself some exciting cosmetics, well, the easiest way to do that is with a Royal Pass. It is a single-time purchase that as you play and as you level up, as you max out your Royal Pass, you get UC refund and exciting cosmetics. And of course, with the Discovery Island active right now, you can also contribute to the overall prize pool of BGIS 2026. So grab the Royal Pass and start grinding out your classic matches of BGMI. But it seems like all of that grind that Reckoning Esports went through, that Vajra Esports went through to prepare themselves for the quarterfinals, on their last few matches, it's not really doing so well.
It's not really doing good at all, to be honest. But Phoenix Esports is going to be very happy. I think last game was a blinder. Smoker, amazing performance from that lad as well. I think could have possibly gone on for a chicken dinner had Smoker not falling off that ridge. But 8 eliminations being found, 10 for Phoenix Esports in totality. I feel like that was a great game. So Wildfangs Phoenix Esports, they're going to be very happy. At least they're not getting eliminated. But for Reckoning Esports, I still feel like one last push still remains. And on the map of Miramar, to avoid elimination, what is the max that they need to do? I think get a 20-point a game, they should be good to go.
Pretty much. I think 20 points does put you inside of that wildcard position, but that is still a big maybe. We have to wait for the cumulative overall leaderboard to be presented in front of us so that we can keep a track, because this is the one thing, a big change in the quarterfinals, that you not directly qualify to the semis or the wildcards based on the ranking that you have in your group. You qualify based on your ranking on the cumulative leaderboard. But we have the highlights of that previous game of Miramar on our screens, and I think a big turn from yesterday to today is going to be the fact that Red Force have found their flow. They are getting aggressive, they are converting fights, they're getting those finishes, and the turn is that they're doing better on the overall leaderboard.
Absolutely. They've done a phenomenal job, and at least to keep their numbers in check, lead to the final few moments of the game. At least the position points aspect of their game has been sort of absolutely changed. Victor Summers, I think credit has to be given to them. The way they played yesterday, they were consistent on all 3 maps. Here as well, they are being consistent, just constantly pushing themselves up top. And that gives you an advantage. One big game that can shot you directly up to the semi-finals, but at least you're building up the foundation for that big game. Otherwise, you'll be left chasing.
Yeah, pretty much. As you mentioned, I think that foundation, they're still working on it. Hopefully, we see them build upon it in the future. But Wildfangs, Necro mentioned this during the first wrangle, and I think I completely agree with him. I want to know your thoughts since you're very close with these players. He said that this is a team built with a lot of showmen in them. They only perform when they're playing on broadcast and no other time.
I feel like that is extremely true. I'm not even sure if I should bring this up on broadcast as well. These lads don't even practice at home. They are like, all right, fine, whenever our matches are going to get streamed, we know we've got it inside us. We will somehow awaken ourselves and perform on broadcast.
Are you going to say that for Sensei as well, who has been claiming, and we have been watching his social as well, he has been practicing every single day, man.
He plays BGMI on stream with his crush.
Yeah, he calls them practices.
Yeah, that is his practice
BGIS
sessions. I'm not even sure how much actually he's getting out of it, but at least that's something.
Hey, at least someone is forcing him to perform and practice and play the game. But we're going to see. This is the last map of the day, and of course the last map for Group A as well. One last opportunity for a few teams to get themselves to safety and for a few to get themselves to the semi-finals directly. Let's see how the story unfolds with Miramar.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This time, the Big Bird goes up top, and this time we're flying on top of the lands of Miramar. We certainly are in the clouds, but the teams who are sitting inside this plane, they certainly are going to be struggling. Some of them, at least, who will be willing to avoid that elimination bracket. Of course, the bottom 24 of the 64 teams go straight back home from the quarterfinals as their journey will come to an end. But can there be certain big names who can change that narrative? We'll find out. But for now, we do have the flight path in front of us. A very horizontal flight path which starts off from the northern side of Impala and takes us to El Pozo. It'll be interesting to find out if those early clashes do happen. It'll also be interesting to find out if 7 Aces can keep up their consistency. Now, this is a new name on the block, Johnny, and I feel like they've done a phenomenal job in finding consistency in all the games that they've played.
Yeah, and I think they've kept things simple as well instead of just focusing on the fact that, oh, this is our first time showcasing our skills, we need to go big. They are trying to survive this onslaught from everyone else. They find themselves in the middle of the pack, and I think from there, it should not be too difficult to at least make it to the wildcard stages. You have to get yourself to that safety net. But, Salty, no safety in Impala. Look at Red Force. It seems like they might be heading into an early drop clash against the players of Team Alpha. And 7A is a team that you were talking about. They might find themselves up against Team Tamilas towards the Ere Bronca as well. But first, we are going to focus on Impala.
Yeah, Team Alpha, one of those teams everybody thought that could actually be challenging and contending for the title, if not the title, at least for the grand finals for sure. Their early game action was brilliant, especially on the map of Miramar. Team Alpha had asserted dominance. Somehow it seems like inside of the quarterfinals, the pressure just climbed too much, but they're still somewhere in the competition as of yet. 20 points from the 5 matches that they've played so far. I think 10 more, potentially even 12 or 15 will propel them towards the wildcards, and I'm pretty sure that is exactly what these lads are going to be praying for.
Yeah, pretty much, I think. That should be the goal, but this fight against Team Alpha very early on for Red Force, it can make it or break it, their entire dream of making it to the semifinals. If they win it, a potential chicken dinner can propel them to the top 2.
I think Team Alpha have spotted the parachutes and identified there's going to be that one outlier just absolutely trapped. Adonis, quick to punish him. Team Alpha early on the lead, Johnny.
Well, 6 eyes still couldn't spot out the 2 players of Team Alpha in front of him. Sitting duck around the corner. Team Alpha, they have the upper hand in this fight, 4 versus 3. But Red Force, with how they're moving Salty, it seems like the decision is to put some distance between them and the players of Team Alpha, although Stoic has been spotted out. A few pixels visible to Coffin. The Scar L with the 6x scope. I think that's a perfect loadout to spray down an opponent at the distance, but Stoic runs indoors and Alpha are lying in wait.
That is actually the ideal combination you could have found in such an early stage of a fight, to be honest.
Yeah.
Team Alpha on the other side, they are going to be waiting, but another team, I'm not really sure, will be waiting, has to be Autobots Esports, because this was an opportunity for them to showcase their skills and their aggression inside of the quarterfinals, but today it seems like they woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Not really aggressive, not really finding those spots. Even Vajra, as a matter of fact, I think yesterday's... I'm going to try and forget that game of Rondo. I'm going to try and forget that that never happened. Vajra Esports just could not replicate that performance. And I feel like to ensure fair playing conditions, I feel like teams also have to prepare themselves to be consistent.
Yeah.
It's not just those one-off maps you want to base your qualification on.
Pretty much, I think, and that is a problem we are seeing a lot of teams suffer from, because I think from the previous Group C, Kalinga Esports is that example, a team that used to do well on Rondo. This time, weren't able to perform, because of which, in a position where I was expecting Kalinga to be one of those teams contending the spot for the semifinals, they barely managed to squeeze their journey through to the wildcard stages.
Yeah.
So I 100% agree with you, but I want to draw your attention to the fact that this group has gotten extremely competitive right now. It's extremely close differences from the 4th all the way, I have to say, to the 12th position. Right now, the bottom 4 as well, from where the players of Sun God are with 15 points to their name. I think a big 20-pointer from this match, 35 points. You should be able to find yourself outside of that elimination bracket, outside of the bottom 24 of the overall cumulative leaderboard, and that should be the goal right now for Sun God, Reckoning, Autobots, and Vajra Esports.
Most of a Reckoning, to be honest.
Oh yeah, Reckoning. Yeah.
I feel like majority of these teams, yeah, for sure. It's their first time making it to the quarterfinals, a big stage to showcase your skills. It's a big platform. But for Reckoning Esports, I think they're not going to be satisfied with just the quarterfinals. It's a team, especially with how Roman considers it, they're supposed to be appearing on the finale. Supposed to be playing on the stage as well. And that is something getting snatched away from them. Not really a good sign for Reckoning Esports. The inconsistencies, they did continue from the grind till now as well. And one last opportunity from La Cabrera. It's going to be a long journey for them to move inside the circle. But having said that, the circle is presenting us with its own set of challenges, Johnny.
Yeah, it's centered towards La Benedita and Impala right now. I am actually quite surprised by one thing. You know what? Towards the northeastern quadrant, we had this open cluster with True Rippers, 7 aces, and a Team Tamilas present. But they haven't really collided against each other, figuring out ways to put in distance between each other and walking away safely. But Autobots Esports Arib found a position in the middle of nowhere, just a little bit off of La Benedita. Spots out a squad, a few shots taken, but no contact found by Autobots. Phoenix Esports on our screens right now. We know where they started from. It was El Pozo. Now entering the play zone from, well, Power Grid and Picardo. I think Graveyard is going to be a breaching point, but as we saw the picture of the play zone a few moments ago, everyone is targeting the center. No one is playing the edges or maybe even the middle spaces.
Yeah, because that is where you exactly find those compounds.
Yeah,
You've got the city of La Benedita, you've got the city of Impala as well. Those are the places. You can try and get those urban warfares to your favor if you rotate early. And speaking of rotating, it is Phoenix Esports on our screens right now, making their way through Graveyard. And quite literally, they're making their way through Graveyard, just surviving every single elimination stage on the brink of death. They're just literally passing by Graveyard every time. But that is how Somraj likes to play, right? He has asserted his dominance inside of BGIS. No matter what you do to his lineup, he just always ensures he reaches to the grand finals. And then, of course, the performance does come through. I feel like for Phoenix Esports, it is once again going to be an elimination stage which they want to scare off. Just make it to the wild cards, maybe. And then try and make their way through to the semifinals.
I mean, hey, from where Phoenix Esports is, a 20-pointer from them as well can get them to the semifinals. So hope is still there. I think we might just see a big performance from Phoenix. I would like to see a big performance from Phoenix, to be honest. But True Rippers, they've done quite well for themselves so far in this journey. Now, a potential run-in against Victoria Sermus. Players lying along the roadside. The spray comes through. There should be a knock, and there is. Owace chiming in along with Mafia. They found the opener and the finish conversion as well. Victoria Sermus somehow still standing. A 4-man roster. They find the second pick. What was Jelly doing overextending like that? Should have joined his teammate in the cover. A blunder from True Rippers. 2 players lost.
It was a blunder, but a trap that was set up by Victor Summers.
Yeah.
And True Rippers just walked into the trap. Once again, Nate coming in from Mafia. This time he's going to knock down Ronnie. True Rippers, it seems like systematic destruction at its finest. Victor Summers, the formation, the way they were lying in wait, so perfect. I think Mafia, the one to actually open things up. Always from the sidelines. Nigh unstoppable. True Rippers could have actually done nothing.
Yeah.
Ever since that first man fell, I almost knew the True Rippers, they are going to get eliminated from this one. But have a look at this team, M4. Kind of struggling.
Nakshi Sports right in front of them. But Aura, I think the first knock was a self-knock. Zen, we saw that on the finish feed. There was a fall marker. So, yeah, Nakshi Sports, they found a free opening in this fight. Oh, and the trade. Jackson, my goodness. Goku knew exactly where Jackson was, but that hard ADS around the corner. Nakshi Sports, there's no reaction to this. They just end up giving the point to the opponents. This is going to be an awkward conflict. The reason being Red Force, they show up knocking, looking for a third party. And this is a fight happening just to control the center of the play zone right now.
Oh yeah, this fight is so important for Mysterious 4. Currently, of course, they're still battling on the overall standings. Keep themselves in check. 2 players still alive, but Red Force Esports, they have wiped out Majority of the competition, Aura Esports, is down to just one man. This third party can be quite effective. Nate sails in, takes down Jackson. That is brilliant. Mysterious 4, 2 men left alive. Red Force is looking to knock out everyone from this warehouse. Factory in contention, Mysterious 4. You've got Shaman holding on this angle. He's got the shotguns available as well, but Red Force Esports, they are paying respects, using utility for making that conflict happen. Like this discipline from this team.
Roman from the distance. This is again another involvement that neither of the teams accounted for, and Red Force, they realized they had to wrap things up quickly. The pressure piles on, and that forced push into the players of Naksh Mysterious 4 not really working out. Red Force taking an early exit. 42 points on the board. The chase from Victorious Somas. Naksh Mysterious 4. It's still on, and Red Force, they're going to have to wait and watch whether they finish in the top 3 of their group or not.
We do have the circle in front of us. Team Alpha quite comfortable inside of Impala right now. All 4 players still alive. You've got Team Tamilas a little to the outskirts of the city, and then of course you've got Reckoning Esports. They were lying in wait. A couple of those finishers have been picked up, if I'm not mistaken. Players from Aura Esports, Red Force Esports as well, who were outside that warehouse, have been shot by Reckoning from the distance. And currently, Johnny, they are holding a good spot, to be honest. I feel like they do have the ability to gatekeep likes of 7 Aces, potentially even Victorious Summers. And that way, Reckoning Esports could farm the amount of finish points that they want.
I think the potential is there, but they will have to wait for the circle to take Western shift for that to happen. And as we were talking about gatekeeping, I think the perfect example was showcased by Victorious Somas as they picked off True Rippers just a few moments ago. They saw those parachutes. They knew at least 3 teams were there in the northeastern quadrant. They just needed to catch one. But Vajra Esports, this is a team that's well, taking a very long time to make it to the play zone. Reason being, they started off from the extreme southwestern end of the map, landing close to prison, landing on the small little island towards the southwest. And now they find themselves looking to breach Impala. It's not going to be an easy job. Phoenix Esports, they have the info of Vajra Esports entering. They have the high ground as well. Now, can Phoenix catch Vajra Esports off guard is going to be the question.
Blind Rippers on our screen, and I'm actually very happy with the way they've performed, Johnny. 32 points from the matches that they've played. A couple of these new names, mainly Red Force Esports. Then, of course, you've got Blind Rippers, 7 Aces. They certainly have impressed.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine being placed ahead of Wild Fangs inside of the same group, and being placed ahead of Autobots, the likes of Reckoning Esports. That does deserve so much credit.
I mean, you say placed, I say they earned their spot, man. They've been outperforming Wild Fangs, if you think about it. 32 points for Blind Rippers, just 28 for Wild Fangs.
They certainly have outperformed them. But what remains to be seen is, what is Johnny's life thinking? Why did he take that pit stop out there? Mid-rotation, absolutely in the middle of nowhere. I mean, I recommend you guys pulling out the map stream on a second screen if you do have it, because Blind Rippers, they're quite close to the lads from Autobots.
They're going to see them 15 minutes later. But anyways, I mean, we're going to see how that conflict comes to an end, because as you said, like, yeah, agreed. Johnny is live, not a great spot to be in. But same can be said for Victorious Somas now. It seems like a delay in rotation, because they get distracted. They find themselves going up against 7 Ace. And it's straight from either sides. Obeys falling from the side of Victorious Somas. A player from the side of 7 Ace has been knocked out. His teammate stuck with him in the blue. And if Mafia makes connection with this nade, it could be the turning point of this fight. But hey, 7 Ace, they want to be the ones making moves in this fight. And it's not going to be a good one. They do find the trades. There's one player still left standing, but Mafia somehow manages to hold on to his position. And now he knows that the last player, Cracks, is pinned inside of the blue. They've called for backup. Scary Jord, who was not involved in the action till now. And I think this should be a fight that goes into the favor of Victorious Somas. They should be able to walk away with those 2 points in the back as well.
Hold on to that thought, Johnny, for a second, because Reckoning Esports have arrived. It is Levi who's leading the charge, and usually we know if it is Levi who's leading the charge, then Reckoning Esports for sure are going to take some pot shots at them. Victorious Summers, and I'm moving away from this situation, will cost them a lot of harm. This time, finally, Scary Jot goes out in the open. Levi had a chance to open fire, but the cover fire from Victoria Summers was quite brilliant. Just allowing Levi that leeway and the breathing room to try and peek out and get those shots connected. Victoria Summers have been caught in a pickle, to be honest. They are hugging the blue.
Yeah.
They are without any mobility, Johnny. And if they try and move away, I think these shots, they are going to be pretty deadly.
I think this is the end of Victoria Summers, because look at what has happened. Levi has forced Victoria Summers to run towards the compounds or the hills that are there in the control of the players of Reckoning Esports. And from this particular angle, if you notice on the radar, Naksh Mysterious 4 will also have a line of fire to cause some harm to the players of Victoria Summers. So this is not really the position you want to be in right now, sandwiched from the higher ground and from the buildings across the field as well. They have a few vehicles to make a little bit of cover to work with, but yeah, I don't think it's going to be easy for Victoria Summers to find a spot inside of the top 7 of this match. They're going to be outside of the top 8.
Vehicles don't make good covers, Johnny.
Yeah, they blow up.
They blow up, and I don't really think Victoria Summers have that amount of space. Reckoning Esports constantly piling up the pressure. And now finally Team Alpha joined the party as well. Adonis forcing Victoria Summers to leave their vehicles out in the open. The first man gets taken down. Venom has been knocked out as well. Adonis with the DP28. Now this is the weapon you want at a long distance.
Oh, for sure. Even the mag size helps you keep the opponent suppressed, but look at Awais. Constantly re-peeking the edge. And trying to see if he can draw away some pressure from Team Alpha, but hey buddy, you forgot about the back. Reckoning Esports, they show up knocking, and Victoria Summers, oh, that ricochet drops both of them to the floor again. Mafia and Venom, there is no coming back from this. What a cheeky move from Reckoning Esports. I have to say, Salty, I'm impressed with the timings of these third parties, and I think if Reckoning, they keep on moving forward in this game like this, they should be safe in the wildcard stages.
I mean, potentially 4 finishes in the bag already. Team Alpha, they are also counting their eggs right now. 3 finishes secured, 23 points on the overall tally. Team Alpha, they certainly are making climbs. It's not going to be easy. The journey ahead is still very long for Phoenix Esports, though, on the other side. They're taking heavy fire. Nade comes through. Viper gets taken down. Smoker has been brought down so low on the HP bar. Vajra Esports, the placement of the nades have been so brilliant. And this is happening for the contester of the south side of the circle. Vajra Esports wants to eliminate their competition. Phoenix Esports wants to stay alive, potentially making it to the semi-finals. It's going to be tough. The vehicles are burning. Their huts are burning. Not really great covers as Vajra Esports look to wrap them from all angles, Johnny.
I think they might succeed in doing so as well, because Phoenix, they try to block that southeastern corner, then they are going to get distracted, and Vajra can potentially enter from the other side. But oh no, alright, while Fangs have a line of fire here, so even Vajra Esports can't overextend beyond the edge of the play zone. This is going to be a very intense endgame. We're already down to 11 teams, 40 players still alive. Phoenix still feeling the pressure of Vajra Esports breathing down on the back of their necks. There's no utility on the players of Vajra Esports, or at least on Spartan. I really think that they are also kind of upset that they do not have nades to work with, but Lobster from the side of Autobots, well, tandem effort from 2 different teams. He falls, and Autobots all of a sudden are left crumbling. They're down to the last man. What happened?
They've been crumbling for a long time, Johnny. They've been crumbling ever since the quarterfinals had begun. Team Tamilas this time look to finish exactly what they started. Arib seems to be the last man left alive. Autobots, they're struggling on the overall tally. They're struggling inside of the game. 19 points, 1 match left, 1 man left alive. It doesn't really seem to be good. But Team Tamilas got to say otherwise, because it seems like they've booked a direct slot to the semi-finals. Autobots, Arib, not really a lot of cover for this man. Of course, still finds a knock, though. That is a disgusting shot on Aim God out there. Team Tamilas must be feeling the heat for sure, but Autobots, I mean, 1 good shot isn't really good to do the trick.
Yeah, that was a good night kiss to the forehead of Aim God right there from Arib. Go to sleep. Luckily, he has his teammate next to him to revive him.
Prince Charming?
Pretty much, I guess, but yeah, they get their revenge. Aim God takes out Arib, and with that, that's the end of the journey for Autobots in this game. We are finally reaching the marker where placement points are going to get distributed out, and Team Alpha, the question is, do they survive long enough to grab any placement points for themselves? Because look at where they are. Reckoning Esports is going to be there blocking their way. You have Wild Fangs, so you can't peek the ridge as well. And if you try to rush down south, there's Phoenix and Vajra Esports waiting for you. Yeah, Alpha, they're going to have to settle for just a decent spot in the play zone. They can't really make a move anywhere else.
You know, Johnny, if I had to sum it up, the circle, the entirety of the eastern edge, they're struggling on the overall standings, by the way. The north and the south, they're dominating Team Tamilas and Sinway from top and down under. Team Alpha taking some shots, and that spray is disgusting. Like I said, Krafton this time finding Levi, but Wildfang snatching away the finish point. This spray god at its absolute best. Always so aware and present inside of the lobby. Team Tamilas, they are lying in wait for sure. Reckoning Esports, they just had a shocker, to be honest. Shots coming in from Team Alpha, execution coming in from Wildfangs. Where do you go, Reckoning?
I think if there was a match where Reckoning Esports was supposed to push and grab the chicken dinner, I think this has to be the game. Because look at the shift of the zone as well. All Reckoning needs to deal with is one of two fights. Either trade positions with Team Tamilas up north or maybe Team Alpha towards the east. But we'll see what the decision is going to be. In the meanwhile, Vajra Esports, their call was to go after Sinway, and it wasn't a great one. Surrounded, shot at, and finished off Vajra Esports. They handed an early exit in this game. No points for them, just a finish point. Sinway on the other front, as you mentioned, dominating the southern edge of the play zone. Just a single player knocked out. And even though Blind Rippers have a line of fire to finish Moksha off, I don't think it's going to be that easy. Sinway, they're prepared for this. But are they prepared for a timely third party from Phoenix Esports? This is something that I did not expect was going to happen, to be honest.
Yeah. Phoenix Esports just eyeing these compounds for a while now. They've been on the south side since forever, but this seems like a slam in coming through. Sinway Esports aren't really equipped for defense. Just two players inside of this compound. Phoenix Esports have invaded already. Needs to flush out these initial few players. Sinway Esports looking to hold it back. Smoker finally jumps out. Does got the DBS to actually work it in action. Still finding the opening against Sinway Phoenix Esports. This time one of their men is going to take the fall. Simp has been knocked down. Sinway constantly piling up the pressure, and here comes Smoker. He's got the DBS in action. Phoenix Esports, this is extremely dicey. Gets the first one as well. Chips away so much damage on the second one, but this is now where you play with numbers.
Yeah, for sure. And Phoenix, I think for them, this is an opportunity to prove that they haven't lost all of that fire that was there in their eyes and in their hearts, going up against a team that is looking to make a big name for themselves in a way. And well, swatting flies mid-air. Smoker finds a pick. Ninju knocked out. Should be an easy finish conversion. There's no saving for him, but yeah, Phoenix doing phenomenal in this match. 2 finishes secured, top 6 gained.
You've got to feel bad for Sinway, to be honest, because they were caught in between a mix. One half of the team just dealing with Team Alpha, the other half dealing with Phoenix Esports. Now, they've got nowhere left to go. 2 players still left alive. Elsewhere, you've got Blind Rippers. Not really the greatest of positioning, but they're still holding on. Threat coming in from their northward flank. You've got Sun God Nika taking some shots out in the open. Looking extremely confident. Not really sure if I share that same vision though, but right across the ridge, they're going to find the lads from Blind Rippers, and a good nade being tossed. Didn't really hit the target, but I guess Blind Rippers, now they understand what the threat is.
I think they have known about the threat for a long time, because Sun God and Blind Rippers, they haven't moved from these particular spots for, I think, a good 5-6 minutes. But yeah, they've been clashing and fighting everyone else but each other. Next shift of the circle is going to force them to fight each other as well. It's in the middle of nowhere, no man's land. The only team that has some control of the play zone right now, Salty, is Team Alpha.
And I like the fact that they've got all 4 players alive.
Yeah.
Sinway coming in from the back lines, potentially even Phoenix Esports along the same route as well. Does present the opportunity for Team Alpha to gain those extra bit of points and move up on the finish tally. Wildfangs, meanwhile, have control of a few compounds, but that is outside the circle. As soon as they exit from those compounds, I feel like Wildfangs are going to come under extreme fire from the north. Reckoning Esports must be lying in wait. But even they themselves are outside the circle. Nobody has got control, so it's sort of an open field, to be honest. Have a look at that spray coming in from Lavish. Knocks down one of the players, finishes him off as well. Sun God Lika taking damage in that one.
And well, the mistake that was made by Sun God, it seems like Blind Ripper, they are making the same one. There's a pile of hay bales. Smacks center of this play zone. And Blind Ripper, it's boy as he tries to make a rush for that hay bale. Haystack, he gets finished off. Lavish, he trades places with him. But that's going to be interesting to see how that decision works out. In the meanwhile, chaos all around in the play zone. Even Phoenix Esports are burning apart. Losing a man on their side, down to their last player, Simp. And Team Alpha also left bleeding as Wildfangs are putting pressure on their heads. Adonis knocked out, Coffin in the back lines.
Oh no.
Util looks good, Coffin should feel the damage. They have Alpha taken care of, Coffin out of the way, and in a split second, Team Alpha eliminated completely, but surprise, surprise, the nade from Moksh was something Wildfangs did not account for. Spray God still does not know where this man is. What?
Where is he going?
Oh, how is Spray God still alive? What a blunder and what a moment between Wildfangs and Sinway.
And Gordon just gets up and shuts down Sinway Esports. That is an opportunity of a lifetime just absolutely squandered in front of your eyes. Wildfangs, we've got to give credit to these lads as well. The amount of teamwork Spray God was caught napping over there. Did not have any idea of Sinway's presence, but they did the damage. Wildfangs have been left reeling on their knees. The 3 players will get back up and 7 eliminations on board. Wildfangs are looking solid. Phoenix Esports still have a man left alive. Over on the other side, you've got Reckoning Esports who are eyeing a little bit of a comeback. 7 eliminations already on the board. It's sort of a disheartening end for Team Alpha, to be honest, because if they do miss out right now, they had 8 eliminations in this one, 29 points. But it seems like it still is not going to be enough. But look at this, Goten looking to line around Reckoning Esports and their backlines. Kana joins him as well, but the nades, they do come in tandem, and Reckoning Esports want to push back Wildfangs from this ridge.
Yeah, but Wildfangs, they have to be cautious about this because Util from Reckoning and the line of fire of Sun God would be enough to force them to take an exit in the top 4. But if I'm being honest, I think Wildfangs here have done enough to at least make it to the wildcard stages. They are going to be safe. But can we say the same for Reckoning or maybe even Sun God? Both these teams were sitting in the bottom 4 of the overall leaderboard and are fighting for survival in BGIS 2026. And every single point that is taken away from these teams is just a nail, another nail in the coffin, another brick in the wall that blocks them in their track. Oh no, Roman, he's exposed from both ends, but shotgun to the face of Spray God, and the saving grace for Reckoning Esports is still alive. He needs to be cautious about Sun God in the backlines as well, though.
Yo, I love this. Roman just coming in face to face with his best friend out there. Spray God has been taken out. This is good news for Reckoning Esports. Can certainly play in for a few extra position points. But a revive on Lavish seems nigh impossible. From the backlines, of course, Sun God Nika have been keeping the threat alive for all of these teams. Wildfangs lying in wait as well. Kana and Goten are the only players left alive, and Reckoning Esports with a one-man army right now. It's going to be tough. You've got 4 teams and 8 players left alive. The final circle is about to close in, and Sun God Nika making the first moves. Goten is going to be quick to punish that through the smoke. Quickly switches angle towards Blind Rippers, Johnny.
And Blind Rippers, I think the one thing they have is, well, I guess the fact that they know where everyone is. Every single team has made a lot of noise and commotion, and Blind Rippers have info to work with, but it's the end of the game. Stage 9, Blue Zone collapse upon us, and I guess this is time for Wildfangs to sink their fangs and secure these elimination points down to a 2 versus 2. Kana and Goten star performance for Wildfangs, and they find the opening 1 versus 2. Blind Rippers, I don't think there is hope for a chicken dinner. Signo runs out into the open, has a 1v1 to deal with against Goten. Goten knows where the opponent is. Signo as well. The shotgun is out and shots around the corner. Who finds the frag? It is Goten, and finally a chicken dinner is registered to their name. Wildfangs, think with this phenomenal performance should have a respectable finish in the quarterfinals, but they're still going to go to wildcard.
Well, we find that out. I think I'm going to let the mathematicians do their job in the backlines because
Fair.
this was a
Alright.
good game, to be honest. 6 finishes on Kana, if I'm not mistaken, and 4 shared between Spray God and Goten as well. So that is a lot of eliminations on the board.
Yeah.
24-point game is what they have acquired, is what I'm assuming, but still my calculations can be wrong. So for Wildfangs, I think it's going to be an interesting position to be in. For Reckoning Esports, it's going to be an interesting position to be in because 3rd position and 8 finish points as well. It's not too bad for Reckoning, to be honest.
Oh yeah, I think as you said, it's not too bad, and considering they were sitting around 15 or 16 points before this game, this should be enough. Mid-20s, early 30s should be enough to keep you inside or outside of the bottom 24. That's the only goal. If you're struggling in your match, do not think about the semi-final. Start dreaming wildcard and start cheering for yourself.
You know, honestly, I'm not even sure of how I feel because there are going to be so many big names inside of the wildcards already. But
Oh yeah.
not really a lot of names inside of the semi-finals who are making their biggest bets, but we'll find out who actually proceeds later on as the overall standings do come up. Wildfangs did the best they could, and this is something which they had worked upon in the past as well. On the maps of Miramar, you see Wildfangs taking the game deep in the later stages of it, play down the final circles and potentially try and get the chicken dinner. Have a look at this though. 14 eliminations secured between these lads. Goten and Kana share 10 between them, and Spray God with 4. That is 14 plus 10, 24 points acquired from just one game itself.
I mean, I love this team. It's all or nothing mentality. Either they just get completely taken out early or they're going to go for a big match. And even in the games that do not perform in, they end up getting good eliminations, which is what happened on the Miramar before this. And of course, on the Wrangle as well, they got a little aggressive. So it's nice to see the way Wildfangs have turned things around, gone from overcomplicating their matches, overcomplicating their position and fighting stance, to just simplifying their strategy to, you see someone, you group together and you fight them as a team. Either we get those finishes and trade the position, then we play from their position, figure out what happens next, or we just get taken out. And this simple strat, just based off of the players that they have, can actually work out pretty well.
It certainly will, but I think the only problem with Wildfangs is that they could have actually, with the way they've been playing, they could have booked a slot directly to the semi-finals. It's just their first 3 games were not their way. I mean, 3 matches played, 9 points secured. I think Wildfangs might just regret a little bit. Because imagine this, Johnny, these are players who have got immense LAN experience. They are banking on the fact that the LAN stages are going to come through from the semi-finals and will start dominating.
But stuff like this is why I think Necro said that this is a team built with a lot of showmen in them, and why I feel like, alright, they are like gladiators indeed. Because if they have an audience, they're going to perform. It's going to be a war affair, and there's going to be a lot of bloodbath. But if there's no one to see, they're going to take a backseat and do absolutely nothing, it seems like.
Well, I completely agree with you there, but have a look at this. I mean, one man took away the limelight with him. It's going to be Goten. 5 eliminations, 1,033 points of damage. That is the MVP from the last game. And then, of course, closely followed by Kanha with 831 points of damage, but 6 knocks out there. Kana must be feeling a little sad about it, but you've got Adonis inside of the top 5 players. Johnny from Team Alpha, 4 eliminations, 813 points of damage. Kind of makes me a little sad. I'm not sure if Team Alpha have done enough to actually keep themselves afloat. 9 points from this particular one. Wildfangs with 24 and Reckoning with a big game, 13 points for them.
See, there is going to be doubts about Alpha, and I think a little bit of doubt about another name, that is going to be Sun God, because even Sun God was there somewhere in the bottom of the leaderboard. But one team that I know is going to be out, it's going to be Vajra Esports. Yeah, not really the performance we kind of expected from them, but let's just have the conclusion in front of us for the journey of Group A. We have the overall leaderboard on our screens. Oh!
Wow, that's going to hurt.
That happened. Look at the 16th. Autobots!
Ooh, I'm not really sure if Autobots expected this, to be honest. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the team who was dominating inside of the showdown, inside of the LAN stages now,
I mean, now are in danger.
Are in danger. We're not calling it out.
Yeah, we're not calling it out because technically they're still not. I'm going to use Necro's logic over here. Technically, they're still not in the bottom 24.
How does...
I mean, technically they are in the bottom 24, but not the bottom 24, because only 32 teams have played the matches.
Wow, Johnny. I mean, that is amazing. That is why Necro sometimes come up with.
See, now if you're Autobots, you're just hoping that consistently in the 6 matches that they play, teams from Group B, a few teams from Group B, and a few teams from Group D at least.
Yeah.
And by a few, I mean at least 12 teams from each group do not score more than 19 points, which is kind of a tough ask, to be honest.
It is a very tough ask, to be honest. I mean, this is one of the reasons why sometimes I say that what, drives Necro is not the immense amount of computing power that he has inside, but it's the gas. It kind of uplifts him. So I feel like sometimes he does prove out words which I did not expect. But for Autobots, I mean, coming back to what just happened out there, I'm not really sure what just happened, but extremely happy with the way Team Tamilas have been playing. I mean, imagine this, the finals are going to be in their home crowd.
Yeah,
Chennai once again, they're going to be so excited playing in front of them. But for that, they'll have to move through the semi-finals as well.
Ooh, and I think with this form, it should not be a lot of trouble for a team like Team Tamilas to push forward. And, well, I think I would love to see, and I think this is something that me and Necro also spoke about yesterday, where we were quite excited seeing this edition of Team Tamilas and the confidence and the aggression that they have. Because you go back a few years when the entire community was being formed, there were a few key players in the market. Team Tamilas was one of those names that has been in the community and been a key reason in bringing young talent from the southern part of a country to the forefront of the scene of BGMI for a long time. They used to be known for their aggression. They used to be known for their fearlessness. But rosters come, rosters go, you have player changes, and over the time, along with those changes, it felt like the essence of Team Tamilas had gone missing, the aggression that was there. It's finally here, and I can't wait to see them on land.
Absolutely.
If they make it.
If they make it, I mean, potentially they are going to be making it to the land of semi-finals.
Man.
They are going to be making it to the land of semi-finals. At least you are going to be seeing them on land. But of course, the grand finals is going to be a completely different extravaganza altogether. But of course, I've got to talk about True Rippers and Victoria Summers as well, because I feel like we don't give them enough credit for what they did, because being consistent every day, coming in day in and day out, I feel like they've done a very decent job. Unlike a few teams like Orangutan, unlike Team Soul, who seem to be struggling early on and then had to bounce back from that position, I feel like True Rippers and Victoria Summers were just on top of their game.
Soul has always done this, though.
Yeah.
I mean, I was surprised with Soul pulling off these shenanigans, because you remember last year what happened, right? They were facing elimination.
Yeah.
One match in, they get like 30 plus points, instantly finish in the top 5. So, yeah, that's the kind of shenanigans Soul usually pull off. So I am used to it now. I don't even care if they're outside of the qualification bracket, because you know they will push through. But hey, we have the overall leaderboard on our screens. The overall one, and of course Evox doing well, 70 points. So these 16 names are going to be happy for now, but they are also going to be waiting to watch what the other groups are going to do. Right now the top 16 sit at 35 points.
Like I'm telling you, Johnny, everybody who goes past that 50-point mark are going to be safe, in my opinion. And I feel like even Wildfangs have kind of made it. Learned from past, Kalinga Esports, Victoria Summers, I'm not really sure about them. They'll have to find their way out, potentially wait for the other groups to just play out their matches. Extremely happy with the way Blind Rippers have played out there, because it is one of those names amidst all of these 16 teams you've barely have heard about, but still they are in the quarters and they are making their presence felt. They've been brilliant inside of the quarters, to be honest.
Yeah, but I think Blind Rippers got to figure out what to change once they head towards the wildcard stages, because 39 points, I don't think that's going to be safe enough, and especially looking at the kind of teams that are going to be playing in the upcoming groups. It's going to get intense. You said Wildfangs. I think Wildfangs might just be the team that decide the cutoff. For the other teams to push through, 52 points is where you need to be. But as we move to the next set of 16 teams, this is where things get interesting, because we are looking at the bottom 16 right now. Even the bottom 24 hasn't totally been populated, but this is the danger zone pretty much. And I have a feeling, I'm going to say my take first, I want to know your take right after. I have a feeling that maybe it is going to be down to about 25 or maybe 21 to 25 points where our bottom 24 is going to be decided.
Kind of agree with you there. I think 25, 28 cannot be 21, man. I think 21 is just going to be a little too low. Sun God Nika for them. I definitely do have some signs of concern. Even Oops Official is going to be one of those teams I was watching out for. They were brilliant. Their firepower and the way they are always giving in to their instincts to just take fights. I absolutely love that. Savage Kid, I love that kid, to be honest, because he's got that true flair. But will they make it? That is going to be a big question. Will Godswin make it? Will Autobots make it? I think that is going to be an even bigger question.
Yeah, it is going to be quite intense. I mean, even though these teams aren't going to be playing, just seeing them move up and down the leaderboard itself is going to be heart-wrenching. Or if you're supporting them and them do manage to survive, well, it is going to give you an adrenaline rush for sure. That can't be changed. But as we were looking at the overall leaderboard, I think if you look at the bottom 12, 28 is the point for the team at the cutoff for the bottom 12 right now.
Yeah.
We are going to add 12 more teams to the mix tomorrow, considering 32 more teams are going to be playing their matches tomorrow. So, yeah, 28 points just to be safe. Go for 35. At least you will make it to the wildcard stages.
Yeah.
And if you want to qualify for the semi-finals directly, 52 points. That's the goal.
52 points. That is going to be a tough task, to be honest. But inside of the 6 matches that you're playing, I guess it is definitely achievable. But of course, there are going to be certain teams and certain names who might surprise us. But for that, you'll need to wait and watch out for the action that is about to happen from Group B and D. That'll happen tomorrow, same place, same time. Don't go anywhere. This is Ladies and Gentlemen, Solly signing out.